want a water?
No, I prefer coffee.
Yeah, coffee. Okay. Oh, God, you guys left my blanket. Thanks.
No more changes. Lifters in the first flight. No more changes for your orders.
All right, what did I do with? This is Lisa. All right.
We're going to do our national anthem at this time. We'd ask you to rise, remove your headgear to sing our national anthem. Thank you, Rebecca. All right. The clock's going to run down now. We're seeing athletes anxious to be ready.
All right, we're live. Whenever y'all want to get ready to go, just give me some thumbs up.
All right.
Welcome to the show. This is Powerlifting. Give me a round of applause. This is our blood sport. If you want blood, you got it!
Oh. I'm ready whenever. We live?
You got a sound check on that? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. USA Powerlifting welcomes everyone to the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival, Columbus, Ohio. Today we are highlighting incredible lifters. We are at the Slingshot Pro American. We have got the lifters that are going to be lifting bra in the morning. This afternoon they'll be lifting equipped and also classic. This morning in our first flight we've only got all the women, and then we will have our lightweight guys in the afternoon as well. We've got lifters from the U.S. as well as from Canada. Joining me at the announcing booth today, we've got Nathan Baxter from the Australia Federation, as well as Elliot Feldman also from USA Powerlifting. You guys want to say good morning?
Good morning, Kathy. How are you? Good to be back here. I'm excited about this morning.
Did we ever leave, Nathan?
Well, I don't know. It's less than 12 hours and we're back again.
I know we're back here. It was fun, and we had a great time yesterday, and now Kathy Markstein is jumping in with us. Oh, where else? I'd be right here. If I could make this a full-time job, being around powerlifting every day, I would do it in a minute.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is an IPF competition that we can have world records being set. And a lot of these lifters are coming in. There is potential that we are going to have world records set both on this stage, especially with Susie Hartwood Gary, looking to set a new world record squat. So let's see what we've got. First up is going to be Lisa Rothman. Lisa Rothman is not only an open, but she's also a masters lifter. She's lifted on our national team for the USA Powerlifting. Chief referee is Glenn Moore from Canada. It's a 2-1 decision. She is not going to get that lift. They said that she was high. There was both side referees said that it was a red card. So she missed that one.
And Lisa's actually she's a really great lifter. She's got the Masters American record in the squat, the bench, and the total. So there's only four chances to have an American record, and she has 3 of them.
Next up is Tina Donishman. Tina is out of California. She's also next up is her next competition is going to be the Classic World Bench Press down in Killeen, Texas. Stepping back, waiting for the signal from Chief Referee Glenn Moore from Canada. Sinks it down in there. Really strong focus. Waiting.
And it's good. And her significant other lifted yesterday. Joe Franzo lifted in the afternoon session. He did really well for himself, and so she's going to try to do the same thing and do the family proud here.
It's early. We're going to kickstart some hearts this morning, especially that one right in there. Barcelona, give me a round of applause for Shay.
All righty. Shay Edwards is up, 127.5, 281 pounds on the bar.
281 pounds.
All right, now her personal best is 132.5, so she's really close. She's within 5 kilos, and we're seeing that a lot in this competition. We saw it yesterday, people opening with their PBs. We're close.
And like we were saying yesterday, it's a real testament to how quickly people are progressing now, coming into the sport, sometimes coming in quite late and making PRs meet after meet after meet. Really impressive yesterday and the start today with how good these openers look.
Melissa Irwin's up now, 130 kilos, 286. I believe Melissa's out of New York City, I think.
Oh, that little old town?
Yeah, it's that little hamlet. Kind of looks just like Adelaide.
Barely tell the difference.
Barely.
Big shout out to any of the Australians that are staying up late to watch this. If you have any comments, please text me. I will take your calls.
When we're off the microphone.
Oh, nice looking opener there from Melissa.
There we go. It's awesome. It's a way to get an opener. As we were discussing yesterday, you want to build your total, so you want to have something. Openers should look easy. People at home sit there and say they can handle a lot more. That's kind of the point of an opener, isn't it, Kathy?
It is. The opener is the first goal is to get in the meet. The first goal is always make weight.
Yep.
Make your weight class. The second goal is then to get that opener attempt. Make sure you stay in the competition, and then you build it from there. But you can't build it if you don't get in the meet to start with.
Correct.
This is Ashley Svenby. She's coaching out in Las Vegas. She's done CrossFit. She's done weightlifting. She's doing powerlifting at the elite level, which is why she's at the Pro American. Now she's actually opening with her personal best of 135 kilos.
Yep. So it goes along.
Wow, that was some great
easy.
speed.
That's easy. So, Kathy, that goes along with what we were saying before about people opening near, at, or even above their PBs on the squat.
Which is a little more aggressive than most people tend to do. You tend to open just slightly under that PB because you want to have room. You can always go up. You can't go back down.
Nope.
And if you're opening at your personal best, you've given yourself no room whatsoever.
Yep. I mean, we're looking at the elite of the elite here.
We are.
So these people do things a little bit differently than somebody at a local meet. And they're coming in here. They know what they can do. And you saw how easy that tying her PB was. It looked like a warm-up.
Which is a difference in the training.
Yep.
So this is Samantha Calhoun. She's actually opening 7.5 kilos under her personal best of 147.5, which is more typical of what she would do. She handled that with extreme ease and all 3 white lights.
All right, so Susie Hartwig-Gary is coming up, 25-time national champion.
That's incredible, isn't it?
10-time world champion. She holds the current world record, at least in the Masters 1 at this time.
No, that would be Liz Craven from Australia.
Oh,
Yeah, Liz
yes,
took it, Liz
you're
took it away
right.
from her.
You're
in,
right.
December in New Zealand.
That's
Yep.
correct. Yes, some slight changes.
But today, look for Susie to take that back, and then Liz Craven will be over on the rogue stage,
Right.
trying to hit a little bit more again. So
Correct.
2 meets running at the same time. First lifter today to post that total
Gets that record.
will get the record.
I do not want to be the record chairman to try to figure out who got it first.
So where do you think body weight plays in on that?
Well, body weight won't matter because they're lifting in 2 different meets. So it'll literally be whoever
Whoever
sets
hits
the
it
world
first,
record
yeah.
First one to this finish line.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's up to the spotters and loaders to load fast for each meet.
Yeah,
Try and get them out there as fast as they can.
even though we're only 200 feet apart here for the 2 meets, it might as well be 2,000 miles because it's 2 distinctly
So
separate
Susie
meets.
has got the
There you
signal
go.
to squat,
So
went
good,
down,
so good to watch,
buried
isn't
it
she?
down. 3 white lights. Susie is one of those lifters who's very, very consistent. So Claudia Chalaner is relatively new on the elite level stage for USA Powerlifting. She has a doctorate in physical therapy. She's opening at 145 kilos. She's lifting in the 63 kilo class.
And her PB in the squat's 155, so she's kind of right. She's right in there. She's opening 10 kilos, 22 pounds under her personal best. So we're probably going to see a new personal best here at some point, either on the second or definitely on the third. But let's see what she does here right now.
So right now she's under the bar, standing up, 1 step back, 2 steps back, really quick setup. Got the signal from Chief Referee Glenn Moore. Sinks it down, nice control, puts it back into the rack, and it is 3 white lights, very consistent. So she's only 10 kilos under her best ever. Next up is going to be Rory Alter. She's in the 72 kilo class. Rory also is a physical therapist. And her best is 165, so she's opening a little more conservative. She's from New York, and she holds a lot of the records in that particular state.
Yep. Now, I believe that her personal best squat is at 63 kilos. It is not at 72. So we may see a bigger. We'll see what happens there. It's kind of an interesting thing. She had tried to stay down at 63 for years, and she just felt like it was better for her health to be up here. Oh, and that looks
Nice,
easy.
easy looking squat there
That
to
looks
open
easy.
up with.
She is a technician.
And 3
She
white
really is.
lights.
Yeah, she's
3
a-
white lights.
She's a technician. That's awesome.
Next up is her primary competitor, actually her only other competitor in this weight class, but they are competing based on Wilkes in this competition. Katie is a hometown favorite because she's actually from Columbus, Ohio. She's also in the 72 kilo class, and she's opening at 167.5 kilos, and her best is 180.
Yep. Yeah, so she's opening a little more conservatively than some of the other young ladies. So let's see what she does right here. She, obviously Buckeye strong, right?
She is not a member, if I understand correctly. She does not lift at OSU.
Oh, okay. All right, there she goes. There you go. It was easy. Well, I might not have been right about Buckeye, but I was right about Strong.
So
That looked easy, Nathan.
For our international, we know we've got a lot of people tuning in from overseas. Can you explain what is a Buckeye?
I think Kathy probably could explain that a lot
I will
better.
definitely do that right after we talk about Maria T. Maria T is one of our Canadian invitational lifters. She is lifting in the 63 kilo class. She is from Newfoundland, and her PB is 175 kilos. She's opening at 170. And so she is competing. She's our heaviest opener in the 63 kilo class. And again, they're going to be competing based on Wilkes points. So all of that is going to be very important.
Guys, when you look at that, she's opening with 170 kilos. That's 374 pounds. That is huge. That is big man weight. And here she is from Canada.
63 kilos.
Smooth opening.
Look at her go.
attempt. That's awesome.
Wow, that is just huge.
3 white lights. 3 white lights. Next up is going to be Alicia Webb, 84 kilos. We've got 2 lifters in the 84 kilo class. First one is going to be Alicia Webb.
All right, and she is the American record holder in the squat in this weight class with 200 keys, 440.
And Alicia has also been on at least 3 world teams with the World Classic US from national teams from USA Powerlifting. And what we're seeing on the screen right now for the scoreboard is somebody has just put in, Maria T has put in a request for a world record on her second attempt. So Alicia Webb is underneath the bar at 177.5 kilos now. She's the Masters 1 record holder in the U.S. And as I said, she's been on 3 national teams representing the U.S. at World Championships. She's lifting out of Georgia.
There you go.
And 3 white lights. So the question is, what is a buckeye? The buckeye is a tree that we have here in the state of Ohio. And when it produces the nut, which is actually inedible, it's actually poisonous to people, but it is in the shape of a chestnut, if you would. But we have made it into a candy where it is a roll of peanut butter confection dipped into chocolate. It's much like the original Reese's peanut butter cups.
Wow, it's interesting.
Daniela Mello is our next lifter. She's the other one who's lifting the 84 kilo class. Daniela lifted most recently in our Raw National Championship, our Classic Nationals, in October in Atlanta, Georgia. And if I remember correctly, Daniela is actually a teenager or a sub-junior at this time.
Wow, that is one strong
Now-
sub-junior out there. 187.5 opener.
That ties her American record. That opener ties her American record right there. And you look how easy it is. So again, we were talking about yesterday with the classic lifting, because we're pulling in so many new lifters who didn't lift, that didn't, their numbers are just going up and up. So she opened to tie her American record. In theory, she could have gotten a little bit heavier, I think, but it's fine. I mean, it's a perfect thing right there. Opening attempt, it looked easy, right? I mean,
easy looking opener. She can, take probably 5 to 10 kilo jumps from here. Where's she going to? 195 on a second. And that should be easy money for her.
oh yeah.
Okay, so Lisa was on our 2016 national team going to Colleen with the World Classic. She is our national champion as well. She did a little interesting situation. She went from 107.5 up, added 7.5 kilos and went to 115, and she missed her opening attempt based on depth. The 2 side referees said she wasn't deep enough. That's not usually what most people do. They would, so this is a very,
She's flirting with that line again.
That is so borderline. 3 whites.
she got
there you go.
3 white
All right.
lights this time.
So
Just
she
deep
made
enough,
so
just
she
deep
made
enough.
the good call there. But again, Kathy, back to what you were saying. For people at home watching, she really could have put herself in a hole if she hadn't made that, and it was close. That was not a squat that was definitively in. So you're leaving it in the hands of the referees. If you do, now you're at 115 going into your third and don't have a squat on the board.
I don't know if it's necessarily leaving it in the hands of the referees, because the referees are still always judging to the standard of the rules.
Here's Tina coming back on 130 kilos.
And this is 5 kilos over her personal best. She lives out of California.
Oh, grinds it out. Look
Wow.
at that. That's
Boy, she is happy.
Here in the United States, and that is 3 white lights. Here in the United States, we have assembled our entire list of athletes across all of our weight classes, and based on their Wilks, we have ordered them. And Tina Donishman from California is actually number 21 out of 25 here in the U.S. for our classic female lifters.
That's awesome. And that's across all weight classes.
All weight classes.
That is so across all of the women in our organization, which is huge.
Exactly.
We're approaching, pushing up in 17,000, 18,000 members. She is of half of that population. She is 21.
Jessica Shea Edwards is up on the platform. She got the signal, buried it, absolutely buried it, and she got 3 white lights, which was totally convincing. Next up is going to be Melissa Irwin.
All right, so this is a PB. Her PB is 135. Here she goes. Well, I think we're probably going to see a lot of personal bests on these second attempts.
This is the Pro American at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival. This is the elite of the athletes, and so we're expecting them. Our expectation is we're going to see an awesome show of lifting on the platform today.
And we're also going to show an amazing lifting next week, Killeen, Texas Military Nationals.
The fun never stops.
Never stops here.
Melissa Irwin gets the signal. She drops that weight down, comes back up and gets the signal to put it back in the rack by Chief Referee Glenn Moore of Canada. 3 white lights.
Trains
in crossfire. I'm assuming that's a new form of CrossFit where guns are involved.
Yeah, exactly. It's you do a dumbbell clean and shoot a gun.
That's a sport I could get behind.
Well, I like it.
Ashley Svenby.
All right, so this is a personal best here for her. She's 5 kilos, 11 pounds over her personal best. She's taking 140 kilos, 308.
Plenty of
3 white lights on that.
Sensible 5 kilo jump, and she looks like she's got plenty more left in the tank for the third.
Next up is going to be Samantha Calhoun. Now, Samantha Calhoun is relatively new to USA Powerlifting. She took 3rd place in her weight class at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Classic lifting. Her best ever is 147.5, so she took a 7.5 kilo jump. She's now at her personal best. She handled her first attempt extremely well. She's lifting in the 63 kilo class, and she's 26 years old, lifting in the Pro American at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Slingshot Pro American here at the Arnold Sports Festival, sponsored by USA Powerlifting. Samantha Calhoun is the lifter on the platform, 147.5 kilos to 325 pounds. Great speed on the way down, a little slow on the way up in the middle, and then finished it out with 3 white lights.
Talking about the growth of the sport in Raw, Kathy and Nathan, it's kind of interesting now. 2016, from 15 to 16, we went up 32% in membership. This year, we're ahead in the first 2 months. We're up 27%. At the end of February, so on March 1st, this week, we have more members in the organization now in the first 2 months active than we had in all of 2014.
Those numbers are super impressive. It's amazing how quickly the sport is growing and gaining popularity within the mainstream. And it's because of ladies like Susie here that have been around forever.
25
national championships.
It's crazy.
Isn't it?
That's crazy because she looks about 27. So, right.
Okay, she's got 150 kilos on this bar, 330 pounds. It's her 2nd attempt squat. She is one of the absolute technicians. She has a very measured, very stable setup. She takes 1 step back, wide, gets the signal, down and then up.
See what the referees say here. And it's 3 white lights. So it's interesting. I don't think when Brother Bennett started this organization in 1981 in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, I don't think he envisioned it being able to come to this. I think at some level he had that dream that he could bring drug-free powerlifting to the world and present it in a way that was wonderful, and it's grown into something more than he could have ever hoped. You know, and our president Larry Maley was kind of one of his right-hand people coming up there, and it's carried all the way through, and it's amazing that we have kind of had an effect on the IPF as far as doping and drug testing.
The lifter on the platform right now is Claudia Chaloner, and Claudia is a doctorate in physical therapy specializing in movement and rehabilitation. She's 152.5 kilos on the bar, very close to her personal best, very nice and controlled. All the way down, all the way up, 3 white lights. So she is moving ahead, and she's in the 63 kilo class. Next up is going to be Dr. Rory Alter.
We've got Maria coming up, 2 lifters out, so I'm going to take off. She's attempting a world record, so I need to go sit on the jury.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to stay out there because I'm expecting, Susie's put in 156.5 to chip that record that her and Liz are both going for out by another half hour.
So what does, if Liz set the record at the in Australia or New Zealand, was it?
New Zealand.
Okay. What did we set it? What was it set to?
I think it was set to 156.
Okay. So and under world record standards, you can chip it by half a kilo. So we are looking for that. Roy Alter on the platform, 72 kilos. 72 kilo class, 162.5 kilos on the bar, and 3 white lights.
Yeah, it is definitely easy for her. She's definitely her personal best. What did I say it was before, Kathy? It's 165.
I believe it was.
I think she's going to go ahead of that. I think again she took a 10 kilo, 22 pound jump from 152.5 to 162.5. I think she's oh wow. She only took the 2.5 kilo jump to tie her personal best. I find that interesting. That looked really easy.
Katie Rutherford is the lifter on the platform. She too is lifting in the 72 kilo class. She is at 175 kilos. This is 385 pounds. She's our hometown person, lifting from Columbus, Ohio. So she has a lot of family out in the audience cheering her on.
Listen, I don't know if you guys...
3 white lights on that.
I don't know if you guys can hear that crowd out there, but they went crazy for Katie. All right, Maria T is up from Canada.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first world record that's going to be attempted here at the 2017 Slingshot Pro American hosted by USA Powerlifting. Maria T of Newfoundland out of Canada is going to be attempting 178.5 kilos, 393 pounds. What makes this challenging and interesting, ladies and gentlemen, she's only in the 63 kilo class, which means that she must weigh less than 138 pounds. If you're here in the U.S., less than 138 pounds. She is doing just under 400. The bar is ready. We've got the referees in the chairs as well as on the platform. For those of you who are at home, whenever you have a world record, you're required to have referees from 3 different countries sitting in the chairs on the platform. So you cannot have all of your countrymen watching that particular lift because it is a world record. You want international referees sitting in the chairs. Down she goes, comes back up.
Wow.
Basically, the speed down equaled the speed up, and she did an awesome job. 3 white lights.
That was
brand new world record.
That was so easy for her. Absolutely amazing. Now Alicia Webb's up 192.5, 424 pounds.
Here's a replay on this world record here. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wow. The time on the way down equaled the time on the way up. That was just absolutely awesome. Alicia Webb out of Atlanta, Georgia, 3-time national champion representing the U.S. on the Classic World Team. Maria T has asked for a second world record. Well, when it's only on your second attempt that you're getting a world record, the next one is going to be one as well. So on our third attempts, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking for 2 additional world records already.
All right, so Alicia Webb opened at 177.5. She was good. She's jumped to 15-kilo jump, 33 pounds, to 192.5 for 424 pounds. And here is Alicia Webb.
And that smile says everything. She knew that it was good. 3 white lights. When you know that you have done a really good job, that smile, it does not have to wait for the referee lights in order to know that you did a good job on that.
So Alicia there, her American record squat is 200 kilos. So to exceed that, since this is an international meet, you cannot chip or add half kilos to it. She has to go a full 2.5 kilos to reset the American record. That means if she wants to do that, she has to put in 202.5 right here.
Another 10 kilos
Another
up.
10 kilos up. So it's another 22 pounds. Let's see where she goes for. But right now we have Danielle Mello up at 195 kilos, 429 pounds.
And Danielle is also lifting in the 84-kilo class. Signal to squat from Chief Referee Glenn Moore from Ontario, Canada, Ontario Province, Canada. 3 white lights for Daniela Mello at 195, and that was our heaviest squat. Rolling over, we're starting third attempt squats now.
And again, when you're saying that's our heaviest squat, that's 429 pounds.
Yes.
195 kilos. So it's not like saying it's our heaviest squat and it's 217 pounds. It's a big, big squat by any standard.
Absolutely.
All right, back to the top of the order now for Lisa Rothman. Remember, she took her 107.5 opener, missed it on depth.
Right.
And then took her 115 and was close on that too. She's now taking a 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds, to 125 kilos, 275. So we're going to see what she's going to do right here.
And she's our lightest competitor in the only one in the 47-kilo class. She's fighting for it, and
all right.
That was a no lift. She was not able to come up with.
See, and here's what happened on that, because I'm looking at her personal best. Her personal best Masters American record was 122.5. She came in with her plan for 125 to reset that Masters record on her third. How do you feel about coming in to hit a number, Kathy, in a meet?
I think that whenever you're coming into any meet, every meet is going to be different. And you come in with a game plan because that's what your goal is, that's what your training was structured for. However, you still have to make adjustments because how did cutting weight affect you? How is the meet environment affecting you? And other situations. So you still need to make adjustments there. You can't always just stay with the plan. Right now, Tina Donishman is on the platform out of California. And this is 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
Now, I was incorrect earlier. I said that Tina was number 21 on our list of all-time top 25 Wilks. That was wrong. That was last year. That was last year. This year, she's number 10.
There you go.
She was number 21 last year in 2015. This year in 2016, she's number 10. Jessica Shea Edwards is next up. She placed third in the Arnold Classic last year in the 63-kilo open. Her best ever is 135. So she tied that, her personal best, on her second attempt. She's trying to bump it up by 5 kilos to her third.
Yep.
So this is 140 kilos, 308 on the bar. She's lifting in the 57-kilo class. Down.
Wow.
Up.
I think that's a new personal best there for her right there. Let's see what the referees say.
3 white lights.
3 white lights. Can't deny it. Cannot deny it. All right, coming up right now, we have Melissa Irwin. She was good at 130. went up 7.5 kilos to 137.5. Now took a 5 kilo, 11-pound jump to 142.5 kilos, 314 pounds for 63 kilo Melissa Irwin. So she set her personal best coming in was 135. She set it on her second at 137.5 by 2.5 kilos, 6 pounds, and now she's really looking to reset that record. This will give her a 7.5 kilo PR right here.
And put it way down there, and if she just finishes it out, the depth was so absolutely there.
Wow.
And she got a red light on the left hand from one referee, and it looks like it was a red card for depth.
Yes, it does look like a red card. And, you know, Kathy, I kind of see that. That it was because that side, to me, looked a little bit different. That was a little higher than the other side. So I can't argue with it. Hey, and 2-1 is all you need, especially on a third attempt. Take that, go home, take your personal best, 7.5 kilos, and be happy you came here to the Arnold Sports Festival.
Absolutely. So next up is Ashley Svenby. Ashley is out of Massachusetts. She's lifting in the 57 kilo class, and she came, and 57 kilos is 125 pounds. She opened with her personal best, 135, bumped it up by 5 kilos to 140, and she's bumped it up another 5 to 145 kilos, 319 pounds on the bar at a body weight of 125. Dropped it in, powered it back out, waiting for the chief. Three white lights.
There we go.
So she's 3 for 3.
That is absolutely awesome. Alrighty, next up, Samantha Calhoun. She was good at 140. All right, we're looking at a replay here of Ashley. Kathy, you want to give us a kind of little expert opinion here of that?
What can I say except she had tremendous speed on the way down, tremendous speed turning it back around. It was almost like rubber bands were attached to that bar and pulling it back up.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Gravity did not exist for a moment in that lift.
It did not.
All right, so Samantha Calhoun's coming up here. She was good at 140, 7.5 kilo jump to 147.5.
Which is her PB.
Which is her PB. Now 5 kilo, 11-pound jump to 152.5, 336 for Samantha Calhoun.
Signal to squat by the chief referee.
And let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. I like all the green on that board, Kathy.
It is looking really good. Really good.
I like green. And for those of you that can't see the scoreboard, obviously green means good lift.
Good lift, yes. Exactly. So really quickly about Samantha, she placed third at our Classic Nationals in 2016. We had over 1,000 lifters that competed in a 4-day competition with multiple platforms, but to have 1,000 lifters at our national championship, it speaks to how the sport is across every age, every weight class, and both genders.
Oh, yeah.
So we have everyone who's competing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn now. Suzanne Hartwig-Gary. Susie Hartwig-Gary is on the platform at this time. She is attempting 156.5, which is a world open squat record for 52 kilos. 52 kilos equals 114 pounds. So this is just absolutely huge. This is 3 times her body weight. This is 345 pounds on her back at a body weight of less than 114.
And she is a master's lifter.
Which means that she is over 40.
And she just keeps coming and getting better.
Oh, she had that smile going, saying she had it, and then it slowed down just a little bit.
So close, close. All right, Claudia Chaloner is up now. All right, so she's in position to get her. If she nails this, she gets her personal best. She opened at 145, 7.5 kilo jump to 152.5, really smart. And then a 5 kilo jump, 11 pounds to 157.5, 347 pounds to break her personal best by 2.5 kilos, 6 pounds. Claudia Chaloner.
And Claudia is one of those who is also relatively new to powerlifting, only started in August of 2015. And the fact that you can actually pinpoint the month and the year, and just less than a year and a half later, she is lifting here at the Arnold Sports Festival, which is an invite only to the Pro American, is pretty darn spectacular. It tells you the quality of lifters that we are seeing at our Classic Nationals.
It is amazing numbers. You're seeing numbers put up classic or raw, basically with no equipment now, that are as good as the equipped numbers were 15 years ago, 10, 15 years. It is absolutely amazing, some of these numbers.
Wow, she is just an absolute technician, and she did not give up on that. And the smile on her face is absolutely everything, and it's 3 white lights to reward her for that really excellent effort. So when the bar starts to slow down a little bit, it's very easy for us to slow down and not want to continue on. But she did not give up on herself. She did not give up on the lift. Finished it out, got a new personal best of 157.5, and she has 3 good squats. Rory Alter out of New York. Her best ever. She's going to be tying her best ever. She is a physical therapist.
And she's a physical therapist that concentrates on physiotherapy and sports.
Right.
So she's not just I hate to say average, but she goes above and beyond. With everything she does, it's above and beyond with her lifting and in her professional career. So Rory Alter's up now, 165 kilos, 363 pounds.
Ties that personal best, got 3 white lights, and she is just such a technician. It is really awesome. She is so consistent with what she does.
And she looked so much more solid on that third. And here we go again on the instant replay. She looked so much more solid on this third 165 than she did on her second at 162.5.
Exactly.
6 pounds heavier, and she looks better.
Katie Rutherford, Columbus, Ohio, hometown favorite. She's lifting up next. She's going to be going for the 180, her personal best. She was the 2014 Junior National Champion at Classic Nationals. Every year, our Classic Nationals, Raw Nationals, has increased in the number of people that have been able to achieve the minimum qualifying total. Katie gets the signal to squat. Big breath. Speed down. Stayed with it. No smile yet. No smile yet.
3 white lights. 3 white lights.
And she looks, and just the slightest smile, and she looked more like she was relieved than anything. Okay, world record. World record. Maria T. from Newfoundland, out of Canada, going for 181. She's lifting in the 63 kilo class. This is 399 pounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's a gentleman's 400 if you want. She weighs less than 138.
That is just an amazing number. It's an amazing number. I mean, you're talking, where is she with her body weight right now? Oh, my goodness gracious.
Actually, ladies and gentlemen, I take that back. She did not weigh less than 138. She barely weighs 126 pounds.
So this is a 3 times body weight squat here for her.
Signal. Down she goes. In the bottom. She is powering it up. She is not giving up. Oh, my gosh. This was spectacular.
That is amazing. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. That was just amazing. Just amazing. I hope that we get a chance to see that again. Here we go. USA Powerlifting. Down she goes, and she just buries it down there. Little slow out of the back, just continues to move and power it out. Does not give up. Continues to commit to that. That was spectacular. Daniela Mello is going to be the first one up at 197.5, and then right after that's going to be Alicia Webb. Now, Alicia and Daniela are 1, they're lifting in the 84 kilo class, and 2, they are almost equal on body weight. They weighed in at 83.78 and 83.5. So it is going to come down to finessing every single lift, bench, deadlift. Every single lift is going to count when you're building the total against each other.
And remember,
and the Wilks.
You're competing by Wilks, right? So the lighter you can come in, even within your own weight class, it helps your scoring, because the lighter you are, you get more points for lifting the same weight.
Daniela was on her way up. She was doing a great job powering it up, and then she got to the sticking point. And Tom McLaughlin did a study back in the early 80s, And what they found was you don't necessarily lose the bar at the bottom. It's about about 30 degrees, 45 degrees above parallel when you're doing the transition between the quads and the hamstring is when you lose it. So it's not at the bottom, it's on the way up, and it's above parallel is when you start to lose it.
Interesting.
All right, Alicia Webb is going to be the final squat for the first flight, for the first group. She is also going at 197.5. She is the lighter lifter in the 84 kilo class. She has been on 3 classic national teams, both as an open lifter as well as a Masters 1.
Yeah, and so she's under, her personal best is 440, but she's taking now 197.5, 435. I think she's trying to win this thing and put numbers up on the board. She's not trophy hunting. She's trying to win the meet. All right. She obviously didn't have that 200, so it was a good selection.
And that goes back to a question you had asked earlier. When you come in, you do have your game plan. You do have what you're planning on attempting, but you have to still be able to modify it. You have to be able to adjust based on how did I do on body weight? How did I feel after weighing in? How is the competition going? How did warm-ups go?
Right.
You know, some people have had difficulty with warm-ups. I'd like to do a really quick shout-out while we change over from Flight A to Flight B. And first up is going to be Bill Tenerelli. He was our 2016 Raw National Champion. His best squat is 182.5. He's opening at 180. He is relatively new to USA Powerlifting. And when we say that he won his weight class at the Raw National Championships in USA Powerlifting, it's significant because he was one of those who was invited to our prime time. We had 4 days of competition with 4 to 5 platforms, 5 platforms on the first day, 4 platforms, but at night we would have a single platform. It was our best of the best even then, and they were highlighted, and Bill Tenerelli was one of those who was there for that.
Well, I mean, you got coming up now, you got Tenerelli coming up now, and then you got Shorty Sadang right behind him. Mm-hmm. Bill owns the American record in the total. Yes. Shorty had tied him afterwards. So it's going to be a battle right here between these two of these. You got 259 kilos going against each other, and that's a good lift for Bill at 180 kilos. All right, Shorty's up now at 182.5. So you see he's already playing one up.
He is, but what's interesting is Shorty Sadang's, who's out of California, his best squat ever is 197.5. So he's actually opening 15 kilos less than his best.
Correct.
Whereas Bill, his best is 182.5.
Yep.
So he's opening very close to it.
Right.
So every single, and it was last year at the World University Cup, the announcers from Ohio State University, who are our spotters and loaders on the platform today, they were saying you don't build a lift, you build a total, and every single one counts.
It's not about home runs, it's about singles and doubles, right? You gotta get in the. Wow.
Okay, that was almost a pause, or did he go back down? And
wow.
I'm not really sure about that lockout. So let's see what those referees say.
No.
The 2 side referees.
2 sides got blue cards.
And the 2 cards gave him blue cards, which means that the bar went back down. The bar as a whole went back down.
And I think that, I mean, he was significantly under his personal best. It was just a mistake. It was just, a technical mistake within that. I don't think it was a mistake with the attempt selection.
And we're welcoming Nathan Baxter back with us after he sat out there to watch for those 3 world records.
I have a new favorite squatter.
Yes.
Maria T. from Canada. How impressive was that?
There you go. There you go. All right, Zaw Tahiya's up. USA 182.5 opener, 402 pounds. And his best is 202.5, so he opens well within that. That was a very, very easy opener.
So, Elliot, we have some news regarding the the rogue stage in the
Yes, sir.
52-kilo women's world record.
Yes.
If Susie Hardwick-Gary had have got that 156.5, it wouldn't have counted as a world record.
Because
anyway.
Liz already hit it.
Liz had already done 157. That's a 52-kilo woman squatting 157 kilos, 399 pounds.
That is crazy. All right, Jesse Moores. Moores is up 200 kilos, 440 on the bar, opening attempt. And we have some good lifters coming up in this flight. These are two amazing flights. If you don't know some of these names, get used to some of these names, find out who they are. Right now, Jesse Moore is up 200 kilos, 440-pound opener.
And Jesse is from Ontario, Canada.
There you go. He didn't look like he didn't look happy, but it looked easy and good and simple and
A lot of control. The spotters and loaders are just moving everything really, really along. This is Leonard Jones, also in the 66-kilo class, or 145 pounds, if you would. Ladies and gentlemen, USA Powerlifting was originally conceived by Brother Bennett in 1981 and incorporated, and I was fortunate enough to be at the Women's Nationals when he pitched the idea to the women's group in 1982, and yes, you can do the math and figure out how many years ago that was. But I was present when Brother Bennett proposed the idea of having drug testing at powerlifting, and it was received very favorably, very positively by a lot, and others were not so as enthusiastic. And as a result, ADFPA, the American Drug-Free Powerlifting Association, was developed.
And that is, 3 reds there for right there.
3 reds, and all 3 of them indicate that they were for depth
depth,
for Leonard Jones at 202.5.
One of the referees also gave a yellow card. I'm not sure. It may have just been a mistake, but had a red and a yellow. So,
well, on these particular controllers, it is very deliberate. You have to be deliberate on what you choose, and the controllers, the signals for the different colors are not close together.
But I'll tell you what, the Scott Dobbins designs and produces those. He's a junior world champion, a 900-plus pound squatter. Great kid. He is throwing our collegiate nationals down at Texas A&M.
Very deliberate setup here from Daniel, trying to wind in as tight as he can to get that bar firmly positioned on his back.
And Daniel is also from Ontario, Canada. We've got 4 lifters this morning from Ontario, or rather from Canada.
Buries it deep. Wow, that's a very easy
all of them
opener right
so
there.
consistent.
Good lifting.
All right, Josiah Harris is up now to 12.5 kilos, 468 pounds.
Josiah is he's active duty military at this time.
What branch is he?
I don't know at this time, but I do know that he is active duty military, and his best squat is 227.5. He holds the military records.
Okay. And he did compete at military nationals next year, which is the meet usually follows the week after the Arnold. And so next week it will be at Killeen, Texas, Fort Hood. Johnny Graham is the meet director, and we'll be down there for the military nationals.
Josiah Harris on the platform. He's lifting in the 74-kilo class. And for all of those who serve in our active duty military services, we say thank you.
I'm not sure if that was deep enough, Elliot. What do you think?
I don't know. It wasn't good. That was just tough. There you go. 3 white lights.
That's really taking it out of the referee's hands, isn't it? Make it absolutely clear that you've hit depth, stand up strong. It's easy to referee guys like that.
You know, as all the moms and the dads in the back of the room know it's good, it's good.
It's good.
Yeah. All righty. Keith McConey's up, 220 kilos, 485. He is just an amazing lifter. I mean, I don't know what else to say about that. I mean, his American record is 242 and a half, so we're probably going to see a shot at that. And this guy does not warm up. He literally takes like 3 singles to warm up for the meet.
Yeah. A little bit of foam rolling, stands around, super cool guy, very calm lifter.
And he had, up until a couple of weeks ago, really long braided hair. It was kind of cool hair. And now, look at him.
I didn't recognize him.
No, a lot of people have said they did not. He is now aerodynamic, ready to try and squat and extend his American record.
Look at that.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just so easy right there. 3 white lights. My goodness gracious. He makes 485 pounds look like there's absolutely nothing on the bar. Absolutely nothing. All right, Scott Sullivan's up now, 220 kilos, 485.
Scott is out of Minnesota, and he holds the 74 kilo class record in Minnesota. His best ever is 235 in squat. He's opening a conservative 15 kilos below that.
There you go. Nice, another nice easy open. A good attempt selection right there.
Yep. Sawyer Yandel's up now. He is the junior American record holder in the squat. He's opening at 225, 496. His junior American record squat is 245 kilos. We have up on the board his best is 240, but it says when I looked in the database to look it up, it said 245. All right, so he's 11 pounds more. What is it?
230.5.
Wow.
There we go. Up and down. Very easy. Very smooth. He likes it. He's happy with that opening attempt.
Oh, yeah, it was easy. Very easy for Sawyer. Now, hold the presses. We've got Stephen Cassioli up from Canada. He is the world record holder in the squat right now. His world record is 245.5.
Right.
He's opening at 5:01, 227 and a half.
Okay, so this goes back to attempt selection. He holds the world record, 245.5, but he is opening 20 kilos below that at 227.5 to get in the meet. He's got a good lift.
All right.
The first goal is make your body weight. The second goal is get in the meet, because you can't have the records if you fail to have a successful lift. So get that first lift in. That's really important. So now that he's got that in, he can adjust the second attempt. He can adjust that third attempt on those numbers and make those choices and make sure he's going for that other world record. Next up is going to be Adrian Knox of Trinidad, and he won the 74 kilo class. At the North American, he won the 74 kilo class at the North American Powerlifting Championship. And good lift.
All right, so Keith McConey has put in 247.5, which would exceed the existing world record of 245.5.
Right.
And that's a squat world record that's changed hand a few times over the last 18 months. I know JP Couchy back in Australia is very interested in this. I'm going to take off again to go sit on the jury, and I can't wait to see the back and forth between Stephen and Keith for this squat world record.
Oh, it's going to be awesome because they're both, Keith is going to sit it now and Stephen can come back and take it from him.
So they're changing out. They're moving up to second attempt squats for the second group. And I would just like to really quickly talk about USA Powerlifting. We are a drug-tested federation in that we do test at every single level, whether it's a state level, national, and all of our internationals. We do out-of-meet testing. We do in-meet testing. We follow the World Anti-Doping Agency's guidelines, WADA guidelines, which is similar to what the International Olympic Committee follows. Last year, we did over 1,900 drug tests. Going to stop right there, talk about Shorty Sadang, who's on the platform. He's put 182.5 on the bar for his second attempt, buried it. He got 3 white lights this time, whereas the first time he had 3 red lights, and all 3 of those referees had indicated for depth. So he is in the meet. Every single person has a successful squat.
Yep.
So we are continuing on to have everyone, so all of the world records that have been set will be good, and that's what we're going to go with. Is we are looking forward to seeing all world records that are set be successful because all lifters are staying in the meet. On the platform is Bill Tenorelli, our 59 kilo class winner from the 2016 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia. Gets a signal from Chief Referee Glenn Moore from Canada. He's got 190 kilos on the bar, puts it down there, really great speed down, and then starting back up. And we've got 3 white lights, so that is good. The number of lifters at this stage, at this elite level, that are going 3 for 3 on their attempts is
amazing.
Just fantastic.
It's amazing. You're seeing tons of green. You watch an entire flight where there's only 1 or 2 missed attempts, which is just amazing. Now, talking about missed attempts, Shorty missed his 182 and retook it to make it.
Right.
All right. So we've only got 2 misses in this flight. Leonard Jones missed 202.5, and instead is taking a 10 kilo, 22-pound jump to 212.5. 2 very different theories, 2 very different philosophies. We'll see how it works out. But right now, Zaltahia's up 182.5. He was good. Went up 10 kilos to 192.5. 22 more pounds to 424. Zal, take it away.
Really an upright stance, and it is a good lift with 3 white lights. So what you were talking about in the increase with Leonard Jones going up was very similar to what we saw with Lisa Rothman. She went from the 107.5 to the 115. She was successful at the 115. So I'm sure that he has a game plan and he's sticking to it. Next up is Jesse Moores from Canada. And Jesse is from Ontario, and his best.
All right, so he's up at 210, 463 kilos. He was good at 200 kilos, 440, taking that 10 kilo jump, 22 pounds to 463. And that's a pretty good jump, Kathy, that 10 kilo. And I mean good, as in a good attempt selection.
That's usually a pretty standard choice.
Especially in
10 to 12 kilos.
Especially in classic lifting, you see that
Absolutely.
a lot more. You're taxing the limits
Down
of the body.
And comes back up.
All right.
And it was a good lift for Jesse Moores.
All right, so now we're going to see what happens right here with Leonard Jones coming up. He missed the 202.5, went up to 10 kilos, 22 pounds to 212.5, 468 pounds. So if he comes out here and nails this thing, then it's a good choice. Again, if he misses this, he's really put himself in a hole because he's got to get his 3rd squat in just to register a total in this meet.
Well, let's just, you know what, let's just focus only on this attempt at this time because this is the one that he's on the platform on. We're not going to worry about third attempt. If it's my lifter, I'm telling him this is the only lift you need to be thinking about right now. Oh, he went down, started back up, and then the bar went back down again on him. So he has missed that at 212.5.
Yeah, and again, so now he took that 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds after missing that, and he is in a significant hole.
He is. He definitely is.
He is digging the hole faster than he can fill it in.
So Daniel Ramilla is from Ontario, Canada. His personal best is 220 kilos. This is only 2.5 kilos below that, but he opened pretty conservative at 205 and then went to 217.5. So what he's setting himself up to do is to either match or go better than that PB, that personal best of 220.
Oh, yeah. 205, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. It's pretty healthy there. 217.5, 479 pounds for Daniel Ramella from Canada. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Every single one of the Canadian lifters has been super impressive. Good lift. Josiah Harris is the next lifter up. His best squat is 227.5, and he is active duty military as well.
All right, so he was good at 212.5. Took a very conservative 5 kilo, 11 pound jump to 217.5, 475 pounds for Josiah Harris. And you see two very different philosophies between Ramella, who lifted before him, who took a 12.5 kilo jump, versus Josiah, took a more conservative 5 kilo, 11 pound jump from 212.5 to 217.5, 479 right now for Josiah Harris.
And he is significantly below his best ever, which is 227.5. So he is lifting conservatively, but he's lifting very well. And very definite knee lock so that he can get the signal from the referees. That means he doesn't get the signal any earlier than when he needs to, when he is absolutely ready. Starts to power it up. Great speed on the weight up. And it's good lift.
That is good.
Good lift.
Is very good. So again, different philosophies, both successful. Both have the same squat attempt on the board between Ramella and Harris of 217.5. They've gotten there different ways, but they're both in the same place right now. All right, up now, Scott Sullivan, good at 220, 10 kilo, 22-pound jump to 230 kilos, 507 for Scott Sullivan.
And Scott Sullivan's best squat ever is 235, and he took second at the 2013 Raw Nationals and then fourth at the 2015 Raw Nationals. He holds he holds 5 junior Minnesota State records at this time.
All right, so here he comes out. Scott Sullivan, 230 kilos, 507 for a guy that weighs under 164 pounds. 507.
Scott Sullivan out of Minnesota at the USA Powerlifting Slingshot Pro American here at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival.
That is a 3-time bodyweight squat that looked like a warm-up.
It looked, but that looked under control. Steven Casciolo holds the current world record at 245.5 kilos.
All right, so he's setting himself up, it looks like, to kind of smoke this. I predict this will be kind of an easy-looking lift for him right here, and he's setting himself up for that third attempt, but you've got to make your second to bridge from your first to your third so that you have an opportunity. You have to make lifts. As you were saying before, it's not about what you get, it's about building the total. Right, Kathy?
It is. Every single lift counts. Set. Signal the squat. Here we go. Down, up.
See what referees say here. And 2 to 1.
And it was a good decision.
2 to 1.
So 237.5.
It was 2 to 1.
Okay, this is a junior world record, if I remember correctly. Sawyer Yandel. This is 240 kilos. Right now, the current junior world record is 230.5 kilos.
Wow.
So
wow.
He is just literally, I mean, if there is a way to describe this, he is blowing this record out of the water, because this is almost 10 full kilos higher than the current world record that he already holds.
But this is under his personal best, because you can only set world records in international competition.
Exactly.
And there you go. And so it's interesting that
okay, let's see what those lights.
So it's
3 white lights. So let's see. Can we see that again?
So it's interesting that sometimes and oftentimes you'll have a national record, whether it's British, whether it's American, that exceeds the world record, because you must be in international competition, either regional or world championship, to set a record. And this is one of the places that you can do it. One of the few places in the world that you can come and set a world record here at the Arnold Sports Festival.
Absolutely. Next up, Keith McHoney. Keith holds the American record at over the world record, I believe, at over 600 pounds.
This is a world record attempt, according to Gino right here. Let me check.
No, it's not. Yes, it is. This is a world record attempt. This is the world record stands at 245.5 right now. So Keith has put in a solid 247. Let's watch the speed. He usually goes down, buries it.
Okay. All right. So he was trying to take Stephen Cassioli's record from Canada. He set it at 245.5. So he was trying to take that at 247.5. He went up a full 2 kilos. Stephen's third attempt, as I was alluding to before, he put in for 248 because he wanted to be able to. He knew at that point that Keith already had it in 247.5. If Keith made that, he still wanted to be able to take that world record on his third. So instead of being able to go 246 to break his own, he had to figure Keith was going to make it. So go at 248.
Hold the presses, ladies and gentlemen. Hold the presses. We are watching these numbers get put in for the third attempts. Okay, here's the situation that we've got right now. Sawyer Yandel, Keith McHoney, and Stephen Cassioli are all in the 66 kilo class, and they're all chasing that world record.
Yeah, we're looking for 3 world record attempts in a row.
And right now we're finishing up with Adrian Knox, who's in the 74 kilo class, finishing out the second attempts with 3 white lights. He is 2 for 2 on that, 6 for 6 white lights, finishing out really strong, and he has the last lift in that group. We are moving to third attempt squats. So let me say this again. We have 3 lifters in the 66 kilo class. Keith McHoney of the United States, Stephen Cassioli of Canada, Sawyer Yandel, who is also a junior lifter, who just set the junior world record at 240 kilos. He held it before at 230.5. We are going to have 3 consecutive world record attempts, starting with Keith McHoney at 247.5, because currently, right now, the world record stands at 245.5. Keith is going to be trying to set it at 247.5. Then Stephen has bumped it to 248. Then it has been bumped up by Sawyer Yandel at 248.5. So each one is trying to chip it by half a kilo. We have got a spectacular 66 kilo battle for world record in this flight alone.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, Kathy.
Shorty Sedang up on the platform, our lightest lifter at 59 kilos, 190 pounds, 190 kilos, 418. Now, he missed it on his opener with depth, did his repeat at 182 on his second attempt, and then bumped it up on his third, and he was not successful on his third attempt. The most important thing to remember, he's in the meet.
Right, he's in the meet. He can register a total. He can still win. but it looks like from just looking at his attempt, and I don't know, obviously I don't know what's in his head, what's in Shorty's head or his coach's head, but it looks like he was coming in to try to take on head-to-head and beat the great Bill Tenorelli, all right, who's attempting to go 3 for 3. He went 180, 10-kilo jump to 190, 22 pounds, 5-kilo jump, 11 pounds to 195 kilos, 429 for Bill Tenorelli. He's taken everything Shorty's thrown at him. Let's see if he hits this here and takes a significant lead going into the bench press.
Oh, my goodness. Wow, what a great fight.
Wow.
Great fight. Way
Wow.
to not give up. Way to continue to go on with that.
Now, and
3 white lights.
So he is 12 and a half kilos up right now. He is going to need every bit of that going into the bench press because Shorty is opening 20 kilos more in the bench press for 44 pounds. Now, Bill comes back and he's a better deadlifter, but it shifts, the power shifts. So that was a really smart attempt. Bill might have had 200 in him today or even 2025, but that 195 put him in position that he can then even him in the bench press and minimize Shorty's advantage where he normally has a big advantage over him in the bench press.
Absolutely.
By attempt selection, Shorty took his strength, the bench press, and neutralized it and handed it over, handed the keys to the car to Bill Tenorelli.
Not yet. Not yet.
Zaltahia is up now.
Not yet. He hasn't handed the keys over yet, and the reason why is at the end of the day, it's that total that matters, not the subtotal.
That is correct, but you got to build it. And right now,
Yep.
Bill
Okay,
is
right
building
now,
a better house.
Zaltahia is on the platform, 200 kilos, 440 pounds.
2 reds.
It was 2 reds, and
reds
both
for
of
depth.
them both of the
For depth.
referees held up red cards or gave a red signal that it was, and that is always for depth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get behind Leonard Jones here. Opened at 202.5. Missed it on depth. Went up to 212.5. Wasn't able to come up with it. He's repeating at 212.5. We are really wanting him to get this.
And his second attempt with this did not look solid in the least. So let's hope he comes in here. I mean, I want him to do it. I want him to get this. I want him to get a total. He's trained for a year to be here. He's come here. He's traveled. He's spent money. Let's get it, Leonard.
Well, he stood up with it. I really don't know if he had the necessary depth for that.
Oh, man.
And all 3 red lights.
3 reds.
So that is our first lifter who was not successful with having with 3 no lifts.
All right, but right now we got coming up, we got the rest of the flight coming up right now.
Right now it's Jesse Moore is out of Canada. 215 kilos is his best ever squat, and that's what he's called for on the bar.
All righty. And hang on, guys, we got some haymakers being thrown right after this, but Jesse Moore's up 200, 440 kilos, then 210, then taking a 5-kilo jump, 11 pounds to 215, 474 pounds for Jesse Moore's in his third attempt squat. Wow, he got a little forward on that, and that looks, wow, I think, here we go, 3 for 3, there you go. That's the way to do it. We got a lot of whites up in here right now, so it is good. We got a lot of white lights. There's green up on the board. Everybody's smiling. Daniel Ramella's up there. He was good at 205, took a massive 12-kilo jump to 217.5, and now took a more conventional 5-kilo, 11-pound jump to 222.5 kilos, 490 for Dan Ramella from Canada. And there he goes, pacing like a caged panther, coming up to the bar. Dan Ramella, 222.5 kilos, 490. So he's really digging that. He's pushing up on that ER rack. He's really driving that bar into his shoulders. You really kind of need to pull that bar down. See how he's kind of pulling it into his shoulders. And let's see what the referees say, but I'm saying 3 for 3 in the squat. And there you go, 3 white lights. All right, moving down to Josiah Harris, good at 212.5. 5 kilo, 11-pound jump to 217.5. Taking a 10-kilo jump now to 227.5. 10 kilos, 22 pounds to 227.5. 501. This is going to tie his personal best squat. And again, these guys are in here. They're fighting. They're all fighting against each other by Wilks, which is by formula. Okay, a complex formula, and these guys are battling for supremacy and checks. This is a big deal. This is a pro meet. We're here. All right. So right now, Josiah Harris is up 227.5, 501. Josiah Harris to tie his personal best in the squat. Down, up. All right, so he'll get credit for his second attempt of 217.5. Up now, Scott Sullivan, USA, good with 220, 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds to 230 kilos. Now a 5-kilo jump, 11 pounds to 235, 518, Scott Sullivan. This is some amazing lifting here, Kathy. Absolutely amazing lifting. All right, Scotty Sullivan here, 235, 518.
Scott's squat of 235 kilos, 518, is tying his personal best. He is out of Minnesota, holds many of their deadlift records, and looking at his deadlift, his opening deadlift of 260 kilos, that seems to be like his favorite. Minnesota is one of our really strong states in USA powerlifting. Wow, buried it deep, stayed with it, did not slow down. That was fantastic.
That is amazing. That is
3
amazing.
wide lights.
Easy.
That was just absolutely awesome. And whenever you have a lifter who just executes like that, it just shows everybody, hey, this is how you're supposed to do it. So here we've got Keith McHoney. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first of 3 world record attempts at squat in the 66-kilo class. So literally it's whoever ends up with the good lift, the highest number, they're going to own the new world record here at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival Slingshot Pro American put on by USA Powerlifting. Keith McHoney is kicking us off at 247.5 kilos. The current world record, Elliot, is
245.5. So he's exceeding it by 2 kilos or 4.4 pounds. So right now he's called for 247.5, 545 for Keith McHoney. And this is just the start of an amazing journey of these 3 attempts. Let's see it, Keith McHoney.
Here we go. Big breath. And he finishes it out. Okay, he was able to stand up. Let's see what the lights say. Oh my goodness.
Red and a blue. Red and a blue.
Okay, we're seeing this again.
Take a look at this.
So the red card is because they did not meet the standard in the rules, which is the crease of the thigh at the top surface of the leg or the top surface of the hip joint at the the top surface of the leg at the hip joint has to go below the top of the knee. That is the way it is actually said in the rule book, so he did not go deep enough. Next up is Stephen Cassioli. He is the current world record holder.
He's the current world record holder at 245.5. He was kind of forced to take this 248 to extend his own world record because of Keith McConey's second of 247.5. So he could go up by a half kilo, 247.5 to 248. So now here we go. Steve Cassioli, you hear he's got a lot of fans here. 248 kilos, world record attempt, 546. Let's go, Steven.
And the audience out there is cheering on every single one of these world records, supporting them as they come out and try their best. Nice, solid setup. Chief referee Glenn Moore gives a signal to squat. Down he goes. Stands up with convincing power, convincing strength on that. Let's see what the lights are.
And that is a world record, 2-1.
He now reset his world record from 245.5 to 248. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done. We are not done with our world record attempts. This is our third in 3 attempts. Sawyer Yandel said, okay, Stephen, you put in 248. I have to chip it by half a kilo, so I'm going to put in 248.5. This is our third world record open squat attempt.
You know, there's not many meets that you can see this. Even at a world championship, you are oftentimes not going to see world record attempt.
This is true. Now, Sawyer Yandel is not just setting the open world record, he's also setting the junior world record. He set that earlier on his second attempt with 240, which he owned previously at 230.5. So reset that by 10 kilos. This is another 8.5 kilo increase, added body weight of less than 145. 548 pounds on the bar, brings it down.
Wow.
He's coming and standing up. Let's see. Waitman,
it's
not our decision.
Oh, my goodness. And it's 3 white lights.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
And he knew it. If we do get a replay.
Here we go.
Eyes. Watch his eyes when he comes to lockout and completion. Watch him.
Big breath. Down he goes.
He comes up. Look at his eyes. Watch. Ready. Oh, look at that.
That was, wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, Adrian Knox, 240 kilos is his best ever. He is called, for 255 kilos. This is 15 kilos over his best ever. We're here at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival, the Slingshot Pro American, and he is going all out on what he can do. 15 kilos better than his best ever of 240. He opened at 237.5, then went to 250. Now he's up to 255.
And the lifters from Trinidad come here every year. They bring 1 to 2 to 3 lifters every single year. People love them because they have such personality. They're such strong lifters. Adrian Knox, 255.
And he is on his way up,
And that is 562. Adrian Knox. And that is a good lift.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our last squat for the morning. All 3 world records. Adrian Knox finishing it out from Trinidad Tobago. Successful with a new personal record. We're going to be breaking it down, changing it from squat to bench press. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be coming back after the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival with the Slingshot Pro American.
All right, let's rock and roll. All righty, here we go. Lisa Rothman up 62.5 kilos, 137.8 pounds. She was good on her squat. Best squat of 115 kilos. Here she goes, 62.5, 137.8. Lisa Rothman, USA. Wow, let's see what the referees say. It's hard to tell from video. That bar went straight up. And it's a good lift. There she goes. She's in the book. She's got a total. She's got a subtotal here. So now Susie Hartwig-Gary, 25-time national champion, 5-time world champion, 1 Open, 4 Masters, 3 times Arnold Raw champion of champions, 67.5 kilos, 148.8 for Susie Hartwig-Gary, coached by her husband, Matt Gary, who's in charge of the coaching committee of USA Powerlifting. And here goes Susie. And that's a very easy, very smart opener right there by Susie Hartwig-Gary, 67.5. She's got a personal best 77.5 in the classic division. All right, right up now, Claudia Chaloner from USA, 72.5 kilos, 159. She had a best squat of 157.5. She wants to come in here, hit this opener, establish a subtotal, and then let her rip. All right, Kathy, you want to take us into this now?
So Claudia is only opening 5 kilos below her best ever bench. Now, best bench press, especially for women, is one of those ones where you make small increases, small gains. It's almost all upper body, unless, of course, you're Jennifer Thompson, in which case you are just incredibly gifted and talented.
That's a
Claudia Chaloner. It was a very good lift.
Very good opener. All righty. Katie Rutherford's up now. She saw Claudia Chaloner take 72.5. She's got 72.5, 159 pounds for opener. She had a good squat of 180. She's going to try to hit this opener, set herself a subtotal, be in the meet. Here she goes. Her best bench is 182.5, 10 kilos or 22 pounds more. Let's go, Katie.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are still learning about powerlifting, in bench press, the lifter lays down on the bench. Their head, their shoulders, and their buttocks have to be in contact with the bench. Their feet must be flat on the floor. As Katie did, you bring the bar out of the rack. You wait for the chief referee to say start. You bring the bar down into your chest until it is visibly motionless. When it is visibly motionless, then the chief referee will give the signal to press, and then you press it to arm's length.
Now,
when it is completely at arm's length, then you get the signal to rack, and you must wait for each one of those signals. If you do not wait for those signals, it is a red light. It's a technical fault.
So Kathy, how long do you have to wait to give the press command once the bar is motionless on the chest?
When the bar is visibly motionless. There is no time frame on there in the rules. There is no 1 second, 2 second, 1 Mississippi. That is not in the rules. The rules specifically state that it is visibly motionless.
All right, Melissa Irwin up now, 75 kilos, 165. She was good at 142.5 on her squat opener. On her squat, best squat. All right, so there she goes. That's pretty easy. So, Kathy, basically what you're saying is it's almost instantaneous. As instantaneously as you notice that bar is motionless, that you can give that press command.
I don't think that anybody can say that it's instantaneous or
But within the rule, I'm saying we can't do it.
I would not say. What I would say is that if you are driving a car and you see something happen, it takes more than just an instant for you to be able to see it, observe it, process it in your mind, and then react to it. So even though the chief referee here is actually primed to give that press signal as soon as the bar is visibly motionless. They're anticipating the bar going down. They know what the lifter is supposed to be doing, and they know what their job is supposed to do. So when the bar goes down, they're waiting for it. They're looking for it to be visibly motionless. However, the chief referee should not jump ahead on that as well, because sometimes the bar is playing patty cake on the chest, or it doesn't touch the chest, or it's hovering, or it's drifting, and it's not motionless. When it's visibly motionless, then you can give the signal. So there's not a clock. It's not instantaneous, but you are prepared for it.
All right. Tina Danishman was up with 80 kilos and was good at 176. Ashley Svenby is up now, same 80 kilos, 176-pound opener. Looks very, very, very easy for her right there.
Samantha Calhoun is our next lifter. She's in the 63-kilo class. She's opening at 85 kilos, and she is relatively new to USA Powerlifting. Her best bench ever is 92.5 kilos. Following her, also in the 57-kilo class is going to be Jessica Shea Edwards.
So right now, I mean, you talked about this in the squats. You're trying to build a total, right? So you start an opener, you use your second as a bridge to kind of hit what you want to hit on your third. It's not trying to just take 3 attempts to get your highest.
No. Sometimes it's not always the strongest lifter who is on the top of the podium. It's sometimes the smartest lifter as well.
Yep.
That was a good lift for Ashley. Very convincing. Everyone is definitely choosing a very solid, good opening attempt. Jessica Shea Edwards is our lightest body weight opening this deep into the flight. And her best ever bench press is 90 kilos, which is what she's opening with.
Yeah, and so when you're looking at this now, if these people were at a local meet, a state meet, or just a smaller meet, they might be opening way more aggressively than this and make different choices. But because these are all elite lifters, it's not even holding back. They're just not pushing as much on this because they know they have to get lifts. They have to make as many lifts as possible to build that total, because one big lift is not going to win it for you in powerlifting. It's over time. You build it. You're building a house from the foundation. You do everything to it, and then you wind up with a winning total. And Shea Edwards looks good there at 90 kilos, 198.
At 57 kilos. And 57 kilos, ladies and gentlemen, is only 125 pounds. And she just did 198. Next up is going to be the brand new squat world record holder at 63 kilos, Maria T. from Canada. She's opening at 95 kilos. And her best ever is 103.
Yeah, and her squat, her 181 squat, 181 kilos, was a 3.15 times body weight squat, raw squat. Just amazing. Kathy, are you looking up the world record there in the bench?
Well, Jennifer Thompson seems to hold that.
Yeah, that's not in danger right now. So let's see, now they're adjusting
the foot blocks that she has requested.
Gotcha.
She's got the 5-centimeter foot blocks underneath her feet. Press down and lockout. Easy lockout.
Easy, easy, easy. All right, now Alicia Webb is up. She had a best squat of 192.5. She's opening at 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds. She has a personal best bench of 115. If she starts making attempts, she's well within range of exceeding that. But right now, she's got to hit her opener, 102.5, 226, to give her the opportunity to hit that personal best. Right now, here comes Alicia Webb.
Eric Curry getting set to give the handoff. Super easy.
There you go.
102.5, super easy. Rory Alter coming back. 105, 230.
105.
She is a physical therapist, and specifically she rehabilitates powerlifters. She's a 5-time national champion in the 72 kilo class.
She's got a personal best of 112.5. So again, if she makes this, she's trying to obviously exceed that here. She had a good squat of 165. And here we go with a 105 opener, 231 pounds for Rory Alter. And there you go. That's a nice, good-looking opener right there. Kathy, how do you personally try to pick your opening attempts? What's your theory on your own opening attempts?
To be honest, I'd really rather not talk about how I choose mine because I want it to be about them right now.
Daniela Mello's up 107.5, 237 pounds.
Now, all of the girls, you'll notice that Daniela Mello as well as Rory Alter, both of them had their hair down over their shoulders, just down. Now, for bench press, they actually have it pulled up in a ponytail. That's part of the rules. If your hair is so long that it will obscure the bench, which would prevent the referees from seeing that your head is flat on the bench, you have to have it up in a ponytail. This was a good lift for Daniela, so everyone has got a good, successful opening bench press on the board.
And we like green. We like to see green means good lifts. We love to see it. We love to see white lights. Right now, Lisa Rothman is good at 62.5. Took a 2.5 kilo jump, 65 kilos to 143. Lisa Rothman, USA.
Lisa did compete on our national team down in Killeen, Texas last year. And Lisa also, her hair was down when she was squatting. Her hair is also pulled up in that ponytail. Very narrow hand position on the grip.
Wow.
So unfortunately, she did not get the signal on. She
did not jump the signal.
I did not hear a press signal from the referee.
Neither did I. I thought she jumped it. And the way it failed looked like she jumped it. And you see that a lot of times, that bar just comes a little bit off the chest because I think that you know that you jumped it almost sometimes.
Jumped what?
Jumped the command. The press command.
I haven't done that.
I don't mean you. The euphemistic you. I know you haven't.
Okay.
All right, Susie Hartwig-Gary, 5-time world champion, 67.5 on her opener. Now she's going for 72.5, 159. Wow, that is easy. That is really, 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 really easy. All righty. Claudia Chaloner's up. 75 kilos on the bar. Opened with 72.5. Took a 2.5 kilo jump to 75 kilos, 165. She's a doctor of physical therapy, specializing in movement coaching, manual therapy, and sports rehab. Right now, Claudia Chaloner, 75 kilos, 165. Wow, that's a push there. The referees say she looked like she did a good job to save that lift there. There you go. Two out of three. That's all you need. All right, Katie Rutherford's up now, USA. She was good at 72.5. She's called for 5 kilos more, 11 pounds to 77.5 kilos, 170. And it looks like these guys right now from attempt selection, they're really just trying to build their totals and be solid and go 3 for 3 in the bench. That's what it looks like for most of these lifters here right now. All right, you see Katie Rutherford coming out. She's talking to Eric Curry, telling him exactly how she wants the handoff. That is within the rules. They're allowed to talk to the handoff person and tell them exactly what they want. Everybody's a little bit different. And Eric tries to adapt to those lifters. So here we go. Katie Rutherford, 77.5, 170 pounds. And that's a good lift. All right, and there's Melissa Irwin standing in the on-deck area with Matt Gary, head of the coaching committee. She was good at 75 kilos, 165 pounds. She took a 5-kilo, 11-pound jump to 176 pounds. Melissa Irwin, USA. All righty, good there at 80 kilos, 176 pounds. Now, Tina Danishman, good at 80 kilos, took a 5-kilo jump, 11 pounds to 187 for Tina Danishman.
So Tina, she's going to be tying her personal record of 85 kilos. She's lifting in the 52-kilo class, which is the lightest class present here. And again, these lifters are all competing against each other across all the weight classes based on Wilks. In powerlifting, we have had this urgent desire to always figure out who exactly is the strongest, because we recognize that the lightweight class is going to be lifting different numbers than the heavyweight classes.
Wow.
And that was a good lift for Tina.
That is a great lift right there for
So 85. She has tied her personal best, so on her third attempt, she's going to set a new one. Ashley Svenby from Boston, Massachusetts is going to be up next. She is just 2.5 kilos underneath her best ever, 87.5. She's coaching out in Vegas now.
Again, we're seeing a lot of made lifts. It was exactly like the squats for this flight. A lot of made lifts, building a total. Hey, look, you've got 9 attempts. Use them all. Make good lifts. Build your total. Win the meet.
So watching Ashley set up, she got really high. Her feet were actually on the bench. She positioned her shoulders, dug them in, then got a bridge with a really high arch. From this angle, you might be able to see it. As long as she locks it out, it does not have to be locked out at the same time, but it just has to be locked out. And she got 3 white lights because she did not give up. She kept going, she kept going, she kept going, locked it out on the right, then locked it on the left.
And as Kathy was saying, the whole of the bar must descend for it to be a blue card, no lift. And Ashley fought it, never went down. Just a great job by Ashley. Up now, Samantha Calhoun. She was good at 85 kilos, went up 5 kilos, 11 pounds to 90 kilos, 198 pounds. Samantha Calhoun. What's her?
92.5. So
okay.
She's only 2.5 kilos, 5 pounds under that. And she's lifting in the 63-kilo class, which is 138. She's relatively new to powerlifting. Took 3rd place in the Raw Nationals in Atlanta, Georgia, with 1,000+ lifters.
That looks smooth.
And a good lift there. So she is well on. She is definitely set up so that she can increase her personal record.
What we're seeing now with the women lifters in this Flight A is they all came in with a fairly good game plan, and they are not only did they come in with a good game plan, they're almost to the woman, they are executing their game plan that they came in with. We're seeing a lot of green. They're making lifts. Their attempts are good. That's great. This is a great demonstration for people here at home, don't you think, Kathy?
Absolutely. Now, there were some people that would call that conservative and others that would describe it as excellent attempt selection, because it goes back to it's not always the strongest. Sometimes our strongest people are the ones that are only successful with 3 attempts, 1 squat, 1 bench, 1 deadlift. But if you are able to get more lifts, 6 out of 9, 7, 8, 9 for 9, then your total is going to be higher. Sometimes it is the smart lifter, and these women are all lifting very smart. We saw consistent green across the board on squat, 3 for 3. We're seeing 2 for 2 so far because we're only into the second attempt squats, and they are, second attempt bench presses, and they are succeeding as well. So with each successful lift, they are increasing their overall total, which again goes back to what you were saying earlier, Elliot, which is you build that total.
Build that total, right.
So Maria T set 2 world records today already in squat on her second attempt and then on her third attempt. And so she is now on her bench press. She is doing 100 kilos. The world record for the bench press is not anywhere near here right now. It's like just a lot higher, and it's owned by someone else. So, but Maria T is here, and she is building that total in the 63 kilo class. This is the heaviest opener for someone in the 63 kilo class, or heavy second attempt.
Second attempt. Yeah, and I mean, let's look at it. Let's forget for a minute what the world record is and just put it into perspective. That was 220 pounds, 100 kilos.
Right.
That is amazing for someone that small. If you people are home in a gym, that's like someone having 2 big plates, what we call the wheels, 2 on each side. That is huge. Absolutely huge. Most strong guys cannot hit that clean the way Maria just did, that 100 kilo, 220 pound bench. Now Rory alters up. She was good at 105, 5 kilo jump, 11 pounds to 110, 242, and her best was 112?
112.
112.5. Okay.
112.5.
All right, so she's, again, in that position. We see what her plan is. She's got to execute here to be able to do that later. But here she is, Rory Alter.
And the big difference between a bench press in a competition and a bench press in the gym, 3 white lights. One of the big differences is in the gym, you're the one choosing when you go, when you start, when you touch your chest, when you push it back out, when you put it back in the rack. The big difference is when you're in a competition, someone else is making those decisions.
Correct.
So one of the most important things when you are training is you have to remember to train. Bring that bar out, stop, wait, bring the bar to the chest, and have someone else call the signal when it is visibly motionless, not when you have counted it out in your head.
Correct. And you see people come into a meet, and they obviously haven't trained the standard, either, and especially you see it more in the bench press with either the commands or pausing on the chest, and it's very obvious. So you have to practice like you play in this sport.
Absolutely. Alicia Webb is on the platform, 84 kilo weight class, opening at 110 kilos, 242. Oh, that was a struggle.
And that's a bad second attempt right there of 110, 242. I think she's got the strength for that, Kathy. It's just a matter of, sometimes in the bench, the groove just isn't there. But right now we've got Daniela Mello up. She was good at 107.5. Took a 5 kilo jump, 11 pounds to 112.5. 248 for Daniela Mello. And what was her? Did you have her?
I did not catch that one. Daniela Mello also, again, she lifted at our Raw or Classic Nationals in October, where we had over 1,000 lifters, and she lifted in the prime time, and I believe she's a teenager.
All right, so she exceeded her best as a 105, a junior American record. Or sub-junior American record. So it's a 105, so she's already ahead of her own record.
And she just locked that out evenly, convincingly, and well done. 3 white lights. So that's the final second attempt on bench press. We're now going into the third attempt on bench press.
So she has basically destroyed her own record, American record in the bench press.
Yes. Yes, she has. When you have someone who is new to the sport, someone who is a junior, and they are the ones who set it, the bar just keeps going higher and higher and higher, and they're just setting the standard. But what it also is doing, ladies and gentlemen, is this is reminding everybody this is a sport. We've got someone who's in the 52 kilo class, which is only 114 pounds, going up to 74 kilos, which is about 72 kilos, which is about 158. So this is just the women here, and then we have the 84 kilo class. Hold on just a moment. Lisa Rothman on the platform, 65 kilos. She's pushing up, and the bar, it just went up, and then it just stalled. She was attempting her second attempt over again at 65 kilos. Now again, Lisa is our lightest competitor. She's in the 47 kilo class. And when you are the lightest competitor and you are trying that kind of weight, then everything counts. Now, Lisa only weighs 100, and she is lifting in the 103-pound weight class. But she was trying 136. I'm sorry, no, 141. 65 kilos, 141.
I don't know. The rest of the world, we just say 65.
Well, 143. 65 kilos. Well, we have to translate for the U.S. Nathan Baxter of Australia is back joining me on the platform, on the announcing table here. On the platform, Suzanne Hartwood Gary. The bar started to go up.
In the middle. It's gonna test the referees. What are we?
Okay, from this angle, it looked like there was an absolute. The bar went back down while she was pressing that out. But the referees, all three, gave her a white light. Our opinion does not matter. The referees on the platform are the only ones that matter.
That's right. As long as they agree that it was a good lift, it's a good lift.
That's all that matters. Claudia Chalona. So that finishes Susie out. 3 for 3 squats, 3 for 3 on benches now. Claudia Chalona. Oh, I'm sorry. No.
I mean,
she missed. You're absolutely right. She got her first 2 squats and she missed the third, which was the world record attempt.
We'll give her a break on that one. She said the world record a few times.
Claudia Chalona is up on the platform. Again, she's a physical therapist. She only started powerlifting in August of 2015, not even 2 years ago. She's going 77.5.
Oh, just a little bit too far today.
Yeah.
It is quite difficult, as we were talking on the live stream yesterday, it's quite difficult going those 2.5 kilo jumps on bench. And given where a lot of these ladies are at, light body weights, they're kind of forced into doing the 2.5 kilo jumps. If it was weightlifting, they can go up a kilo, but we have to have 2.5 kilo jumps. And I think for Claudia there, maybe 76 would have gone, 77.5, just a bit too much.
On the platform now is Melissa Irwin. 82.5 kilos, bringing it down. Pressing it up, staying with it. She's bringing it back over towards her eyes. It's a slow press.
Oh,
locked it out evenly.
Great
fight. Great fight. Outstanding.
You don't see a lot of people being able to grind out a raw bench like that, do you?
Not really. That was well done by Melissa. Katie Rutherford, hometown favorite from Columbus, Ohio. You can hear all of the crowd out there cheering for her. 82.5, which is going to equal what her best is. Now again, on bench press, in powerlifting, the hair has to be to the side or it has to be pulled up in a ponytail so that the referees can see that the head is in fully contact with the bench.
That's a strong press.
Wow. That was pretty darn strong. She is now 6 for 6 on all of her lifts. Really outstanding. Tina Donishman out of California. 52 kilo class. All right, her best ever is 85 kilos. She's trying to bump it up that 2.5 kilos. She was ranked number 10 on our Wilkes Top 25 in USA Powerlifting last year. That's across all weight classes. In all competitions, she's going to be competing at the World Classic Bench Press Championship in Killeen, Texas in the middle of April. She takes the bar out by herself. No handoff, press.
Oh, just a little bit too much for today. Once again, that 2.5 little jump, it's
It
getting
is.
some of these girls, isn't it?
Still doing an 85 kilo press is pretty darn spectacular for a 52 kilo young lady.
Definitely.
All right, Ashley is from Boston, Massachusetts, was lifting now and coaching in Vegas. Her best ever is 87.5. She's going to tie her. She has called for a number that will tie her best ever.
Very dramatic setup routine, doesn't she? Getting up on her head, really trying to pull everything in super tight, maximize her arch.
She does.
That's a good-looking lift. Referees like it. Now, once again, can you explain to, a few years ago, that would have been red-lighted because the bar didn't come up evenly, but now that's a good lift because the whole bar didn't descend. It doesn't matter if she locks out simultaneously.
That's correct. So this is Jessica Shea Edwards' second year to be competing at the Arnold Sports Festival. Last year she took third place. She's called for 95 kilos. So she went really conservative. She went 90 kilos, 198. Bar goes down. She got the signal to press. She's pressing it out, locks it out evenly, and now... And 3 white lights, so we
Very
are...
solid lifting from
It is,
Jessica.
but she was, going back to what you were saying with the ladies more especially, because this is the one lift that we push out away from us instead of pulling down or just deliberately going against gravity, up and down and vertical. We're pushing the bar away from us, and with the ladies, 90, we'll use Jessica. She went 90, 92.5, and then 95, so that was only a 5 pound or 2.5 kilo increase with between 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and kept it very conservative. But the most important thing is she was successful.
Yes.
And that builds that subtotal, which builds the total, because as Ellie and I were saying earlier, Samantha Calhoun on the platform right now, she's called for 95 kilos. Oh my goodness, that was so controlled, so good. What a great setup. And 3. She has also gone for 3 good bench presses. Across the board, we also watch most of the girls. They will get 3 good lifts.
Yeah, so especially these classic competitions, the bench press is really just setting up for the deadlift. You're going to make the biggest gains in the deadlift, especially in these weight classes. You're not going to see a lot of people winning on the bench press,
right,
but you will see some of these girls come back out later and mix up the places with big jumps and big attempts on the deadlift.
Exactly. It's just definitely trying to make sure that they maintain the status quo.
And now here's my new favorite lifter from Canada, Maria.
Maria T. Now her best ever bench is 103, so she's just under that at 102.5, and because it is not a world record, she has to have a multiple of 2.5. Bar goes down. Oh my gosh, that was convincing. So convincing.
She's really having a day out. That's 6
yes.
from 6 now with 2 world records.
Yes, it was. She set a world record on her second attempt squat, a world record on her third attempt squat. And what was exciting about that was both Susie had asked for a world record, and then Maria was coming right back with it. And that was really exciting in the 63 kilo class. Up now is Alicia Webb, 84 kilos. She's asked for 110, which is repeating her second attempt when she was not able to fully lock it out. Big air, brings it down, chest high, press it out. Oh, yeah.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Wow, that was not her second attempt. Her second attempt was a lot more of a struggle where it started up, stalled, and then came back down. That, she was fully committed to going in on that one all the way.
And now you expect to sometimes see that with an equipped bench. You can make a mistake, alter things, change your technique, come out and hit a third. It is so hard to come back and hit a third attempt bench press in raw after missing your second attempt.
It is indeed. Rory Alter is up on the platform now. Now, Rory is a physical therapist. She lives in New York State. She has a whole lot of the records in New York State in the United States. Her best ever bench is 112.5. So what she did was she set herself up. She opened at 105, made sure she got that good lift. Then she went to 110, which is just under, and now she's called for 115, which is just over. So she's trying to set a new personal record. Down, press.
Oh, look at that.
And I would say that she has a new personal record at 115 kilos.
And the referees agree with you. That's great.
Wow, that was spectacular. So altogether with the women, we have had 1, 2, 3, 4, I think a total of 5 missed benches.
That's outstanding.
5 missed benches, which is outstanding.
And if you want to know how to build a really big total, easiest way is just don't miss.
This is quite true. This is quite true.
It sounds pretty simple and easy when you say it like that.
Right.
But just take attempts that you can hit. You build a really big total.
I'd also like to give a shout out for our all-ladies spotting and loading crew. The handoff is being handled by Mr. Eric Curry, who does the handoff on many of our World Bench Press Championships and our nationals. Wow, that was a fast and good lift by Daniela.
That looked like an opener.
She is, and she's just a junior. She is just a junior.
Lots of room to build the big bench press from there, isn't it?
Absolutely. We are starting up now. Bill Tenorelli. We're moving into the gentleman now. Bill's best ever is 127.5. He's opening at 110. He's opening very conservative, very, very conservative. We have 2 people, Shorty Sedang and Bill Tenorelli, going back and forth.
So that all-girl loading team on the platform, spotter loading team,
yes,
they're world university champions.
They
right?
are. No, they are not, but they attend the Ohio State University. It's the males that went to the World University Cup and took the gold medal. It was the five-man team from the guys.
Mm-hmm.
The women did not go last year.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all still part of the same club at the Ohio State University, the Buckeye Barbell Club. Bill Tenorelli is on the platform, 110 kilos, easy opener, 242 pounds, and his best ever is 127, so he opened very conservatively. Now, we watched with the women that they made, there were only 5 misses out of the whole flight. It'll be interesting to see if they continue the pattern of successful squats into bench with the guys, because the guys were many times very successful, good attempts, 3 for 3 on squats. It'll be interesting. It's a little bit more of a challenge on bench press, and I hope that they're up to it. 125 is his best.
Super important lift here for Sawyer. He needs one bench press and 1 deadlift to confirm his world record that he set just half an hour ago.
Absolutely, and you want to make sure that you have chosen well. This is not one of the times when you're worried about building that total so much as you are worried about staying in the meet. That's the second goal of every competition.
That is right. All right, so you're in Dow, 112.5, 248, smoked it.
Oh my gosh.
Smart attempt. What's his personal best?
127, I believe.
All right, so he's well under his capabilities there because he wants to come in and, again, secure that record. Nothing worse than setting a world record squat and then having a problem with your bench press.
That happened to you a lot, didn't it, when you were lifting?
I take the 5th.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival. You're watching the Slingshot Pro American, offered up and sponsored by USA Powerlifting. The lifter is Zaw Thahia. He is from the USA. Elliot, do you know what state he's from?
I do. See if I have it on my sheet here. No, I do not know. I want to say possibly Washington State. Memory begins to fail at this point, but I want to say West Coast.
Another nice, easy opener there from Zor.
Zor, it was 120 kilos, 270 pounds. Up now, Adrian Knox from Trinidad. He had a good squat of 255, and now he's opening at 122.5 to kind of build that total. This is some great lifting. And guys, this is not hyperbole for me. This really is. It's good lifting because of the numbers that's being lifted, but also the coaching and the execution by the lifters, the attempt selection is just amazing. Wow. Wow. And again, this flight is in world record territory and things. So these aren't that these guys are way holding back. They're just coming in with a great plan and executing. All right, Shorty Sedang is up now. He had a good squat of 182.5. He's opening at 130 kilos, 286 pounds. What do you have it there, Nathan? What's his?
No, I can't find.
Where is Shorty? Shorty's right there. He has a best of 137.5.
That was comfortable, very comfortable with him. He looks like he's going to be
130, and he blew that up like it was 100 kilos.
Yep.
Yeah, I think his PR is going to be something different at the end of the day.
And there we see Keith McConey on the on-deck area waiting to come out. He hit the world record number on his third attempt, and then it got exceeded. He's just an amazing lifter, great guy. Look at him there, looking all suave in his picture. All right, he's coming out now. He was good on a 220 squat. And then he's going for 137.5. Excuse me, Keith did not get that. Did not get his third.
No, it was turned down 2-1.
Thank you very much. That's right. You were out there. When I looked and I saw the 220 best, I knew that I'd made a mistake. All right, so he's up now, 137.5 bench, 303. Wow, and that is a nice opener right there. All right, Jesse Moores is up from Canada. He's good with a 215 kilo.
So we're probably not going to see any world record attempts on bench from the 66 kilo men.
What's the bench press in the?
It's by Eddie Berglund from Sweden, so it's about 1,000,000 pounds.
I've got it in here.
188.5, I want to say.
In the 66 kilos?
Yeah, 188.5 by
188.5, yeah. So
simply amazing bench in young Eddie, and I think his last year of juniors, so it's a junior and open world record.
Right.
I think it's one of those world records that very few are going to get near. But the deadlift record for the 66 men may be in danger today, with both potentially Cassioli or Keith McConey having attempts.
Yeah. So Kathy Marks told me that Zalthea is from North Carolina, so I got the entire coast wrong.
Jesse Moores is out of Canada, opening up at 140 kilos. What we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen, is we want to see every single lifter get this opening bench press.
Oh, look at that.
That is so easy.
Wow, that was so
That's one of those
easy.
last warm-up attempts that we were talking about last night.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Some of these guys, their openers look like their last warm-ups. And there's Daniel Romola from Canada standing on deck, listening to his music, getting ready to go. 145 kilos, 319 pounds. He was good on a best squat of 222.5, just under 500 pounds.
We saw Daniel just then explaining to Eric how he likes the hand out, getting it just perfect. Personally, I think with Eric, you just take what you get because whatever you want, he's going to give you something better.
Yeah.
That's exactly how good he is.
I know you love having him hand off to you.
Oh,
I know.
he's amazing.
It's amazing, and you talk about that. So there's so much. This sport at this level is so technical. You have to have good attempts. You need a good handoff. Everything has to be right. I mean, this is the pinnacle right here. This is the best powerlifting has to offer. And that's not even close to the best Dan Ramola has to offer.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
I think he's going to be taking big jumps on his second and
that
third
was
attempt.
perfect. Yeah, so now Stephen Cassiola from Canada is up at 145, and these two guys I'm sure have had some battles up in Canada. These two.
Oh, I'd say so.
I mean, they're both great squatters. They bench about the same, and they pull about the same. So you know that they've had some battles at CPU Nationals. And here we go up. Stephen Cassiola, good at a world record of 248, now going 145. Now he was forced to take that
world record holder for 30 seconds.
for 30 seconds, but that's okay.
Hey, it was 30 seconds. It was a good half minute.
It goes into history. When you look at the history, it's still
He's in the progression.
He's in the progression.
Now, Stephen, opening bench, 145. Smoke show.
Wow, that is
Easy.
so easy. That is so easy for Cassiola. All right, Leonard Jones is up. He did not have a squat. He was the only one that even really came close to having problems in the squat, but he's still staying here in the meet to continue to compete. He's a good competitor. He's opening at 147.5 in the bench press, 325 pounds.
No, I just had an opportunity to talk with him. What he had indicated in his bio is he is active duty military. So I went over and asked him. He's active duty Marine Corps, and he's stationed at New River Air Station in Jacksonville, Florida. So again, I said it before and I'll say it again. Thank you very much to all of our service members that are serving. And right now he's active duty Marine and still taking time out to come and compete. Truly appreciate them being here. Wow, bench press is definitely one of his lifts.
Definitely amazing.
Really awesome.
Yes, he did.
Really excellent.
All right, Josiah Harris is coming up 157.5. He said if Leonard Jones could do 147.5, I can go up 10 kilos, 22 pounds to 347.5. And again, he is also military.
But Josiah Harris, he is Air Force. He is not Marine Corps, and he is stationed right now currently in California.
Do you know where he's stationed in California?
Not yet, but I will.
Okay.
Now his best is 165 kilos. He's opening conservatively 7.5 kilos below that.
All right, but this is tied for the heaviest opener in this Flight B, along with Scott Sullivan, 157.5. Right now, Josiah Harris is up. He's taking the first attempt at this weight, 157.5, 347 for Josiah Harris. What a great view we have there. You can see everything. The feet.
Oh, look how fast that one's coming off the chest.
Oh, my gosh.
Very good.
You know that 165 that was his personal best? He definitely opened up really light.
Yeah. I think we might see that in a second. Be interesting to see what he puts in, because now, again, you're going here to win this whole thing. This entire flight is competing against each other for Wilkes. So now Scott Sullivan, who's in the same 74-kilo class, is opening at 157.5, 347, Scott Sullivan. And his best is 162.5. And his best is 162.5.
We've just had a special delivery coffee for Elliot. Kathy and I, meanwhile, sitting here empty-handed.
I have no idea.
Got a Diet Pepsi.
Kathy's got a Diet Pepsi. You're the only one empty-handed.
If anybody's in the greater Columbus area,
there you go.
Help me out. Help out an Aussie.
Right now, Scott Sullivan's up 157.5, 347. Look at him digging in there, getting his shoulders in, gets his feet up on the bench.
Scott Sullivan is one of the ones from Minnesota. He holds a lot of the deadlift records in that state. Did an awesome job on his squat. Brings the bar down.
Oh, a little bit of trouble
and
there.
Wow.
I'm not sure that that's going to get past.
No, I agree with you on that, Kathy. I agree with you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, if you were watching that, so the rule is that you can press the bar, you can lock out one side and then the other, but the rule also states that the bar as a whole, and that's the description, as a whole cannot go down. And in that respect, you saw the bar, the whole thing go down, not once, but twice.
Yeah.
Before he started to finish the lockout. So what he had to do was reset those shoulders and get back underneath the bar. So that was our only missed opening attempt. Wisely, what he has chosen to do is to go back and do that again on his second attempt to ensure that he gets that. Because when you're choosing your opener, you always want to choose something. And Nathan, you're a bench specialist. When you're choosing your opener, you want to make sure it's something you can guarantee you're going to get, because the goal is get in the meet. So I think that this was a wise choice to repeat that. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's doing the right thing there. You go back, talk to your coach, reset your technique, find out what you did wrong, and then go back and fix it. It's much easier to, and here's Bill. Nice second attempt from Bill.
Oh, wow.
It's much easier to come out for a big third attempt when you've got something on the board. It's no point putting extra pressure by going up in an attempt
Right.
and exacerbating the problem, because you need at least one to build that total.
Right. And it's no fun when you're that only one is your third attempt. It's hard to mentally overcome that.
It's fun for the crowd, though.
It's a little nerve-wracking for the referees.
Yes.
All right, so the newest world record holder in the squat in the 66-kilo class at 248.5 kilos, Sawyer Yandel. He was good at 112.5. Took a jump to 120 kilos. Wow, 170 would have been a heck of a jump. 120 kilos, 264.
And he's got a best bench of 137.5, so he's being fairly conservative here today with the bench.
And again, we don't know how his warm-ups went. We don't know how traveling went. There's so much that goes into this.
Okay. It's a solid second attempt. It's not an explosive second attempt, but it's solid, and it allows him to build on that big squat that he had before.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Look at the spotters and loaders. They're just coming in. How fast they get everything done. We probably average an attempt almost every minute here with these guys moving this fast.
Yeah, and these guys will work this quick all weekend long. 3 full days of lifting, multiple flights, multiple rounds.
They will.
And these guys never miss a beat. They're a fantastic loading crew.
So I will do a shout out for the loading crew on this on this flight. What they did was and for the women, it was an all-women's loading crew. What they've done is this crew is from the University of Pittsburgh, and so they have come in specifically to help act as spotters and loaders. So what we've got is we've got a fresh group of people that are in to do the spotting and loading just for these guys. So we are maintaining that standard, and as you pointed out, they're keeping the pace on that. Zathahia from North Carolina is up now, 125 kilos. He just blew 120 completely straight up just like he did 125. It's like, are you really kidding me? Wow, that was impressive.
All righty, yeah, that was just easy, absolutely easy for him. Adrian Knox is up now, 130 kilos. He opened at 122.5. It was easy, as was pretty much everybody's, but Sullivan's were all really easy, really conservative, building total, right? Hit your first, hit your second, hit your third to try to come in and build a total and win the meet. So Adrian Knox is called for 130. This ties his personal best in the bench press. 130.286 for Adrian Knox.
And Adrian Knox, this is a very important thing for him, especially going into deadlift. He's coming back from a torn bicep tendon. So whenever you're coming back from a torn muscle and you are lifting at an elite level like the Arnold Sports Festival, that is huge. And that was an impressive bench.
Kathy, was he here? Did he compete here last year?
I do not remember Adrian competing here last year. Definitely at the North American Powerlifting meet in August.
Okay.
Next up, we got Shorty coming out. A videographer and editor for Juggernaut Training. So I'm guessing he's from California.
Yes, he
right?
is. Yes, he is.
All right, so he was good at 130, took a 7.5 kilo jump to 137.5, 303 for Shorty, and that is 303 bench, 137.5 kilos is a big bench in 59 kilo weight class.
Big sink into the chest, which is legal. Comes out super fast, doesn't it?
It was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah,
and like we were saying last night, that's what you can do with a young flexible rib cage.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Yeah, as you get older, your rib cage gets a little stiffer. But anyway, he's making short work of that 137.5.
And once again, the rule is you can let the bar sink into your chest as much as you want, as long as it doesn't sink after the press call.
Correct.
Which is, again, going back to that visibly motionless command that we
one.
were talking about.
Yeah.
Can't anticipate it being visibly motionless. You have to wait for it.
All right, Jesse Moore's up. He was good at 140 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump, 147.5 to 325 for Jesse Moore's of Canada.
Okay, so I'm a little intrigued. His best ever is 145.5. This is 147.5, so I'm going to guess that that is a Canadian national record at 145.5.
I would say so.
Yes, I would assume.
And
that's
so
a good
that
assumption.
would mean that he is not only setting a new personal record, but he would be also setting a Canadian record. Oh, darn it. I mean, that was just going up, and then it was just like it hit a wall. And then it stopped, and then came back down. But he definitely gave that a good effort. My hope is that he'll come back and try that again.
All right, Keith McConey's up. McConey's up right now, 137.5. He was good. He's now called for 147.5, 10 kilos, 22 pounds to 325 pounds. And so what you were saying about that you thought that was a Canadian record for Jesse Morris, if you look at Cassiola's attempt in the same weight class, he came in at 145, which is half a kilo under the 145.5. He's now called for 152.5. We were talking earlier about the kind of battles they probably have at the CPU championships. They're locked in a battle right here, so let's see what happens here. But right now we got Keith McConey up, 147.5, 325.
And for those of you that are up in Canada and it is not a national record, we do apologize. We don't have your records with us to be able to confirm or deny. And we're just hoping that all of your lifters have successful meets.
All righty, so there you go. He is good. He's doing very well. His attempt selection for McConey in the bench is very good. Cassiola's up now, good at 145. He held the world record for a New York minute at 2:48, and now is coming in to take a second bench attempt of 152.5, 7 kilo jump, 336 pounds on the bar.
And so we're guessing that it's a Canadian record. Which is why he can't chip it. He can't go to 146 because we're at it's not a national meet, it's an international meet here.
Okay.
So he needs to go up with the 2.5s because it's not a world record.
Well, actually, I'm going to go back to Steven's best bench press is 155. So it says that exceeds the 145.5. I'm going to have to go back and guess that maybe 145.5 is not the national record. And that was very impressive.
That was very easy.
Solid lift. If only we had a Canadian right now.
I've said that many times.
I can't tell you how many times we say that in Australians. Always. I wish we had a Canadian.
Now, the only thing, Kathy, it may be kind of like our American records where they can only be set at state meets and higher, that it's possible that the CPU is in the same type of thing where if it was at a lower level, more local meet than a provincial or something, that they can't set a Canadian record. We don't know. We have no way of knowing. We just know what the American standard is and what the IPF standard. And obviously we have the Australian standard here too.
I tell you what, it's a great mystery, Elliot. I'm intrigued.
I'll watch the movie. I'll buy the book. It's a heck of a mystery. But Leonard Jones is up. It's no mystery that he smoked his 147.5 opener and now took a 7.5 kilo jump to 155. Here he goes, Leonard Jones, 341. Wow.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble there. And as Kathy was saying before, that little bobble on the chest where he didn't hit it motionless really cost you because you have to wait that extra split second before you get the press call. And that can be the difference between a successful attempt and a miss, like we just saw.
Yet sometimes jumping that start command is not, that press command, is not helping yourself at all, trying to anticipate it.
Absolutely not.
Well, that's where the referee needs to also be disciplined and make sure that they wait for it to be visibly motionless.
Correct. And consistent. And consistent. Right? So Dan Ramella from Canada was good at 145, 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds to 155.
Which is his personal best.
Personal best. Dan Ramella, 341 pounds here. Let's watch him set up here. He's got a nice high arch.
Nice touch, and that looked exactly the same as his opener.
All right,
He's
so
got plenty of room to play with there on his third attempt.
So now Scott Sullivan, he was the only lifter in Flight B to miss his opener. He took 147.5, 347. Smart. He's staying here at 157 because he had a good squat of 235. He wants to get a total, so he's staying there at 157.5, 347. See if he puts a good attempt out here on us and puts up a subtotal here. Kathy, you were saying he's from Minnesota and has a lot of Minnesota state records.
He has junior deadlift records as well as a lot of junior records, and he started setting the junior records in 2010.
Wow.
So he's probably, it's been 7 years now, so he's probably aged out of that, but they still stand. So that tells you, he started off really strong and just kept it going.
Until you could be 72 years old and still hold the junior world record. If you're that good, whoa.
That's a better looking attempt.
I feel much better.
A little bit of a bobble in the middle, but
let's see what they say.
It was a good lift. Yes, everybody is on the board. Everybody's had a good, successful bench press.
I feel a lot better.
Oh, absolutely. So let me see. Josiah Harris is going at 165, which is his personal best. Daniel Ramella went 155, which is his personal best. Stephen Casiola was just under his. Keith McHoney was right at his. Jesse Morris was right at his. A lot of the guys are already going at their personal best just right now on their second attempt. We had 2 misses. So across the board, for the most part, the guys are making really smart choices as well.
Right. So Josiah Harris is up here. He opened at 157.5. Took a conservative or normal, I would say, 7.5 kilo jump to 165, 368. Let's see what he does right here. Let's see if he can continue what Kathy was alluding to or saying was about the smart attempt selection and execution of the plan.
Start signal from Chief Referee Glenn Moore from Canada.
Wow.
Rack. Puts the bar back in the rack, and it is a good lift with 3 white lights.
There we go.
That looked pretty easy, didn't it?
It looked really easy. Oh, yeah.
Probably another 7.5 kilo jump for his third.
Now, coming into these thirds, we saw like a ton of green in the Flight A's. Some of these second attempts really looked like a little bit of a struggle. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see, and some people have taken relatively small jumps, some people bigger. It's going to be interesting to see what the progression is. All right, so we had 1 missed attempt on our openers that Scott Sullivan just came back and got at 157.5. Then we had 2 missed attempts. All right, let's see if this trend continues. But remember, these guys are fighting here for this, and Bill Tenorelli's up at 120. He was good at 110. 5 kilo, 11-pound jump to 115. 5 kilo, 11-pound jump to 120. He's now at 264 pounds for Bill Tenorelli, and he takes no handoff. There you go. Very smart.
Like a good attempt.
Very smart.
If we start looking for, and this the third attempt bench presses, really trying to set up a good subtotal, and you starting to already think, if you're a coach now, about the opening attempt deadlifts. As we look forward on subtotal, there's going to be a lot of guys all grouped together. So now getting that extra 2.5 or 5 kilos, but making the attempt is the important bit.
Right.
Will be really important when it comes to subtotal.
Right, and you got a big battle right now from Bill Tenorelli, who just benched, and Shorty Sedang. So Shorty kind of needs his third, but right now we have Sawyer Yandel up, who's good at 112.5, 7.5 kilos to 120. 5 kilos, 11 pounds to 125, 275 for Sawyer Yandel, your world record holder in the squat at 248.5.
This is Sawyer's personal best at 125, and he did not successfully press that out.
All right.
So that was a no lift for him. So he gets credit for the 120. And we're watching these
But
subtotals
importantly for
build up.
Sawyer, he's confirmed his world record now with the 2 good bench presses. Come out, it looks like he's being relatively conservative with his deadlift over of 235. And then possibly we'll see him really go for it on second and thirds.
All right, so he was good at 120, 5 kilo jump, 125. Now, unusually, a 7.5 kilo jump, a bigger second jump to 132.5 to 292. Yes, Kathy?
Now, when he was setting up for his first, he went 120, then he went to 125. His best ever is 127.5. I thought he would go to 130, just try to bump it up. He went clear to 132.5, so he added 7.5 kilos to the second attempt, 5 kilos over his best ever.
And there you go, what you say. What would it and that's where it is. And it's hard to second guess, but you said it before it happened, so that's not really second guessing. You would have gone in just to bump that to 130.
Just
try and sometimes you can take too big a bite of the apple.
And if you're going to take a 7.5 kilo jump, you really want to use that more toward between first and second, and especially definitely on like squats. You want that bigger jump to be first and second. Second and third is going to be a little bit more of the fine tuning. And he took a much bigger. I mean, he took 7.5 and then 7.5, which is kind of a reverse strategy, if you would.
Right.
Adrian Knox from Trinidad Tobago, and he is just one heck of a bench pressing machine, I'll tell you.
Bench
135.
Bench pressing with that surgically repaired bicep, as you talked about earlier.
Yeah.
135, 297, and there looks like really 3 for 3 in the bench. Yeah.
So for those of you that are out there watching and wondering if you can come back from a significant injury, the answer is yes. Do you need to train smart? Yes. Do you need to rehabilitate it? Yes. Do you need to come back fast? You come back as fast as your body allows you to do, not what somebody else does, because everyone heals differently.
Yep. All right, so Shorty Sedang is up. He's locked in this battle, as we were saying before, with Bill Tenerelli. So he was good at 130, went to 137.5. Now took, again, a more conventional 7.5 and then a 5 kilo jump to his third, 11 pounds to 142.5 for 314 for Shorty Sedang. This attempt here really helps him in his ability to push back Bill.
Big sink, fast, uses, having a few problems with that right elbow. Now here's where the referees have got a job to do.
No good.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, what we were watching was as he was pressing it out, it stalled. I mean, it just absolutely stalled with the right arm less locked out than the left, but it was still short of complete lockout. What he did was he dropped it down and pushed it back up. It was almost like a ratchet, if you would.
It is definitely.
And so he dropped it down, pushed it back up, dropped it down, and pushed it back up, and then he finally locked it out. And because the whole of the bar went down twice, and then it was finally locked out, that was the reason why all 3 referees were unanimous in their decision that it was a no lift.
All right, so Jesse Moore is up now. Opened at 140. Took a 7.5 kilo jump to 147.5, 325. Missed it, and now is retaking it at 147.5 to try to push this. He wants the 7.5 kilos to add on to his total.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, to go back to Shorty Sedang and Bill Tenerelli really quickly, Bill was successful in his third attempt. He went to 315, and Shorty is at 320, and Bill is the deadlifter, so they are set up for a heck of a battle going into deadlift.
Correct, and that's what we were talking about earlier in the squats, that, you know, Shorty having problems there and Bill going 3 for 3 kind of puts pressure.
There from Jesse, the Canadians back here really getting
behind
him, supporting each other.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So
that's a tough make after missing on the second.
Oh no, it's beautiful. So what happens is with Shorty, Bill making all 3 and Shorty not making all 3 of his squats neutralizes what we were talking about earlier, neutralizes Shorty's advantage in the bench press, right? And then allows Bill Tenerelli to take advantage of his exceptional deadlift.
Right, because Bill is opening at 225 compared to Shorty at 197.5.
Correct. And that is well under what Bill can do. Bill will pull. He is one of those guys, if he needs to pull it, he will pull a PR. I think you throw a world record on there and he'd pull it. just because he knows he needs it and he's that kind of a puller. Right now, Keith McConey's up 150 kilos, 330 on the bar. He was good on his last attempt at 147.5. Wow.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was
Talk us through that, Kathy.
okay.
Wow.
All right.
I need therapy after that.
There was okay. What happened was he ultimately, bottom line, Keith was successful in locking it out. What he did, though, was he initiated the push with the left-hand side, got it going really strong, and then basically kept the right arm just kind of going along for the ride, locked out the left, and then he could concentrate all of his mental energy, if you would, into that right arm, locking it out, which was a successful lift. The bar never slowed down. The bar never went, never slowed down. It didn't dip. It didn't go back down. But it did not. I will not say that the bar ever was approaching parallel to the floor until he locked it out. But it was an awesome commitment to completing the lift.
All right, so Leonard Jones was good at 147.5, missed, took a big jump, 7.5 kilos to 155. He missed it. He's retaking it on its third, and it is not going to go. All right.
That's unfortunate.
You know, and based on his opener, I can't say that was necessarily a bad call. I can't criticize that.
I think this is the importance of number one, having a good plan coming in, and having a great coach or someone that knows you well enough.
Yeah.
Quite often, like, you can smoke your opener and then feel like you're in the, you're in a purple patch and go for a bigger jump, which is probably ill-advised. You need someone to just rein you in sometimes and say, hey, come on, let's stick to the plan. And I think that's maybe what happened to him there.
All right, Stephen Casiola's up now at 145, 152.5. He's trying to put up this 155 bench right here, 341. And that's kind of what we were talking about. You think you're in the Elysian Fields, and then I was talking about that prairie fire. You wind up in the prairie fire.
There we
in
go.
The Elysian Fields.
And
wow. That is
so
push.
Solid.
Now
wow.
He set himself up really well for the deadlifts.
And he is 6 for 6.
That's a 403 kilo subtotal right there.
Right, and the closest one to him is Sawyer Gandel, but he's down at 360, I think, 369.
Yipper.
No, he's higher than that.
Who's that? Sawyer?
Because this is Sawyer's up higher than that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
But this is Daniel Ramella, who is up next.
All right, again, he got a good opener of 145, took a 10-kilo jump of 22 pounds, now taking a more conservative 5-kilo jump of 11 pounds to 160, 352 for Daniel Ramella, trying to go 3 for 3 in the bench. He finished just under 500 in the squat.
Daniel just 2 years ago at the 2014 Canadian Nationals took the junior championship. Wow. So he is a relatively young lifter. Wow. This is 5 kilos over his best ever bench of 155. So this is 160 kilos, 352.
Oh, look at that. And had zero troubles with that.
Super convincing.
That
was
is
an
just amazing.
Excellent choice.
That is just amazing.
Excellent choice.
And tell you what, in a 3-lift meet, hearing someone in the audience yelling, "Put some weight on the bar on your third attempt," no better feeling.
Yeah.
To walk off as a bench presser, I love hearing that.
At an international meet.
Yeah.
What an absolute compliment.
All right, so Scott Sullivan opened at 157.5, missed it. It just looked really hard for him. He went to 157, kind of grounded out on his second. Now has moved only 2.5 kilos to 6 pounds to 160. Which is 352. Let's see what he does here. But he took that 2.5 because really that was probably, it was either pass or go 2.5 at this point.
He's in a head-to-head battle with Adrian Knox. Adrian Knox has a subtotal of 390. He has a 392.5 right now. So what he needs to do is he has to build that subtotal as much as possible.
That little bobble through the middle.
Let's see what happens.
I don't think the bar went down. We asked the referees.
It was a good lift.
It's a good lift. And again, I don't think, guys, he had more than that 2.5, but he needs that 2.5 for this battle, right? If he went 5 and missed it, it's a big swing.
So that puts him in at a 395 subtotal.
Right.
And Adrian Knox is also in 74 kilos, and his subtotal is 390. Adrian is opening at 255 versus Scott, who's opening at 260. So there's a 5 kilo difference there too.
Right. And so Josiah went 157.5 on his first 7.5 kilo jump to 165. Then the smaller 5 kilo jump, 11 pounds from 165 to 170, 374 for Josiah Harris to try to go 3 for 3 in the bench.
His best ever is 165, so he's trying to bump his personal best up. So far, everybody that's been following that particular formula, they've been successful.
Right. I mean, this is just a great show. This is just a great show right now with these guys' attempt selection and execution.
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Wow. Wow, that is some crazy stuff. And
it's a new personal record. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a short break. Then we're going to be coming back, and we're going to be doing deadlift. The meet doesn't start till the bar hits the floor. This is the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival with the Slingshot Pro American, sponsored by USA Powerlifting. We're a drug-tested federation with over 15,000 members. This year alone, we're up 32% with our membership. And we have seen already a 27% membership in the first 2 months of just 2017. We started off in 1981 with Brother Bennett offering up the idea of having a drug-tested powerlifting federation. Since then, the ADFPA, the American Drug-Free Powerlifting Association, in 1997 voted to become the USA Powerlifting and to apply to become the affiliate with the International Powerlifting Federation. Our drug testing, we follow the same rules that the World Anti-Doping Agency follows, which is similar to what the International Olympics follow. So when you're watching these athletes up here on the platform, they're drug tested much like the Olympic athletes are. So you know that we are following and making sure that performance-enhancing drugs is not having an effect or influencing their performance on the platform. We welcome you to the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival. We'll take that short break it down for deadlift, and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
And now we're back. Few technical difficulties starting up.
I actually had the right buttons. I just wasn't. You told me. I saw him running back, so I wasn't going to touch Trey's stuff. But yeah.
And here we go. Susie Hartwig Gary.
All right, Susie Hartwig Gary. 145. We were talking about yesterday, you and I, that some people are really calm coming out of the deadlift. Susie's got a little bit more energy.
That's a whole lot of energy.
Yeah, it's a whole lot. And she wakes up like that. This is not
easy. Hey, now while we're in between lifters, I'm gonna throw two numbers at you, and you give me
7
a name.
and 14.
505.
Okay.
410. Give me a name.
Let me think. Are we talking kilos?
This is in kilos.
505, 410. So that would be a 915 subtotal for Blaine Sumner?
That is correct. 9:15 over on the rogue stage. Unfortunately, because the expo hall is what it is, we can't do live streaming from there. But Blaine Sumner is having a day out.
Now we have video over there, right? It's just not live, but we have video over there from our guys, and it will be up later. But we have right. Adam
USA
Palmer's
Powerlifting.
Adam Palmer's video team is over there recording all this, so it's not like it's not going to be there for posterity. It's not going to be just on a score sheet.
Good lift for Melissa Irwin. 63 kilos, opening up at 155 kilos. Jessica Shea Edwards.
All right, Jessica Shea Edwards opening. She had a good. She was good in the squats and the bench. Got subtotal of 235. Now she's opening at 160 in the deadlift, 352 pounds.
Been lifting on the national level for the last 2 years. Opening at 160 kilos or 352, and her best ever is 170. So she's only 10 kilos below. So what were those numbers over on the Rogue Expo stage?
505 kilo squat.
505 kilo squat.
410 kilo bench.
That's crazy. And what's significant about that 410 kilo bench?
Apparently it's a magic number if you are in
North America?
North America.
It is what? Over 900 pounds in a single ply bench. In a 3-lift meet after squatting almost, I mean.
Claudia Chaloner is our lifter here.
That's crazy.
She's a physical therapist. Or I'm sorry, I might be getting my people mixed up on that. She's opening at 160. She's in the 63 kilo class with a good, successful opening attempt deadlift. She now has a total of 392.5 kilos.
All right. Tina Donishman is up now. She has a subtotal of 217.5, which is the combination of your squat and your bench press. Like we said, you got to build a total. She's opening at 162.5 in the deadlift, 358 to give herself a full total, be in the meet, and have a chance to win. Tina Donishman.
Oh, and she's going head-to-head against Susie Hartwig Gary.
That is quite a head-to-head.
Susie came in with a subtotal of 227.5, 10 kilos over Tina, but Tina opened 17.5 kilos over Susie. So that now gives her a 7.5 kilo total higher than Susie Hartwig at the 52 kilo class. And again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you in the U.S., 52 kilos is equal to 114 pounds. So they're actually less than 114 pounds.
114 pounds, or as my buddy Nate here on the microphone says, lunch. All right, Katie Rutherford's up. She had a 262.5 kilo subtotal. The opening deadlift to 170 kilos, 374 pounds.
I'm never really sure if deadlift or squat is Katie's favorite.
From where does Katie hail?
Columbus, Ohio.
There you go. And that's why you hear all the cheering.
Absolutely.
All right, Maria T is up. She has a subtotal of 283.5, and for any of you that know the sport real well, we go on 2.5 kilo breaks. She's not on a 2.5 kilo break because she is a new world record holder, and right now she's calling for 175 on her deadlift opener 385 pounds. Now they're cleaning the bar right there. Either the chief referee can ask that be done, or the coach and lifter can ask. Either way, they can do that, and they're setting the bar. They'll dust off the bar. There you go. All right, so here comes Maria. She needs this opening attempt to cement her world record.
And not only cement the world record, put her into first place overall.
Correct.
For this women's section.
Correct.
Remembering that everyone in this flight is competing against each other regardless of body weight.
Right.
No troubles there.
There we go. All right, and that puts
World record now.
And that puts her in the first place. So she's got the world record in the books. She's now in first place. Now she can start to. I mean, and look at where her Wilks is right now. All right, she's at 529. The next closest Wilks forecast is at 490.
And so what's interesting about this is today at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival Slingshot Pro American put on by USA Powerlifting, the women are competing against each other, as you said, against all the weight classes, but there's prize money on the line. The top 3 Wilks winners are going to take home a check after drug testing. And that's an important thing. So that means that Maria T, by cementing that high Wilks, she's going to take home one of those checks. But the meet is not over yet. Let's see what else happens.
But she's got 2 lifts to use to protect that first place. She's already got her world record in the books. Now she's trying to take that first place check home in the gold medal, right? And so she's going to use these attempts to kind of massage people out of the way. And you're just kind of nudging them. You don't have to push them. You don't have to kick them. You just kind of nudge them out of the way and move to the front of the line. So she had a 175 opener, took 10 kilos, which is very easy for her to do, 22 pounds to 185. She's there, but right now we got Ashley Svenby, USA, 182.5, 402 pounds. She had a subtotal of 232.5. She stands right now in 4th place if she makes this opening attempt deadlift. So she's within striking distance of getting on that medal stand, right? Taking that bronze medal or even that silver medal, right? It's a reach for her to go for the gold, right? But it's within reach to get onto the medal stand and get some of the share of that money.
Correct, and you're gonna see it with second, third, and fourth will change every attempt.
Oh yeah. And the other thing too is who's in number 2 right now?
Tina Donishman.
All right, so Tina's in number 2 right now. If she shoots for number 1, 3 or 4 might be able to jump ahead of her into the second spot, right? Or somebody else, she might jump back to her and somebody jump ahead. And we saw that last year at Open Worlds. We saw someone pulling for silver, pulling for gold.
Yes.
Could have secured silver and wound up in 4th.
Yeah.
So instead of being on the medal stand, holding up their own national flag, you're off the medal stand. You're not even there, right? You be quiet. Go away from me.
Okay, so Ashley Svenby is the next lifter on the deadlift. She is the lightest in the body weights at 57 kilos or 125 pounds, opening at 182.5 kilos or 402.
That's a massive
That is
opener
just
for a
massive.
57-kilo girl.
Yeah, that's over 3 times her body weight right there.
All right.
I mean, that's just huge.
So Ashley Svenby's opening up 182.5.
Okay, that was super easy.
There you go. Now she can put pressure on right here, right? So let's take a look here. Where is...
No, everything is not changed yet because we still are looking at Maria T. Then it goes up here to Tina Donishman.
Yep.
And then to Susie Hartler-Garrick.
I know, I'm watching.
Now it's going to be really interesting what jumps these girls take for their second deadlift.
Right.
Based on what they've seen from each other.
Yeah, so what I'm watching here is I'm watching the actual Wilks that they have in the book, and I'm watching the forecast. So I'm kind of watching both and kind of merging them. Yep.
But what's interesting about this particular scoring program is designed to help the athletes because it will actually show you what you need to choose in order to move up in your placing.
Yep, and that definitely helps
based
because it's hard.
On the Wilks.
I've seen people lose a Wilks meet by 1.5 Wilks points because they didn't put on enough weight.
Right.
And there you go.
Roy Alter just ripped up 185
she
kilos.
She obviously put on enough weight for that opening attempt at 185. Well, now Samantha Calhoun came in with a 247.5 subtotal. She's calling for 187.5 in the deadlift, 413. And again, she hits this, she's up on the board. There is a heck of a battle. There are going to be, and I kind of wanted to say this before we started in the deadlift, but we weren't all here and we weren't with hot mics, but that there's going to be serious changes. You can change in your third attempt deadlift. You can change up to 2 times. We are going to see multiple changes in the third attempt for people to jump up and move. All right.
Oh, wow, look at that. Easy opening deadlift. And I can almost guarantee you that those cards will be flying around come third round of
oh my gosh,
of deadlifting. Susie Hartwig-Gary, coached by her husband Matt. He's one of the masters of attempt changes, and he's going to be psyching out the opposition to get them to go a little bit too high, move attempts around. Susie obviously has a little disadvantage here, deadlifting early in the round because there's women with higher body weights that are going to come out and deadlift before her.
Okay, so
and they'll get to see what she's doing.
Daniela Mello is up, 200 kilos, 440 opener. She had a big 310 subtotal. Let's see.
Junior lifter.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That is
5'10" after opening deadlift. 5'10". What needs to be said? All right, so now remember it's not necessarily who winds up with the best total since we're going by Wilks formula now. It depends on who has the best Wilks. We're moving to the start of second attempts where everybody's going to be jockeying around. We have Lisa Rothman up now, 135 good on her first, 7.5 kilo jump to 142.5, 314 pounds. Lisa Rothman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what makes this so incredibly exciting today is the fact that the athletes are competing in their weight classes against each other based on their Wilks. And with with Ashley Svenby's pull, again, at 57 kilos or 125 pounds, and she pulled over 3 times her body weight. What she did was she moved into second place with her Wilks, and Tina Donishman, who was previously in second attempt, now has bumped down to third. So the numbers and the placings have changed back and forth, and this is just incredibly exciting to watch the lifters do this. Because as Lisa Rothman went out and she gave everything she had to pull that, and the gravity monster just reached up and grabbed hold of that bar and said, "Not today."
It was, yeah. No kidding.
I mean, you could see the strain as she was trying to move that off the floor, and she at least had one successful squat. She had one successful bench, but it was not one of her better days.
No.
Yet she still has her third deadlift.
But she told me a little bit earlier that she doesn't feel herself today. So for whatever reason, and it can just happen. Nathan knows it. You fly all over the world and move. You can do that, but Susie Hartwig-Gary had a 227.5 subtotal, which is just over 500 pounds in American, and then opened 145, smoked it, took a 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds to 155 for Susie Hartwig-Gary, and here you go, one of the most exciting deadlift setups in the world.
Oh, it's entertaining for sure. It's tried and tested. It is one of the most consistent deadlifts that you're ever going to see as well.
Oh, yeah. But between her and Priscilla Ribic, in terms of the form and just everything being great. Look at that. Look at that. Gets it going and bang, lockout. All right. And I think her PR is 160. Is that, Kathy, is that correct?
I think so. I don't know. I didn't catch that one.
.160 is her Masters American record. If you want to check me on that, Kath. But I think 160. So let's see what she puts in right now. Now, since it's a Masters record, it's American. All right, so she put in 160 to tie.
Yeah.
Right? All right. All right, so Melissa Irwin's up. She was good at 155, 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds, 165. She stands in 13th place right now. That's awesome. There you go. And she's only been in the sport for a very short time. All right.
Okay, Tina Dashman She's lifting early in the round. Early in the round, top 10, number 10 in the top 25 Wilks for 2016 in USA Powerlifting. Number 21 in the top 25 in 2015. So she is a newcomer, but very consistent, high performer.
Oh.
No belt.
All right, she was good.
Out here to pull up 170 kilos at a body weight of 52 kilos. She's battling it out with Susie Hartwood-Gary.
Oh, that's a strong pull.
Yeah.
Little shift sideways, but
See
that's
the
no
referee
problem.
say 3 whites. There you go, baby. That's
Successful.
good. Put it in the books.
Now that moves her back into third position with a few lifters to come that can possibly push her back out of it.
All right, Shea Edwards.
Sorry, that puts her into second.
Right.
With the projection from this round being that she'll finish this round in third place if everybody makes their lifts.
Correct. And that's where making these lifts, everybody makes deadlifts. Whoever blinks here is going to lose in this, right? Is going to lose place. The only person who's really in control right now is Maria T. Everybody else is fighting for those spots. She's just trying to watch her back. All right, that 170, 374 from Shea looked great.
Absolutely, and the referee said it was a very good lift. And as the both of you have said, every lift is going to matter. Every lift will count because it is a battle to make sure that that total is as high as it possibly can be, because you are not competing against somebody else in your weight class. You're competing against all 13 women.
Correct. All right, so now Claudia Chaloner's up. She went 160, went up 10 kilos, 22 pounds to 170, 374 for Claudia Chaloner.
This is the NAPF Slingshot Pro American offered here at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio. USA Powerlifting is so very proud and happy to bring this to you.
All right, now Claudia Chaloner will be just as happy to pull this
Reach
170,
down.
374. Wow, there you go.
Sumo style lifter. Super easy. You can see what it was a little bit of work, but wow, just so convincing on the walkouts. There's only been one missed deadlift, and I hesitate to say that because I never want to jinx them. If the first one that misses, it's because I said something good, and I don't want that to happen.
No, you're fine. Luck is for rabbits. We got some efficient lifters out here. These guys have come to Columbus to do their best job. They've trained some of these people for an entire year to come here because our national meet is good and it's big and it's how you get on national teams.
Yep.
But this is a premier event. People love this thing. And right now, Katie Rutherford from Columbus, Ohio, hometown girl, good at 170, gone up to 180, another 22 pounds, 10 kilos to 396. Katie Rutherford, take it away.
Oh, now that one looked even easier than the opener.
Sometimes I like when I build up and it actually works like that. But Katie did it all.
Wow.
We were just here watching this
Incredible
thing.
lifting.
We're just watching this. I mean, we have a front row seat to see all this, to be around this energy and see this. It is an amazing thing.
Here we go. Reach, grab, push. And,
Look
I mean,
at
she
that.
just pushes
Look
the
at
hips
that.
through, and it was so.
Eh.
Then she looks over calmly, waiting for the lights to come
there
on.
you go, a little clap.
Yeah.
There we
Oh.
go. Look at that. Even in slow motion, it was fast.
She gave a little clap like I like cake,
You're like,
and then went and
yeah.
sat down. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Maria T set a world record on her second squat, on her third squat. Well, this time she's just setting a personal record. Her personal best in deadlift is 180. So she started at 175 on her opener. She's gone to 185. So what she's trying to do is extend her personal best. And a world record personal best really is a pretty darn spectacular thing.
Yep.
Wow, that was super. Yeah. And then she always reaches over, touches the weights, and says,
Never mind.
"I appreciate you. We did this together." Just absolutely incredible athletes.
Right, and so
Just so incredible to watch. So short, efficient,
now
and then boom, done.
Now let's discuss. This is raw or classic lifting with no gear basically except for a belt in this. You can use knee sleeves if you want. She stands right now at 541 Wilks in classic. 500 Wilks in geared. A lot of people are really happy to get their first 500.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. All right, so right now Alicia Webb is up. She was good at 177.5 186.5. Took a 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds to 187.5, 413 for Alicia Webb.
Oh,
Not
no.
today.
No.
Not
And again,
today.
she's trying to move up. We'll see what happens here. But as we were talking before and alluding to that these guys, there's going to be a lot of pushing on this deadlift, more than there was in the squat and the bench press, right? Because they were all trying to build their subtotals and lift to get in the meet so they'd have the opportunity to sit here and put the weight on the bar and do it. All right. All right. All
Okay,
right.
I'm going to take off. After Rory will be Ashley Svenby, and she's put in 191, so I can only assume that's a world record. So I'm going to take off to the jury table, and I'll see you in a little while.
Yeah. Come on back. All righty. Rory Calhoun, good at 185. 5-kilo jump, 11 pounds, 190, 418. Boom, bam. Done. See it. All right, now here we go. As Kathy Marchetta got all excited, started pointing to the board. She saw it come up because Ashley opened. All right, we'll take a look here at Rory first. And watch, she is such a technician in everything.
She is so efficient.
Yep.
Wide stance, long legs, back.
Even,
Oh,
push, hips,
man,
bam,
yeah.
done. All right, now back to Ashley Svenby. All right, so she opened at 182.5. She is now called for 191. A normal lift, and I say normal within the flow of what you can call is either 190 or 192.5. 191 can mean only one thing in an international meet. And what is that, Kathy?
It is a world record.
There
She's
you
going
go.
to be chipping 190.5, which is the standing world record right now. Joy and I hope that Namani, yes, Joy Namani is the world record holder from Great Britain, and she set this she set this at the Icelandic Games. She just set this world record
Right.
deadlift at the Icelandic Games
but
at the end of January.
But even more than that, Ashley's best is 182.5 that she tied on her opener. So it's a world record. Obviously, it's going to be the best.
It's a world record, and this is barely 5 weeks old. Ashley
It's
at
amazing.
125 pounds is pulling 421. 421. Is she going to be able to get it? It looks like it is stuck.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let's see if she comes back and gets
Oh
that.
my goodness.
You know,
oh.
I'm sit here because that was not a huge jump. That 182.5 looks so easy for her. Okay, that is not a monster jump. Okay, for the deadlift, it's under a 10-kilo jump. I think
My
she
goodness,
can do
just
it.
watching this again.
I think
she
she can
got
do it.
the head back, and she wasn't able to just push those hips forward. But wow, that was just
Came off the
awesome.
floor fast. All right, so Samantha Calhoun, good at 187, 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds to 197.5 for 435. And we got some excitement here. Everybody made their opening attempts. Virtually everybody is making their seconds right now. These thirds are going to get really crazy where everybody jockeys back and forth. And we are going to see, since you can change your third attempt twice before your bar is called loaded. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
She made easy work of that.
Wow, yeah.
And she's standing, wow. Wow. So,
Look for that position now to change. Based off that deadlift, I expect her overall, she's now a podium.
she's
contender.
looking for bronze now. She's looking
Yeah.
for third place now. Let's see what she puts in. All right, but right now we have Daniela Mello up. She went now, interestingly enough, in the pull for this, she went 200, which is 440 pounds. Wait.
Samantha Calhoun's lift was good, and we're
Right.
trying to catch up with that on the
So
sparring program.
right. So Daniela Mello is up 200, 440. Now she went 205, which is a very small. It's a 11 pounds, 5-kilo jump. So she went from 440 to 451. Which is an American Open record, I think Gino was saying. You hear the crowd here is going absolutely bananas.
She lifted in what was called our prime time session for the 84 kilos. So our Raw Nationals, Classic Nationals, was over
and
1,000
She's
lifters.
got the
Good
total
Lord,
record.
Oh my gosh.
American total record.
So large. We had over 1,000 lifters lifting in it. And what we did was they took a select group.
Here comes the replay, guys. Look at this.
Let's watch this replay.
This is, you have never seen an easier open total record. Wow, we just kind of lost that there. All right, you have to trust us. You saw it live. You know it was that easy. You didn't have to see a replay of that.
And she was one of those. She is a junior lifter. She was one of those chosen to lift in the prime time session where we took the best of the best. And I mean, everyone had to have a minimum qualifying total to even be able to come and achieve that. And so we took even the top cream of that, if you would, put them on the prime time, and that was a focal point where it was prime time viewing hours at 7 o'clock at night for the most part.
All righty now. Now, when they say, Kathy said before, the meet doesn't begin till the bar hits the floor. What they were talking about when they say that is these third attempt deadlifts, Flight A here at the Arnold Sports Festival. I mean, this is the place. The meet is right now. Everything that's happened up to this point means absolutely nothing. These third attempts are important for the money, for gold, for silver, for bronze, for pride for the last 12 months. And here we go with our first deadlifter, Lisa Rothman. She was good at 135 opener, just couldn't even crack the floor with her 142.5. Call for 142.5 again. It looks like she is passing. Yeah, it looks like she's timing out and passing. She just did not have it today. So next up is going to be Susie Hartwig-Gary, 5-time world champion, 25-time national champion, 145 opener, took a 10 kilo, 22 pounds to 155, a 5 kilo jump to 160. That's 11 pounds. It will tie her personal best.
If you're an up-and-coming lifter, if you want to see what calm looks like and how to focus before a lift, look at your screens now. Susie Hartwig-Gary, no one better in the game of staying calm and focused before a massive deadlift.
Right.
You watch, she's going to contain all that energy, then we see it release on the platform.
Right.
Fantastic setup to harness that energy, but she's not pacing around. She's not getting wild and crazy out the back.
Nope.
And it's all gonna come out on the platform.
No, and I want to say about Lisa Rothman being a professional. Some people would have passed their third attempt and put in a 0, right? She didn't. She put in left in the attempt of 142.5 to give Susie her time so that she wasn't short on her recovery time for the deadlift. That's sportsmanship. Right now, Susie Hartwig-Gary's up 145, 155, 5 kilo jump to 160, 11 pounds to 352, and here she goes, 5-time world champion, Susie Hartwig-Gary.
There would be one thing that I would change up on what you just said about Lisa. She didn't give it to Susie. She gave it to all the competitors.
Everyone.
That is true. That is true. She gave it to the whole flight.
Susie Hartwig-Gary, 160, gets it moving. She's going to lock this out.
Look at that smile. Wow. All right, so she tied a personal best. It wasn't a new one, but you ever see one that looks easier than that in the smile? She knew.
And then performances like that is why she's a 5-time world champion. Look at the replay
just
here.
gotta be consistent.
So smooth.
Here she goes. Watch her go.
We have 3 totals that we know now. Lisa Rothman is third place. She took 13th in the Wilks with a total of 312. And Susie put it down. And you got to love it when every athlete smiles.
Yeah.
So this puts Susie in third place for the overall. She has a check at the moment, but there's still a number of athletes that can go past her and push her out of the money.
Exactly. There's still 11 lifters left to go. And Samantha Calhoun is pulled into 4th, projected for 3rd. If she pulls her 3rd attempt, her forecast total will move her into 3rd. Now, Tina Donishman, she is in 2nd place on the Wilks and would maintain that. Melissa is trying to... Melissa was really excellent lifting.
That is great.
I think, didn't Melissa go 9 for 9?
I believe so.
She's only been in the sport for about 2 years, I think.
Right.
I was actually at her first meet, I believe. So now we have Tina Donishman up from California. Her significant other, Joe Franzo, lifted yesterday. All right, so she was good on her opener of 162.5, 7.5 kilo jump to 170. And then a 5 kilo, 11 pound jump to 385.
We've got LA Woman playing out there for Tina.
There you go.
She's trying to lock down 2nd place. The only person that could potentially knock her out of that now is Samantha Calhoun. This is just to put it a little bit out of her reach.
All right, so we got to pay attention right now. Tina Donishman's up, And we're going to watch changes on third attempts based on what's happening in these next several lifts.
It's a big fight. She locks it out.
Look at that smile. Look at that smile, man. She didn't want to put it down. She didn't want to put it. She didn't want to give it back.
She's like, okay, I got you. Put it down on my time, not yours.
She's like, that's my bar. I got it. I'm keeping it. You told me to put it down. I'm telling you no. You said pick it up, and I'm still hanging on to it. But right now, we have a look at that. Watch.
Okay, hold on here. So Tina Donishman, her Wilks is 497.10. Samantha Calhoun's projected 497.09. Do you think you might see a change come and bump it up to 210?
I'm
She's
thinking.
She's got to go 210. I'm really hoping her coach is paying attention and moves it to 210.
And I've seen it happen.
If that was me, I would be mad if I lost by 0.01.
Claudia Chaloner's up now, 175 kilos. She was good at 170. And the Gravity Monster bit hard.
Every now and then somebody will weld those plates to the floor.
Yeah, and it's funny how 170, I think we were talking about this yesterday, you put a little bit more on. 170 flew, 11 more pounds. All right, here goes Shay Edwards. Good at 160, good at 170. Now a 10-kilo jump to 180, 22 pounds to 396.
Wow.
Lockout's going to be a struggle. Can she do it?
Oh,
Leans back on that. What a great effort.
She locked it out. Let's see what the 3 white lights. There you go. There you go. Gravity Monster did not win that time. All right, now we have Alicia Webb. She was good at 177.5. Tried 10 kilos, 20. All right, we'll take a look right here again at Shay Edwards. Look at her just keep pulling, pull. Wow. There you go. All right, so now Alicia Webb was good at 177.5. Took a 10 kilo, 22-pound jump to 187.5. Just not sure what it was, but again, it just didn't really come off the floor. So she's taking this again now for 187.5. We see her standing in the on-deck area with Josh Rohr.
So right now, Nathan Baxter has to go to the jury because that world record is going to be coming up with Ashley Svenby on the next attempt. But for now, Alicia Webb is on the platform at 187.5. As Elliot said, she's repeating this on the second attempt. It looked like the Gravity Monster just reached up, grabbed hold of the bar, and said, no.
Yeah, let's see what goes here. I mean, sometimes, usually not much in the deadlift as a squat or the bench. Look, there she goes. Look at her. Look at. Okay, there was something she didn't get something right on that second attempt. There you go. And there's Gino Biancari, our announcer. He announces it. Look. Oh my gosh. Wow, that is.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what was just announced here at the venue is that Alicia Webb, who just finished her deadlift, lost her father just a couple of weeks ago, like last week. And yesterday was his 82nd birthday. And so she came here today, and she was lifting in his honor and in his memory and with love for him.
Wow.
And sometimes when you have a recent loss like that, sometimes it's hard to refocus, and she was doing it for him.
That's amazing. All right, here's an IPF open record. So Ashley Svenby took 182.5 on her opener, which tied her personal best. Called for 191, the world record, 421. Missed it. Is going to retake it. Come on. We want to see this here. We want a world record.
Oh, speed. Come on. Oh, and it is just stuck at the same level as it was on the second attempt. Wow, that was incredible effort. If she made that lift, that would have moved her into fourth place. on the Wilks. Outside of the podium, yes. Outside of the money, yes, but still 4th place.
Still moving up and would have been a world record. I mean, it's
Right.
she's had a successful day because, look, Kathy, even being in position for a world record is a successful day.
It is. Okay, this is how much things can change here. Right now, Katie Rutherford, she's in the 11th place out of 13. With this successful pull with a 192.5, 424 pounds, which is a personal record for her, it'll move her into the 9th place, 9th out of 13. Every lift counts. Kind of all collectively holding our breath as she pulls it up and locks it out. Waiting for the smile.
There you go. Columbus's own Katie Rutherford. Home cooking tastes wonderful, doesn't it? especially when you perform the way she performed today. All right, here we go now.
Outstanding. All right, Roy Alter, the physical therapist out of New York. She's going for a tie on her her best ever deadlift. She's currently in 7th place in the overall.
All right, so right now Roy Alto's got 192.5 on the bar, 424. She was good at 190. She's added only taking a very modest 2.5 kilos. I mean, modest, Kathy, I think, for the way her second attempt looked. I mean,
It was so strong.
It was so strong. And again, we don't know how she feels.
No.
I mean, it looked to us perfect, but she could have felt really bad about that attempt when she walked off. Regardless if the form didn't break down, it looked easy.
Right.
It was smooth. But so she called for 2.5 kilos, 6 pounds.
Here she goes right now
424.
on the platform. All right, Lori.
Now, she could be trying for a total personal record. She could
And
be
there we
trying
go.
for a Wilks record.
It was a little slow off the floor, and then she just exploded.
There we go.
Just
So that's
nod the head. Yeah,
Right.
I got this.
and so I'm saying with that small call and how easy the second was and how obviously easy the third was, that somewhere was a personal or a Wilks title.
she was locking in that 72-kilo class.
She definitely does that because she knows she's a smart lifter. She's technically proficient and is good with her selections. And there she goes. Look how easy that was. And it's perfect. Her nod the head. She came in here, got exactly what she wanted. All right. Maria T is up. She went 175, 10-kilo jump to 185. That 175 locked in her world record squat. Now she's jumped to 195, 10 kilos, 22 pounds for 429. Let's see where she goes here. This is a significant pull here. Oh! That would have given her a 553 Wilks. As it is, she'll have to settle with an amazing.
Oh, change.
Oh,
Samantha
here we go.
Calhoun, just like we expected. So what Samantha Calhoun did was she changed from a 207.5 to 210 to change her Wilks, because previously it was hang on, who was she going against? It was 497.09. By going to 210, now that gives her a projected Wilks total of 499, which would move her from 4th place into 2nd. Bump Susie Hartwig, who's currently 3rd, into 4th, and move Tina Donishment from 2nd to 3rd. So Samantha Calhoun, this will change 3 different placings, all with one pull.
Right.
As
Right.
easily as she did that 197, this is going to be awesome.
Right. We kind of said that when she did her second, where like she's in position as easy as her second did. She could put on the bar what she needs to get into the medal stand, get into the money,
Here she
get
goes.
the silver.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Let's see what the
Did
referees
it stop?
say. Let's see what
Did
the
it
referees
stop?
say.
Did it get supported?
Oh, all right. So
It was turned down.
all right, so
Was turned down. 2 red lights to 1, and the red lights with the blue card, which means that what they felt, in their opinion, was there was supporting of the bar, or it was on the way up.
Right.
And basically what I saw, and Elliot, I'm sure the referees saw probably the same thing. It would come up, stop, go down, stop.
the whole of the bar dip.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so,
yeah.
and
Okay.
again, so she had a choice there, right? She could have gone after third, a slightly more conservative attempt to go in the third. She went for the silver. And you can never argue with someone's personal choice there. You're trying to go for...
You're never going to get third if you never try for it.
Exactly.
And she never would have gotten second if she wasn't going to try for it.
Right.
But that was a heck of an effort.
Yep.
So it turns out that our winners in the Wilkes... Well, wait a minute. Daniela Mello is on the platform right now. She's going for another Junior American world record, Junior American record, 210 kilos.
463, and there you go. My gosh. She just keeps raising these records. Good Lord.
And that smile just says everything.
Look at those lights. She knew. So, Kathy, back to what you were talking about how we were finishing up. What was the finish on that? Do you remember?
The finish was Maria T.
Right.
Came in first place.
First place.
With over 500 Wilkes.
540 something. 548.
Right. Then second place was Tina Donishman with 497.10.
There you go.
And then third place was Susie Hartwick Gary. And if Samantha Calhoun in literally her first presence ever at the Arnold Sports Festival, brand new to Raw Nationals, brand new basically to USA Powerlifting, and a young 26-year-old lifter doing those kinds of numbers, we're going to see her again. That was absolutely fantastic.
All right, so now we're starting off with the deadlifts for Flight B. Our first lifter is going to be Shorty Sedang. He has a 320 subtotal, and he had a little bit of trouble in the squat. Forced him to make some moves in the bench, but now he's opening in the deadlift at 182.5. He's not directly competing against Bill because they're competing against everybody, but he and Bill are in the same weight class, so we're going to try and see what happens here. Shorty at 182.5. All right.
Double overhand grip.
Now,
that was just...
That's obviously very easy for him. I mean, that's not even close to his...
Yeah.
That's not even close to his personal best. So now Bill Tenorelli is opening at 225, 496. So what Bill did is Bill made all three of his squats. Shorty, and they're kind of like there on their squats, basically. Shorty was a much better bencher than Bill. Bill made all three squats, put Shorty in a position to extend himself a little bit, so moving into the deadlift, which is Bill's best discipline by a bit, he's only down by 5 kilos or 11 pounds. Bill can't pull that. So
Shorty missing his third attempt bench press.
Huge.
Instead of having a 10 kilo difference, it's only a 5 kilo difference.
Correct. And that's where
Bill put that, and Bill opened extremely conservative,
right.
225 versus the 242.5, which is his best ever.
Right.
And now he has a 540 total compared to Shorty Sedang at 502.5.
All right, Lenore Jones is up now. 230 kilo deadlift opener, 507.
Lenore Jones, our U.S. Marine out of North Carolina.
Semper Fi.
Conventional stance deadlifter.
All righty, he's in there good with 235.07. Daniel Romulo's up, had a 382.5 subtotal, opening at 230 kilos, 507. He has a shot at the medal stand right now. So again, what we saw in our in the A flight, we're going to see also in the B flight at the end. I'm predicting we're going to come down. There's going to be a battle here. There's going to be a battle. Guys have to make numbers. Wow. Kathy, I don't know if that's correct. All right, so
I'm not sure if Daniel Romello was completely locked out, and one side referee gave him a red card, which indicates that they did not feel that that referee did not feel that he was locked out, because his shoulders were really far forward.
all right now, Sawyer Yandel's up at a monster 368.5 subtotal. He's opening at 230 kilos, 5:07. Sawyer Yandel. Bang. And he is a great puller. All right.
So one of the things that I was noticing on the scoreboard is 5 different people made changes to their opening attempt deadlift.
Wow. Wow.
5 people.
So that kind of goes back to what we were talking about just a few minutes ago, about how this is going to look like they're really jockeying in there. That is not something, I mean, almost half of the lifters in this flight made changes to their opening deadlift.
5 out of 12.
And that is not normal, is it, Kathy?
That's a little bit higher than usual. Yeah, Zoth Thahia from North Carolina is our lifter at this time, pulling 235 kilos, opening up at 518 pounds. In order for them to have a complete Wilks, they have to have at least 1 good squat, 1 good bench press, 1 good deadlift. So once each one of these competitors gets that opening deadlift, then they will have a Wilks and they will have a total. And Zoth Thahia has 3 white lights, so he is now on the board and has a total.
There you go. All right, Stephen Casiola's up 4:03 subtotal, which means he had what, Kathy?
Oh, he had a world record. He was one of the 3, Sawyer Yandel, Keith McHoney, and Stephen Casioli, who all 3, we had 3 back-to-back world records in the 66 kilo class. It was spectacular lifting. Double overhand grip with a modified sumo stance, gripping it in, tight back, upright, and wow, efficient.
That is easy.
235.
That's 5:18 right there. All right, Josiah Harris is up now at 387.5 subtotal, looking for the same 235, 5:18. As you see up there on your screen, his best deadlift is 255. So if he makes this opening attempt, he is well within his. This is well within his range. How you doing?
Back now from the jury table. I can tell you, it is packed out the front there. There it is, standing room only.
Oh, that is so
If
you know what? They're getting great view.
Like, gee whiz, we're looking at some beautiful lifting this afternoon as well.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. The people we're looking forward to seeing are Kelly Branton coming in.
Preston Turner.
Preston Turner.
That's what I'm here for. Flew all the way from Australia just to see Preston.
I don't know.
I'm not sure if Josiah was locked out with his shoulders. Let's see what the 2 side referees gave a red card, indicating, and that is specifically given that your knees are not locked or your shoulders are not in the correct position, that you are not in a locked out position. And it looked like he really had the bar his shoulders were forward of the bar.
So anyway, Jesse Moore is up 362.5 subtotal, opening at 242.5, 534. Is he related to Glenn Moore? Kathy? Glenn?
I don't know. No, it's Glenn Moore. It's Glenn.
No, it's Glenn. Glyn, right?
Glenn Moore and Jesse Moores.
Gotcha.
Not Les's.
Oh my God, that broke my funny bone. All right, 242.5, 534, bang, opener.
Well, that was easy.
Now you got a total.
I just got a button. That was easy. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm saying that, but I'm not the one pulling it. 242 is more than I can pull, but it looked really easy. He just smoked it. It was awesome.
Yeah, so right now we have Scott Sullivan up. He had a 395 subtotal. Did he have the biggest sub? He had the second biggest sub in this group, and he's opening with 255, 562. Now remember, everybody in this flight, regardless of weight class, is competing by Wilks formula. So some of these guys came in remarkably light for their weight class. Normally you want to try to come in as close to the top of your weight class as possible, but these guys want to win on Wilks, so they're going to try to come in a little bit lighter. Some of these guys are 2 kilos lighter than they normally would be at a national meet or an international meet. So here we go, 255, Scott Sullivan, 562.
Okay, Scott Sullivan and Adrian Knox are both lifting in the 74 kilo class. Now, this is not necessarily going to play to the Wilks, but this is going to play to the weight class bragging rights. Scott Sullivan, he holds a lot of junior records in the state of Minnesota in the deadlift. So deadlift is his lift. He just opened at 255, and he has a subtotal of 395. Following right behind him is Adrian Knox with a subtotal of 390, also opening at 255. So these two are going to be going back to back, back to back, and the difference is 0.20 kilos in body weight, in that Scott Sullivan is 0.2 kilos lighter. So he's going in with a little bit lighter. He's got the lower lot number. He's got the higher higher subtotal, and opened the same. So third attempt and second attempt are both going to be critical for those two on those bragging rights in the 74 kilo class.
By the looks of that there, I think Adrian Knox has got plenty
Oh,
left in him to play around with those numbers.
Yeah,
going back to Scott Bing from Minnesota,
please.
I believe the deadlift is the state lift of Minnesota.
It is the state lift. You got the state bird, you got the state insect. But with guys like Nick Tyluki up there, and there's that guy, what's that guy's name, that big tall guy?
Gillingham?
Oh, Brad
Is
Gillingham.
that him?
Yeah, Brad Gillingham. He definitely is the devil. I think Brad's best was 84 pounds, I think, I want to believe. All right.
So Keith did a world record at 600 pounds at the Classic Worlds in 2016 in Killeen. So he is the world record holder on this.
World record holder John Paul Cauchi from Australia.
Okay, all right.
282.5. That is a record that gets shifted around a lot.
Yes. This weight class moves around almost every month. Let's see what they say.
And a good lift
lights.
for Keith.
3 white lights.
And I can tell you that by the power of the internet, JP is watching. He's very interested in what Keith does on the next
Of course
lifts.
he is. Of course he is. So, it's kind of interesting. Just as we were coming to the end of this flight, just a realization hit me. There's so much has been happening. There's been so many world records, great lifting, moving around, shuffling. This is only the first session of the day.
Well,
Right.
actually, no, it is not. This is the first session of IPF, but USA Powerlifting is running 7 meets in 3 days. We ran one yesterday that started at 8 a.m. and finished at 9 o'clock with all the awards. Then today we are running 3 different championships, 2 IPF. We are running an IPF event this afternoon. We are running 2.
Yeah, we've got the IPF Grand Prix this morning over on the Rogue stage, and then we have the SSP Nutrition
Raw
which is an
bench.
IPF Raw bench.
Yes. Shorty Sedang on the platform, 202.5, as he and Bill
Easy.
Tenorelli are trying to go against
Easy.
each other in the 59 kilo class.
And he
But-
is good 2-1.
But this today, yes, with world records, yes, you're absolutely right. But USA Powerlifting is running 7 meets in just 3 days. Tomorrow alone, we're going to run 3 simultaneously, all kicking off at 10 o'clock in the morning. But today we're running 3 additional championships where world records can be set. World records are being set. World records are falling. We hope you guys out there are enjoying this exciting competition as much as we are, because this is just spectacular.
All right, Josiah Harris is up now, 235. He missed this on his opener.
He had struggles. He struggled with the lockouts. What he's got to do is get those hips forward, get the shoulders back. It didn't seem like it was a lack of strength. It seemed like it was just a matter of technique and finishing the lift.
It looks a little bit better. He's
This
ready to
time,
go.
okay,
Good
There you go.
lift.
100%. Every single lifter has got a lift on the board.
All right, up now, Bill Tenorelli, 315 kilo subtotal, 225 opener. Now jump, that's 496, right underneath of 500. He's
And
now going for 237 and a half, it's an open American record, 523. Go ahead.
And in terms of the 59 kilo class, this is a shut the gate lift. This is close the doors.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying before. And see, look,
Look at
he is
that,
built
look
for
at that.
deadlifting. I mean, you look at that. Did you guys in Australia, did you have the Stretch Armstrong doll when you guys were kids with the big arms that stretched?
No.
There was this doll, and you could stretch them, but you could play, and they go like 8 feet. That was Bill Tenerelli. I swear that bar came 3 inches off. He stood up, and it never moved after that. It was a brilliant lift by Bill Tenerelli. Kind of solidifies himself, pushes Sonny back, and now I'm sure he's going to try to start to make a move to get onto the medal stand if he can. But right now we have Sawyer Yandel up. He was good at 230. He's called for 12.5 kilos to 242.5, 534 pounds for Sawyer Yandel.
And Australia, we didn't need to stretch Armstrong. We had Nip Lou, who was in that 66-kilo deadlift progression. He was the first guy. He had the stretch arms.
Yes.
I don't think he needed to get the bar above his knees ever.
Yeah. And there's guys like that. They break it off the floor, lean back, and it doesn't even move any farther. So anyway, Sawyer here with 242.5, 534, and bang. Thank you.
Nice.
Please, sir, may I have another?
Thank you, Mother, for the rabbits.
There you go. Thank you, Mother, for the rabbits. All righty now.
So I'm just trying to make sense of this, the score sheet, the projections, the current standings.
So the current
Look to
standings.
see who can go where.
Well, right now the current standing is that Stephen is in first place, and Keith McConey is in second. Bill Tenerelli is in third. But
on projections now we can see Daniel Ramula go past him on his next lift. Meanwhile, Zor Tihar, 245.
who's on the platform right now and was
Yeah.
not successful with that, the 245. So he is sitting in 11th place out of 12.
Now here, Daniel from Canada, he can change things around a bit. If he makes this, he'll go up into third place, currently sitting in fourth, behind Bill Tenerelli. Expect Bill to come out and pull something massive on his third to change that again.
The disadvantage that Bill has is Bill is the second lifter in the fight, so
Yeah,
everybody can make
he has
changes
to show his cards
afterwards.
first.
Right, exactly. On the platform is Daniel Rumella, lifting 245 kilos, 540 pounds. Currently, he's in fourth place. If he's successful with this, it moves him into third place in the Wilks.
All right, Daniel Ramel is up, open with 230 kilos, 15 kilo, 33-pound jump to 245. Let's see what the referees say here. Three white lights. There you go. So now they're moving around. They're just shuffling off the buffalo there, guys. He stands right now in the medal stand, bronze medal position, and a check. Third place right now. Stephen Cascioli from Canada is up. 403 subtotal, massive 403, 235 deadlift first, 7.5 kilo jump to 247.5. I was right, 12.5 kilo jump to 545 for Stephen Casciola. Already over 507 Wilks. And now, depending on what the referees say, it's 517.
And it was a good lift.
There you go. All right, Jesse Moores is up, 242.5. He was good. Called for 255, 12.5 kilos to 562 pounds for Canada's own Jesse Moores.
Now, Jesse is out of Canada, as you said, and he was the NAPF Open champion at 66 kilos. And what's interesting is his best previous deadlift was 250, so he is definitely trying to bump this up to 255.
So Jesse joined us down there, like you were saying, in St. Croix for the NAPF championships. He did a great job, an amazing job down there. And it's hard, it's hot, you got to travel far, and he did a great job. But here he is at 255, 562. He also is going to try to fight to get up on that medal stand. Let's see what everybody has to do to move around here. And he's making a good case for himself right there at 255, 562.
So with this Wilks, though, what that does is he's solidly in sixth place, and he's going to maintain that. So he's not going to move up, and he's not going to move down.
Right. So with 485 he stands at right now in 6th place.
Okay, currently Keith McHoney is in the 2nd place based on Wilkes. And his Wilkes is 499.11. And he is behind Stephen Cassioli at 517.67. But when Keith makes this lift, Keith's Wilkes will move up to 505.08. So back and forth. These two are deadlifting, and every lift is going to count. Here we go. All the focus and all the eyes are on Keith McHoney.
Wow.
3 white lights.
And now we know with Keith, he's not afraid of doing big jumps in between attempts. He's
This
not
is
afraid
true.
of breaking the rules, so I'm really interested.
Breaking the rule. Breaking the law. Breaking the law. All right.
Where's Bonica? So really interested to see what he submits for his next attempt.
Absolutely.
Whether
I
he's gonna
want
swing.
to turn now. Adrian Knox is on the platform, and his best ever was 265. He's called
So
for
this
270.
is for a big PR.
Not only is it a big PR, but he's coming back from a torn bicep tendon. And that makes this even more critical because mentally he's achieving not just overcoming
Oh,
the
look at
injury,
that. And made it
also
look easy.
increasing that personal record. And he did that so well.
Now, did he tear that at North Americans, Kathy? Is that what you were saying?
I do not know that.
Okay.
I do not know that.
All right, Scott Sullivan is up USA good at 255, 20 kilo, 44-pound jump. I believe that's our largest jump right here so far. Am I correct there? To 275, 606.
When he succeeds on this, it will move him into 7th place. So the positions are just changing all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Going to be just like this is when you assemble a great meet and you have some of the best lifters. The 3rd attempt deadlifts are just amazing. They were like that in the first flight, A flight. Now it's going to be like that. Right now, Scott Sullivan on his 2nd, 275, 606 to lead us into those amazing thirds. Take it away, Scott. And there you go.
I'm
He-
not,
Oh, and
3
his
white lights.
He's happy with that, isn't he? He's
3
pumped
white
up.
lights. Those deadlifters out of Minnesota. That was our final 2nd attempt. We are moving into the 3rd attempt deadlifts. The last 12 lifts.
Now, let me say, that generally the Scandinavian countries, a lot of those, the Swedes, the Nords, the Finns, the Icelanders, very, very good deadlifters, right? Traditionally.
Yeah, and I believe Minnesota is a Nordic country. Is that
There you
right?
go.
It's a
It
Nordic state.
is like the 7th Nordic state. It is awesome. And Australia knows about America.
Australia knows a lot of things. We're watching.
I
Always
know you
watching.
do.
We've got to
You're
be careful.
always watching us. But here we go. Shorty Sedang is up, good at 182.5, 20 kilo jump to 202.5 now, 215, 474 for Shorty. Bang, and he looked at everybody. He looked at all 3 referees, now looks at the lights, and
Good
says,
lights.
there we go. So, and again, this goes to his intensity, to his steel spine. He didn't do what he needed to do in the squat, didn't do what he wanted to do in his best lift, the bench press, and he came back and went 3 for 3 in the deadlift. That right there is a competitor, guys.
Here we go. We got Bill Tenerelli getting himself psyched up for his final attempt. 242.5. Wow, that's a big attempt. That's a big 59 kilo attempt. And once again, going early in the round is not going to change. It could change a lot depending on whether people following him make their attempts. So this is to put pressure on everybody else.
It's to put pressure, but it's not going to change number 1 through 6 for the most part because he's currently sitting in 6th place. He would not move up much at all.
And look at that intensity.
Finished it out.
Look at the
Finished it
fighting
out.
spirit.
Did not stop. Did not give up. And I wish I could jump off the floor like
And basketball.
yeah.
Crazy. And with those arms, you probably could, man.
Look at that. Gets the shakes on around the knees, but is able to pull through that and lock it out. That's a marvelous deadlift there from Bill.
Josiah Harris with the Air Force.
What?
Josiah Harris. He's in 10th place out of 12, out of 13. No, I'm sorry, out of 12. And he has got it very solidly locked in. You want to finish strong. He missed his opener because he didn't have a complete lockout. Came back on his second attempt with the same weight. Got the attempt that time. He's gone up 7.5 kilos to 242.5, 534. Very deliberate in his setup. He's using the mixed grip. Kind of a modified sumo. He doesn't have his feet all the way out against the plates. And he's pulling it up and locked it. Let's see what those white lights. Three white lights, so he finishes very strong, which is really good. So he is finishing out in 10th place overall. Zathahia is up next at 245 kilos, 540 pounds.
All right, so he missed this on his second attempt. He opened with the 235, looked pretty convincing, went 10 kilos, 22 pounds to 245, missed it. It's retaking it on his third right now. Zaw is up 245, 540 pounds. There you go.
I don't remember. What did he miss? Was it the bar just never left the floor, or did it slip out of his grip?
Too heavy.
Yeah, it just was too heavy. The gravity monster. Which and it's funny because that 235 looked good. Now. Wow. Yeah.
That was moving, and I honestly thought that he might be able to finish it out.
Yeah. All right, now up. Dan Ramallah up. Went 230 on his opener, 15 kilo jump to 245, 33 pounds, and then took a 10 kilo jump, 22 pounds to 255, 562 for Daniel Ramallah. He is in third place right now based on his seconds. And will this solidify?
Based on projections, this will keep him in third place overall. Only Scott Sullivan would have the potential, really, to go past him based on the deadlift.
So let's look for a change. If he makes this, definitely look for a change from Scott Sullivan because he's not going to be satisfied with pulling for fourth.
Oh, a little bit up and down there.
Oh, boy. That door's open a little bit.
Now open for Scott Sullivan to sweep on in.
The door's not open. Him in. Like, come on in, have a beer, sit down. We'll talk about it. All right. Right now, Stephen Cassiola from Canada is up massive 403 subtotal with a world record in there. Then he had a 235 opener. Then he had a 247.5 second, which was pretty good. Now he's taking a 10 kilo, 22 pound jump to 257.5, 567 pounds for the man who is going to be our winner, unless Keith could make a change. We'll see. But this could really solidify this here for him. So let's listen to the crowd and Gino Biancheri.
That's an impressive looking deadlift.
Well,
and now
that moves his Wilks from 517 to 526.
Yeah. And can you believe in the 66 kilo class, he's still 19.5 kilos off the total record.
Oh my goodness.
I'm exhausted. It's lunch and I'm exhausted already.
This is a great way to spend a morning.
Oh, trust me, I'm having a great time with you, Kathy and Nathan.
Great way to spend a morning.
You know?
Wow.
I mean, you're kind of sort of close to home, Kathy, being a hometown girl from here in Ohio, or a home state girl.
Oh, only because the job brought us here.
I know, but you're still here, and we like that you're so close to here. Nathan came from literally halfway around the world.
Yes, he did.
Down under to join us. And now Jesse Morris is coming from the great white north to come down. He had a 362.5 subtotal. He opened with 242.5, smashed it, went to 255, kind of dub smashed it, and now going 10 kilos, 22 pounds at 265, 584 for Jesse Morris.
Did he make all 3 of his squats and all 3 of his deadlifts, all 3 of his
I-
benches?
Let's not talk about that just now. Let's not put that curse on him.
Yeah.
He lifted
I'm
some
wanting
stuff
to
before.
celebrate.
Now, here we go.
Oh,
Just on grip.
I should not have asked. I was asking about other lifts.
I will.
That was the curse of the no-hitter. You never talk about the no-hitter.
Okay, this is true. But what's interesting is that what that does is it moves him from 5th place into potentially 7th. Potentially in 7th, because Sawyer Yandel is lifting after Keith, and Sawyer is currently in 7th, and what he has put in is enough that would move him up into 3rd. So there would be tremendous shift in the Wilks.
Yes. So right now, Keith McConey, 257.5, 265, 7.5 kilo jump to 272.5. This is 600.
And this is what he pulled at the World Classic in 2016 in Killeen, Texas.
That's a good lift. 2-1.
Good lift.
That is a 4.19 times body weight deadlift.
Okay,
That's
we're not done.
incredible, isn't it? Now,
We're not done.
Sawyer
Yandel
wants
is
to
also in the 66 kilo class, and he's asked for 275 kilos, which is a massive jump up from his second attempt, which was 242.
Right. And now he's putting it on to be in the bronze medal position. He does not want to stay where he was.
He's already got a world record squat. Why
and
not
that's
swing
a 32
swing for the fences
kilo
and go
jump.
for a check as well?
Right.
But that's a 32 kilo jump. That's massively huge. He only jumped 12 and a half from 1 to 2.
But he's in 7th place now, so he doesn't care about moving into 4th or moving into 5th or moving into 6th. He wants to be on that medal stand for the medal presentation.
This is for a payday.
And this is for a payday. This is for a bronze medal. This is for the medal stand. Let's go. Sawyer Yandel, 275,
He's
606.
having to reposition the bar a little bit to his liking. 275. Now, if 275, how many times body weight is this? When he's 65 he's just under 66 kilos.
It's just darn close to the same because they're right about the same weight.
No,
just didn't get it. So
not there.
I like that. I'm a big fan of that. If you're gonna finish outside the top 3, doesn't matter what number. Try to get on the podium.
Try to get on the podium.
That's part of the fun of the Arnold Sports Festival here in Ohio. Like people, go big or go home.
Okay, we're not done yet. Adrian Knox, next up. He's out of Trinidad. He's the one recovering from the torn bicep tendon. Great puller. 282.5 and 265 was his previous best, so he's already exceeded that. When he pulls this, he moves from 8 to 7. And what that will do then, it will bump Sawyer Yandel from 7 down to 8.
Yeah, I know,
so they
it's
will
crazy.
flip-flop back
Everybody
and forth.
flip-flop. And we got another big flop coming here,
look
too.
at that. Yeah,
wow, look at that.
That was
easy.
locked in, and
It's
we are
easy.
looking for 3
It's
white
easy.
lights, and he got it.
It's
so
easy.
he's now reversed positions. Oh, I'm wrong.
Now watch
He's
this.
moved into 6th place.
Now watch this. Watch this.
Right. Okay, wait. We're watching Knox. Redo this again. Boom. Straight up. Wow, that was so easy and so smooth.
All right.
Now Scott Sullivan taking a 290 attempt. This would jump him up into 3rd place in the overall.
From 7th. He's in 7th right now, so this is a huge jump. And again, a guy saying, I don't want 4th or 5th or 6th. I'm already in 7th. There's only one thing to go for. Bronze medal and a check, stand on the medal stand.
We like checks, don't we, Elliot?
And here he comes. I love checks. As a matter of fact, I'll be in Pilsen, Czech Republic for Open World Championships. But here we go now. Scott Sullivan pulling for a check, bronze medal, 290 kilos, 639. Take it away, Scott.
Strong gets it to his knees, got the shakes on. Oh, not today.
And you know what? That is a
Not
man-sized attempt here, and I think that's great. You do that. You've come here. You train for years. It's under the big lights. It's at the Arnold Sports Festival. You're with the best lifters, the biggest crowds. Look at the production we have here on TV, and that's what we do.
And he pulled, and he pulled, and he pulled. But when he put the bar down, it almost looked like he was hurt a little bit on that right leg. So how did we finish out? We finished out with Stephen Cassioli in first place in the Wilks with a 5:25.63. Second place went to Keith McHoney, 5:11.04. And then third place, again in the 66 kilos. In fact, the top 3 Wilks all came from the 66 kilo class. Daniel Ramella from Canada, 493.84. So, ladies and gentlemen, the lifting for the morning session of the Slingshot Pro American here at the 2017 Arnold Sports Festival is concluded, with the women finishing out and all of the men up to the 74 kilo class. This afternoon, we have the equipped lifters, and then we've got the 83 to 120 plus lifters. We've got Ray Williams, Preston Turner,
the great white juggernaut, Kelly Branton.
Kelly Branton, who came, we have got some phenomenal lifting coming in for this afternoon. But for today, also a reminder that one of the things that we do is we use our Raw Nationals, our Classic Nationals, as a qualifier for the Arnold Sports Festival. So if you're wanting to come and lift at the Arnold Sports Festival with USA Powerlifting, one of the things that we ask you to do is find a local meet. Qualify there. From there, you can go to your state meet, your regional meets. And the regional meets, we have 8 regions. And those specifically are the Southwest, the Mid-Atlantic, the Northwest, the South, Southeast, Midwest, Northeast, and Central. Find a regional championship, qualify there, and then go on to Raw Nationals, which this year is going to be held in Orlando, Florida in October. There is a minimum qualifying total that you have to meet. But we welcome you into the sport. We hope that you enjoyed it. We saw world records fall. We saw world records be set and established. Again, this is USA Powerlifting at the Arnold Sports Festival for 2017, the Slingshot Pro American. We hope you had a good time. Thank you.
First place, big round of applause, Lisa Rothman. All right, let's move on to the 52 kilo weight class. Second place, Suzanne Hartwig Gary. First place from Los Angeles, California, Tina Danishman. Handing out the medals, the Secretary General of the International Powerlifting Federation, Mr. Robert Keller. Photos. Line up, Robert, next to the ladies for photos. Wah, 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 wah. $57 kilo weight class, 63 kilo. Come on out. 57, 63. Robert Massey, bring out 57 and 63. $57 and 63. 57 and 63. Come on out, please. 57 kilo weight class. Second place, Ashley Svenby. And beating Ashley by 1 Wilkes point, ladies and gentlemen. First place, Shay Edwards. Shay won on body weight. They both lifted 415 kilos. 0.12 kilos. Shay won by 1/10 of a kilo in body weight. All right, let's move on to the 63 kilo weight class. In fourth place, Melissa Irwin. In third place, Claudia Shaloner. Here she comes. In second place, Samantha Calhoun. And in first place, Maria T. All right, 72 and 84s. 72 and 84s. Come on out. Rory, Katie, Daniela, and Alicia. Rory, Katie, Daniela, and Alicia. 72 kilo weight class. Second place, ladies and gentlemen, Katie Rutherford. First place, Rory Alter. One more round of applause to them. '84-kilo weight class. Silver medal, Alicia Webb. And the gold medal winner, first place, Daniela Mello. Maria, please come over here right now. Maria T. Right now. All right. We're now moving on to the Female Wilkes Awards, the money shots, the money awards. Where's Susie? We need Susie. Susie Hartwig Gary. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in third place by Wilkes Formula. Big round of applause with a check for $500 from Slingshot, Susie Hartwig Gary. In second place for the check for $750, Tina Danishman with a Wilkes of 497. Susie had a 488. Tina's got a 497. And ladies and gentlemen, in first place with an amazing Wilkes of 542, a big round of applause with a check for $1,500, Maria T.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention? I'd like to introduce Mr. Mark Bell, the sponsor of this championship. Let's give him a big round of applause. Mr. Bell, we'd like to say a few words.
Oh, here we go. It's awesome to be a part of this, and we were a part of it last year, and it's something that we're going to continue to do. Help continue to grow this sport. And there's a couple things I love about powerlifting, but the number one thing that I've always loved about it is that we all possess the ability to get stronger. Every single person in this room, male or female, short or tall, skinny or fat, no matter who you are, we all possess the ability to get stronger. We all possess the ability to get better. And as people of strength, it is our job to pass that message on to other people. You could take that into your just everyday life. We all possess the ability to get better. When you try to get better at everything, it can be overwhelming. But if you take it one step at a time and you work at one thing at a time, and if you think of this message, something I want to share with you guys today, and share with you ladies that kicked a bunch of butt today, whenever you're going to do something that is not towards your goal, you don't need to be militant about that, but you did set a goal for yourself, so you owe it to yourself, and you owe it to the people around you to accomplish that goal. So anytime you're going to stray, or anytime you're going to go off the wagon, so to speak, think of these words: how is this going to help me? I'd like everybody to think of that. I'm Mark Bell. It's awesome to be part of USAPL Powerlifting. I appreciate your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mark Bell.
All right, 59-66, men. Come on out. Step on behind the platform. Bill Tenorelli, Shorty, get on out there. All 59, 66 kilo lifters, come on out. All right, let's start with the 59 kilo weight class. Ladies and gentlemen, second place, Shorty Sadang. First place, big round of applause for Bill Tenorelli. New Jersey, Robert, USA. One more round of applause to these two fellas. Let's get a photo there, Robert. Let's get a photo. All right, 66 kilo class. In fifth place, Sawyer Yandel. Right there, Sawyer. In fourth place, Jesse Moores. Third place, Daniel Ramula. Second place, Keith K-Mac McHoney. And first place in the 66 kilo weight class, Stephen Cassioli. One more round of applause to these gentlemen. Zaw and LJ get participation medals, too. Zaw, go on up and see Aaron up there. Go see Aaron for a participation medal. All right, all 74 kilo lifters, come on out. 74, Adrian Scott Josiah. Adrian Scott Josiah. Adrian Scott Josiah. All right. 74 kilo weight class, third place, Josiah Harris. Second place, Scott Sullivan, USA. Josiah, USA, Scott, USA. And ladies and gentlemen from Trinidad and Tobago, first place, Adrian Knox. Photos. What time you got, Bill? 1:45. All right, the afternoon session starts. Give them one more round of applause. The afternoon session starts in 15 minutes. 2 p.m., 15 minutes, 2 p.m. now.
We have two lifters that need to come to the scorer's table. Daniela Mello, please come to the scorer's table. And Stephen Cassioli, Please come to the scorer's table. Stephen Cassioli.
Test. Okay, the lifters, listen up, really important. The lifters that set a world record in the AM session, please come to the jury table. Please come to the jury table. Mello, Danielle Mello. Yandel Cassiola.
Yeah, he's just getting his bag. He's gathering his things up and then they're going to come up.
I did not do a printout. We're just going to do a printout at the end of the day. Yeah. Well, Andrew will have the printout.
He was here and then he left and he never came back.
Sawyer. Sawyer Yandel, please come to the scorer's table. Sawyer.
I'm probably brutalizing the accent. Ladies and gentlemen, our other side referee hails from New Mexico, USA. He is a 10-time IPF world champion, and he is the current International Powerlifting Federation deadlift world record holder. Masters 3, Masters 4, raw and equipped. Big round of applause for Mr. Bill Helmick. And our chief referee, ladies and gentlemen, going to be hosting high school nationals in 2018 in Appleton, Wisconsin. Wisconsin State Chair Tonya Lambeth. And our jury table, ladies and gentlemen, current reigning and multi-time IPF world champion. Big round of applause from Nebraska, USA, Bill Sindelar. President, Puerto Rican Powerlifting Federation, multi-time world champion competitor, Ivan Cancel. And ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of the International Powerlifting Federation out of Florida, USA. Big round of applause for Mr. Robert Keller. Gentlemen and lady, please take your appropriate positions. We're going to start in about 10 seconds.
All right. Our loaders and spotters for this event are a combination.
All right, we're here today commentating for a really cool event. It's the PM version of Slingshot Pro American. And we have plenty of lifters here today that have come from various backgrounds. We have lifters that are still in high school. We have lifters that are still, in college, and those are usually junior lifters. And then we have open lifters and masters lifters. So right now we're looking at Group C on the left hand side of our screen. We can see they're in Group C. That doesn't mean that they're supposed to be after a certain group. They went in the morning already, so they're their first group this morning. And the person that is up first is Taylor LaChapelle from Wisconsin. She's going to be squatting at a body weight of 56.3 kilos. She will be squatting 175 kilograms, which works out to be 385.8 pounds. She got that really close grip on her hands there, real tight.
Lift looks good. Let's see. 3 light weights.
Excellent lift for Taylor LaChapelle of USA. Now we're going to transfer over to another Wisconsin lifter, I believe out of Whitnall, Wisconsin, or at least the school is Whitnall. And something great about her is she is the IPF junior, sub-junior silver medalist. She's incredible. She's a 63-kilogram lifter, and she's just tough as nails. It's really fun to watch. Jordan Panton.
All right. Jordan is opening up with 180 kilograms in the 63 kilo weight class, which is 396.8 pounds.
For those of you at home, you have to think about this is somebody in the 63 kilogram weight class that's opening with 396.8 pounds. It's an excellent opener.
See if it's a good lift. 3 white lights.
Great, 3 white lights. I can't see anything wrong with that lift. Really technically sound. Moving on to Carlo E. Melendez. He is a 2-time NAPF champion, 2-time Pan American bench press champion, and he's gotten 3rd place in the Pro American in 2015, which was the same event a few years ago.
All right. Carlo is opening up here with 250 kilograms on the squat in the 74 kilogram weight class. He's opening up with 551 pounds.
And the coach you just saw on the live feed is Mr. Cooper. He is an excellent coach, does a lot of hard work, and has a lot of heart. So that's Mr. Cooper is coaching Carlo right now.
All right, I didn't see anything wrong with that lift.
Really strong lift. We'll see what they got. 3 whites.
Looks good.
Something you'll notice on the live feed is when they have equipment on, they are going to move out of the frame, possibly carried by their coach. They're wearing knee wraps on their knees, and they're very, very tight. It is a long distance from the platform to getting off the platform, so their coach may just pick them up and carry them off.
Next lifter up is Zachary Dotas.
Well over 3 times his body weight. We're centering the bar. Bar starting, give me a round of applause for Zach Dotas.
Opening up with 260 kilograms on the squat, 573 pounds.
Zachary is Alaskan, so he's hailing from Alaska.
Way down Greg Johnson in the hole.
Very fast squat. We'll see what they say about that one.
Good thing.
Two
Two white lights.
In powerlifting, you really only need the 2 white lights to get a good lift. So that was a decision of 2-1. The red light was a fault of, or a failure of red, which means depth. So somebody on that side referee called depth
Right.
for Zachary. The dreaded depth call.
When you go too fast like that, it's kind of hard to see it.
Good referees definitely can spot that, and it's fun to watch. Currently, we have Shane Brady coming up. Shane Brady is going to be squatting 320 kilograms. 320 kilograms is quite a bit of weight. So that means he's opening with 705.5 pounds. Of course, he is in the 105 weight class, but that means nothing. 705 pounds is a lot of weight.
He's got his knee wraps on tight.
Really fast lift. He looked like he had a lot of control over the weight. They are calling it a no lift, 2-1 on depth. Something you may have noticed, a little bit of a different setup. Some lifters will have their hands where their thumb is wrapped all the way around. Some people will actually have that thumb behind. A few years back, what they decided is that you could actually have that thumb not wrapped around just so long as all of the fingers, the digits, are touching the bar.
Right.
They made that choice because there's so many lifters that want that thumb not to be required to be wrapped around.
Now here we have Gregory Johnson in the 105 kilogram weight class. He is opening up with 350 kilograms, 771.6 pounds. Which
Once
is
again,
crazy.
that's the 105 weight class. I mean, you're not going the heaviest weight class just yet, and they're still opening with 771. This will be really fun to watch.
Big weights expected to come out through the day.
Coming from Killeen, Texas, we have Gregory Johnson.
Lift will be no good.
Now, something that if you've never actually watched powerlifting, or maybe just a few times, you might not know that equipped means a few things. At the very minimal, equipped could be something like knee wraps. They wouldn't necessarily have to wear a suit. They could wear a singlet, but if they have those compression knee wraps, that makes them equipped. You can have wrist wraps, but you can't have knee wraps if you want to be raw lifter. We're in the equipped, so they have knee wraps. They also happen to be wearing, of course,
squat
suits. That's what you're seeing here. They are not light singlets, and they're definitely not a wrestling singlet. So now we have Ahmed, and he is the 120 plus weight class, equipped men from the United States.
He is opening up with the same weight, 771.6 pounds.
You're going to see on the front of all of their shirts, Slingshot. Slingshot is a company that is owned by Mark Bell, and they have sponsorship today of this event. So the Pro American is sponsored by Slingshot.
And Slingshot, they sell many different powerlifting items, such as knee sleeves, wrist wraps, such as the Gangsta wrist wraps. They can be found on howmuchyabench.net. And
he said that right. How much ya bench?
Howmuchyabench.net.
All right, we'll transition back to Taylor LaChapelle. She is a 3-time state champion in the 97-pound weight class, 3-time national champion, and she holds several American records. She's a 3-time world champion and holds records in the 47-kilogram weight class in the squat and the total.
14 kilos more than 3 times her body weight. 17 years old.
She went from a 175-kilogram squat. Now she's going to go up. That squat was good, so we definitely want to put some weight on the bar. We're going to go to 182.5. That's 402.3 pounds.
Which is crazy for a 57-kilogram frame.
She loves this lift. Squat is one of her very favorite things to do.
This is very impressive.
She's got Coach Brian Shekels close behind her, watching everything, making sure it's all just right.
And like you said before, she has a very tight setup.
I would say she's closer to a conventional, yes.
She had a nice sticking point about halfway up the lift. Let's see if she takes it again and gets it.
An interesting fact about Taylor LaChapelle is she's going to be at Wisconsin High School State Meet next week. So she's got 2 back-to-back meets right in a row, coming up pretty fast. the Arnold, and then Wisconsin High School State.
Two pretty big meets.
Right, because your high school state is important, and Wisconsin is a really big state
Right.
for high school powerlifting. We got Jordan Panton coming back up, and I made a mistake. You know what? She's not from Whitnall, but she does lift in Wisconsin. I know that. 418 pounds for her second lift. A little too much this time, but she can come back and try that one more time.
Right.
In powerlifting, you have 3 main lifts. You got squat, bench press, and deadlift. Right now we're in the squat. You get 3 attempts in each. So if you don't get it one time, you can definitely try again if it's not your final lift.
And geared powerlifting is a whole different ball game than just raw powerlifting. One little thing on your suit, or you don't wrap your knees right, and it could throw you off.
It really can. Just a tiny shift in the hip flexor of a suit can really,
Right.
if that seam isn't right there where you want it to be, can change the way you feel. Now, back when I was lifting, I'm from Wisconsin. I currently live in Minnesota. My name is Rebecca Main for all of those out there. We use different, less complex suits.
Right.
Suits from Titan and Inzer. I had a Z suit and a champion suit.
Oh, here we have Carlo E. Melendez coming in with his second attempt in the 74 kilogram weight class. 573.2 pounds, made a 10 kilogram jump. Let's see how he goes here.
It's a nice conservative jump. See how he does.
Three lifters so far have hit a sticking point in their squat with their second attempts.
Unfortunately, just a little too heavy this time around, but he can come back and try again. So Zachary Dotas, or Dotas, 74 kilogram weight class equipped men, is going to have a second lift of 611.8 pounds. He did do quite well and completed his first squat of 260 kilograms.
Made a 17.5 kilogram jump. Kind of a big jump. Let's see how he goes here.
So this is the grip I was talking about earlier, where he has that thumb behind. Some people preferred that grip with just the fingers. Very fast lift. We're going to take a look at the lights. 3 white lights. Good lift for Zachary. Going to shift over to Shane Brady.
Here we have Shane Brady, 105 kilogram weight class. Failed his last attempt. He's coming back here with a 7.5 kilogram jump to 722 pounds.
To give you an inside thought process, when you're looking at the rules of USA Powerlifting, or actually this is considered NAPF, which is North American Powerlifting Federation, if there's a line through it and you're looking through results, that means a no lift. No lift just means that they got either 2 or 3 reds and did not achieve the lift. Was not recorded for them.
Fast lift. Let's see what they say.
Definitely nice and quick. 2-1 again, and I believe that was part of the issue last time around.
Right.
So this second lift is also the same issue, even though he decided to go up 7.5 kilograms from the first to the second.
Here we have Gregory Johnson again taking a second attempt. He placed second at Open Nationals, 105 kilogram weight class in 2014, 2015, and 2016. He also competed at the 2015 Open World Championships in Luxembourg. Placed third in Classic World Championships in the 105 kilogram weight class in Suzdal, Russia in 2013. So he has a very good background, very experienced veteran of the sport.
Now, Gregory's only 26 years old, so he's traveled quite a bit at 26 years old.
Right.
That's great. He's got a lot of confidence on his face this time around.
He took the same attempt as he did last time with 771.6 pounds.
World coaches, we talk about that often. Do you go up at that second lift? We generally don't. If that first opener wasn't achieved, we generally don't go up.
Got to get yourself on the board. Make sure you don't want to bomb out of the meet.
Real tight setup. We'll see what they say. It's a good lift by a decision of 2 white lights to 1 red light. And the 1 red light was for depth.
Ahmed Hassanen. He was bronze medal in squat in 2013 Norway with 9th place overall in the super heavyweight weight class.
So Ahmed is going to take a second squat of 815.7 pounds. And I'm telling you, I've met him in person. He is a tall fella, so his rack height is 21.
Wow.
Kind of the average would be somewhere in between, like the teens. He is a tall fella. He's got a long way to squat.
Right. Ahmed also took 5th place in nationals in Colorado with a 189 kilogram total in the 120 class.
And that may have been part of the reason why he's here today.
Lift was nice and fast for Ahmed.
A lot of energy. You can see it in his face. It's great. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Ahmed. So he's got his first and second lift. He's sitting really well.
He is.
Looks like he's making great choices. Finally, we're going to come back around to Taylor LaChapelle. For all of those who are curious, her best squat is 177.5 kilograms, and we're looking at 182.5. So she's trying to chip her own personal best record, and she's actually trying to do that by more than 5 kilograms.
And personal records, they are really, really exciting to hit, and usually after you get a nice PR, you know, you're really excited, and hopefully it gets her excited for the rest of the meet and the adrenaline rush and all that.
Right. Well, you're in high school, right, Ben?
Right.
You know what it's like.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll be competing here tomorrow, which got a little bit of nerves and got a little bit.
You'll be great, Ben. I'll be right here to watch you as well. The gentleman with the black hat yelling is Taylor LaChapelle's coach, Brian Shekels. He does a lot of really great work down in Adams, Wisconsin.
She is taking her second attempt again with 402.3 pounds, 182.5 kilograms.
It's a great weight for her. We've actually been in the weight room with her, and this is a good weight for her. It'll be great. Up, up, up. Come on. Tough. She's a tough girl. She pushed it out. Let's see what they say. What's the decision? 2-1. You have 2 white lights, 1 red light, and that yellow card most likely is something about that up and down motion, but not certain. There's a lot more failures than just 1 in that red category.
Right.
Could be many different things. Back to Jordan Panton. We're also seeing her retake that second squat number of 190 kilograms. Transfers to 418.9 pounds. This is a very young lady doing some really big things in the 63 kilogram weight class.
Right.
Unfortunately, just a little too much for her today, but she does get to keep her first squat of 180. For anyone that doesn't watch a ton of powerlifting, you need 1 lift in each discipline. So 1 squat, 1 bench press, 1 deadlift. And if you don't get all 3, that's not the worst thing. However, you do want to set PRs and try to get them all.
Right. Carlo Melendez coming up with his 3rd attempt, taking his 2nd squat attempt again with 573.2 pounds.
He's 33 years old, so he's also a young fella too.
Right.
This is just a hair under his personal best. His personal best looks to be 262.5. He's doing 260 right now. Transfers to 573.2, like I think my friend Ben said. Just a little bit too much for him today. However, he does get that first lift of 250 kilograms, so he is also in the meet with 250 kilogram squat.
Here we have Zachary Dotas coming up with his 3rd attempt.
Now, Zachary was actually at the 2016 NAPF Championships down in the Virgin Islands, and he was lifting for Team USA. NAPF, North American Powerlifting Federation. That's all of the Northern American. That's Canada, that's USA, that's the Virgin Islands, Trinidad and Tobago. Really fun competition, and he did really well back in August.
Taking his 3rd attempt with 295 kilograms, 650.4 pounds.
3rd squat, he had 1 and 2. Let's see if he can chip it even more and get 3. Excellently fast. Let's see the decision on that. 2-1, unfortunately, they said too high of a squat.
Now with the USAPL, your hip crease has to be below your knee crease for depth.
Yeah, USA Powerlifting, we have basically assimilated the rules of International Powerlifting Federation, and you'll hear us say IPF or USA Powerlifting. Internationally, we try to follow those rules because that's the group that we want to move into, and those are the competitions that we're in. So we try to use all of those same rules almost to a T. And you're going to see Larry Maley actually coaching Shane Brady right now. Larry Maley is the president of USA Powerlifting. Has been president for quite a while. Excellent man.
3rd attempt, 722 pounds. He needs to make this 3rd attempt here to be able to stay in the meet and not vom out. He has missed his first 2 lifts, so the pressure is on him right now.
Literally.
Yes.
He has a lot of weight on his shoulders. 327 kilograms, 722 pounds. Needs this lift to stay in the meet. Okay, from here, look convincingly deep. We will see what they say. No good, 2-1. If you have never really watched the inner rules of powerlifting, 2-1 means that you can actually go and debate that with the referees at the jury table. If it's a 2-1 decision, 2 reds, 1 white, you can go to the jury table and say, hey, we want to disagree, and the jury will make their final choice.
Gregory Johnson here, coming up with his final attempt. Missed his opener. He took the same weight for his second attempt. Got that. Here he is making a 5 kilogram jump. 355 kilograms, 782.6 pounds.
Now, for those of you who have never met Gregory Johnson in person, he's an awesome personality and a really, really kind person. Best squat of 360. He's going just below that today with 355 kilograms. Saw Robert Keller go across the stage there. They might have disputed that last lift, and he might be giving the decision right now. Unfortunately, It's not going to work out for Gregory right now for the third lift, but he does get to keep his second squat of 350 kilograms.
Which means he is still in the meet.
He is still in the meet.
Ahmed has made his first 2 opening attempts with 350 and 370 kilograms. He made a 10 kilogram jump to 380 kilograms, 837.7 pounds.
And like we said, he was 5th place at Nationals in 2016 in Colorado with 890 total in the 120 weight class. Bar is loaded. Let's see if he can up that final squat total for himself.
Right. Now, do they score this meet by Wilks coefficient?
There's a couple different ways, and we can definitely talk about that at some point. There are divisions and weight classes, but sometimes there aren't many people going against you, so you end up being maybe 1 or 2 people. There's also other ways the sponsors will have some prize money, and they'll do that by Wilks as well. Good strong lift by Ahmed. 837.7 is a good lift. 837.7 pounds, friends. So now we're going to switch over to a different group. Different group meaning we have some other lifters here. We're going to switch over to the men's open. This is the men's open division. And what we're looking at is men's raw open. Something that you at home might not be able to see is a screen with all sorts of information on it called Next Lifter. And the Next Lifter was created by the Marksteiners. So you got Joe and Kathy Marksteiner. Did great work with this. And we get to see all this great information, and we'll try to say it to you. Looks like once they get set up, we're going to have an 83 kilogram young man named Rolando from USA.
Now, Rolando here is taking a 235 kilogram opener, 518.1 pounds.
You're going to see a dramatic shift right now in the type of suit they're wearing. It's not a suit anymore, it's a singlet.
Slow but steady.
That wins the race. 3 white lights. The lift is a good lift. Switching over to Ross. Ross is going to be doing a 534.6 pound opening squat attempt.
Now Ross has he's been competing in powerlifting since he was a freshman in high school. He has been competing nationally with the USAPL, USA Powerlifting since 2012, and the community of powerlifting has inspired him to keep on lifting and keep competing.
He's got a really genuine personality. I got a chance to speak with him yesterday, and we figured out that we both started in the same grade. I started in 9th grade, so did he. And it's fun to find that young starting age and somebody that stayed with it this long.
Yeah, I started in 9th grade too.
Did you?
Yeah.
Great.
Here
So our friend Ben here, he started in 9th grade too.
Opening up here with 242.5 kilograms, 534.6 pounds.
You might also notice one of his racks is in. That's a preference of his.
Wow, nice deep squat.
I got a chance to talk with him yesterday about who he trains with. 3 white lights, good lift for Ross. Ross was telling me that he works with Mike Teixeira, and it's great because you can see it in his form. He keeps that head down just like Mike talks about all the time. Gonna switch over to William. Mr. William is in the 93 kilogram weight class, similar to Ross just was.
William is coached by Eric Bodhorn of TSA. He was 9-9 of his attempts at USAPL Raw Nationals with a 6th place finish in the 93 kilogram junior class. He has a 450 Wilks coefficient in 3 of his USAPL meets. And a 450 Wilks is a pretty good.
For Raw division, 450 Wilks is quite good. You gonna see Chase Mitchell right in front of you? The screen switches. Sometimes we see the platform, sometimes we see the lifters getting ready.
Nice deep squat.
A lot of speed right there. That's great. 3 white lights. It's a good lift. Going to switch over to John Norcott. They're doing the same weight for their first squat here at the Pro American. 573.2 pounds on the bar for John Norcott.
Now, John was a 5-time national champion as a teen and a junior in 3 different weight classes. So we'll expect to see big things from him.
Once again, he's got that grip with the no thumb.
Nice, easy, fast squat.
And 3 white lights. It's a good lift for John. We go back down to that 93 weight class, and we have Darrington. Darrington's going to go up a little bit more than the preceding gentleman and go 267.5 kilograms. It's 589.7 pounds for an opener in the men's raw division.
Now, Darrington has broke the 600-pound squat barrier at USAPL Summerfest and has a 700-plus deadlift at 2015 Nationals in the 93-kilogram weight class.
Now, we currently call it USA Powerlifting. We've switched from that old USAPL. We call it USA Powerlifting. And that was a significant switch because we wanted to make sure that we had that word in there, powerlifting.
Lift looks good.
He also keeps his head down when he lifts. Looks 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Darrington. Just switch over to Mr. Ellis McLean.
Now, Ellis McLean, he has a huge competing background. He was just at the 2016 NAPF Pro American Bench Press in Costa Rica, and he took first place there. He benches over 500 pounds raw.
500 pounds raw is pretty impressive.
Right. Here he is. He's opening up with 272.5 kilograms on the squat, 600.8 pounds.
LS is wearing one of those newer SBD belts. They are fantastic.
Wow, nice deep squat.
Seems happy with the lift. It's a good lift. 3 white lights for LS. Now Walker, he is a New York State record holder in the deadlift and the total. He's 24 years old in the 105 kilogram weight class, opening with 280 kilograms. That's 670.3 pounds. It's quite a bit of weight for an opener for Walker Bradshaw. Now, it says his best squat is 272 kilograms, and he's opening, friends, with 280.
So he is beating his old best lift with his opener here at the Arnold. At the Slingshot.
They say to go big, give it your all.
Here he is.
You're also going to notice that he has the clips or the collars of that in so that he can put his hands on the outside. And yes, all his digits are touching. Thumb is not wrapped. Really nice, strong looking lift for the first lift. Now we have a decision of 2-1, 2 white lights to 1 red light. So it is a good lift for the opener, 280 kilograms for Walker Bradshaw. You see a little discussion here on the live feed. Coaches are talking about what they want to do. They got that next attempt actually has to get in within 1 minute time, and I do mean 60 seconds. If it doesn't get in, they go up by 2.5 kilograms no matter what. We have a gentleman from Austria here, Renee. Renee's going to be doing 285. Starting lift, starting squat of 628.3 pounds.
A nice big opener.
Seems very confident.
Big air. He takes it down. Slow and steady. See if it's good. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. It's a good lift for Renee. It seemed like just a day in the weight room for Renee. Gonna move up. We have the 105 kilogram weight class men's raw open. We're gonna move to Garrett from USA. He's got 305 kilograms, 672.4 pound opener.
Now, he has the American Raw record squat of 320 kilograms.
Which is 705 pounds.
That is crazy.
That is incredible.
That's raw. No supportive gear, no squat suits, no knee wraps.
Now, this is just conjecture here, but I think the beard helps. Nice strong stance for Garrett.
Wow.
Very strong lift from Garrett. Let's see the decision. 3 white lights. Good lift for Garrett Blevins. That's 672.4 pounds that he has opened with.
Almost triple his body weight on his opener.
Incredible. Now we're going to go back and do second squats. Every single person in this division of this flight has gotten their opener. So now they can kind of make some moves and go someplace with that second squat.
Rolando here is taking his second attempt with 240 kilograms, 529.1 pounds.
We like to do that conversion for you because we in the United States generally don't use pounds that often, so it's nice to hear that. Helps us understand how much weight that is. Good strong lift. Decision is 3 white lights. It is a good lift. Now you're going to see it'll go back and forth between the platform and the people that are up to lift soon or the next lifter. And we see two really important people in the world of powerlifting. We have Matt Gary and Susie Hartwig.
Right.
Both of them are really hard workers. They're world coaches. They are world champions many times over. It's really fun to watch them coach. They know definitely what they're doing.
It's really awesome to watch these people coach new and up-and-coming lifters.
Got Ross again here taking 257.5 kilograms. Converts to 567.7 pounds.
A nice, slow, and steady squat.
Excellent. You can definitely see the RTS method in his form. His technique is picture perfect RTS method. 3 white lights, good lift for Ross. So he's gotten his first and his 2. Maybe he can go someplace else with this, and that third lift could be even better.
Right.
Got William here. William's best lift ever is what he's doing right now. So this should be fun to watch.
It's always fun. Watching someone hit their PRs, and he is matching it right here.
Definitely. Sometimes we know when they got that PR, but it may have been some time in between, so let's see how fast he can move this weight. Now, a lot of our lifters, you're going to notice that they have SBD on their knee sleeves. Part of what the difference between raw and equip, like I mentioned before, is knee sleeves versus knee wraps. Now, these knee sleeves are from SBD, and it's a wonderful company that has a lot of raw equipment.
$272.5 kilograms, 600.8 pounds.
Let's see what the decision is. 3 white lights.
Lift
No
is good.
surprise, it was smooth. Move up just a little bit. We're going to go from 272.5 up to 280 for Darrington Wright of USA Men's Raw Open, 93 kilogram weight class.
Darrington will be getting to compete at the Arnold Pro Deadlift Challenge as well.
So what that means is he's going to lift today and then turn around and do some more lifting tomorrow, because why wouldn't you lift twice? Makes sense to me. More lifting.
Got to eat big tonight.
His best squat, Darrington's best squat or PR that's been recorded is 280. He's also matching that right now with his second squat at the Pro American, Slingshot Pro American here at the Arnold 2017. He's got that thumbless grip there, but all the digits are touching. Nice smooth lift. Gonna notice at the beginning of his lift, he gets kind of a roll in the shoulders. That's a technique choice. 3 white lights. Good lift for Darrington Wright.
John Norcott coming up here. He is also an assistant strength and conditioning coach at Wayne State University.
Something you might not know about John Norcott, he's a former collegiate and arena football player. It's very common for some of those collegiate and college-age students to transfer over to lifting after they leave college.
Right.
They've done it for a long time, and makes perfect sense to just make that transition to lifting in life.
Here he is, 280 kilograms for his second attempt, 617.3 pounds. Nice.
Good, strong lift for John Norcott. 3 white lights. It's a decision of 3. It's a good lift. Ellis McLean has some products that he sells, so you're going to see a hat on his head and his coach's head. It's because he has kind of a brand for himself, and that's part of the reason why you might see that those two gentlemen are matching right there. 290 pounds, or 290 kilograms, 639.3 pounds for his second lift. Men's Raw Open, 93 weight class.
Here he is. He feels extra confident about this weight.
Seems it on his face. He seems very confident.
That squat was really, really deep.
Definitely a very nice squat. And we could talk about the parts of squat all day, but the depth is really important. So good lift for LS.
Taking the same weight, but a weight class up in the 105 kilogram weight class, Walker Bradshaw. 290 kilograms, 639.3 pounds.
You also notice Walker's wearing that SBD belt. It is a really popular belt. It makes the lifter's life so much easier. They can leave it on and unhinged, and then when they need to lift, it's a lever belt, but it's got 2 levers, so it just closes really easily.
Always convenient.
Very convenient to not have to put things on or go find them. He's using some of the best of the best. He's got some yellow jackets from Titan on his knees right now. So his knee sleeves aren't SBD, they're Titan yellow jackets. Excellent lift. Let's see what he gets for decision. 3 white lights for Walker Bradshaw. That was a really strong lift of 290 kilograms.
Right.
Just my opinion. Looked really solid. Right now, anybody keeping track, we have all good lifts coming into these last 2 on the second spot.
So everybody has made their second attempt so far.
Correct. First, made all their seconds so far. It's looking to be a really interesting competition. A lot of strong competitors. We have USA and Austria in this group of competitors for Men's Raw Open.
Now the crowd is getting hyped up for Reen Bruner, his 305 kilogram squat for his second attempt, 672.4 pounds.
Got to get excited for 672.4 pounds.
Right.
Get excited. Strong stance. And he's
nice,
standing up with the weight. Let's see what they say. It's 2-1. That head referee called depth, but the 2 side referees thought it was plenty deep enough. Now, for those of you who know powerlifting or don't know powerlifting, depth is where you are actually going to break the plane of the knee. And I don't mean you go out and break it. You must squat lower than the top of the knee.
Here we have Garrett Blevins. He has the California state records for squat and total.
Now this is going to be fun. He's also matching his PR as well. 320 was his PR in the squat. He's going to match that right now if he gets this lift. boy, people are making really good choices.
This is going to make out to be a really good meet.
The Raw division has just really grown so much lately, and it's fun to watch people do the right things and use technique.
Yes. Here he is. Looks like he took that deep.
Very strong lift for Garrett. It's 3 lights, good lift. You hear me referring to the lifts as good lift or no lift. Good lift means they got it and it's recorded, like I said previously. No lift means that they didn't get the lift and it was either 2 red lights, 3 red lights, and that's not recorded. They can try it again if they have more opportunities. We're going to go back to the top. I always say going to the top of the key. It's kind of a basketball reference here. We're going to go to the third squat with the men's Raw Open division here with Ronaldo. Oh, that is a difficult name for someone like me to say. Rolando. Forgive me, please.
Here he is taking his third attempt. 242.5 kilograms, 534.6 pounds. Now, Rolando is also an Arizona state champion.
I haven't seen a lot of people from Arizona today, so that's great that he's here.
Got to represent the state. Nice, slow and steady lift. Didn't look like there was any downward movement. Let's see what the judges say.
Now, I only saw one little that actually surprises me a lot. The hands actually can't make any lateral movement on that bar, and it was just a little bit. But you know what? It was really small. We got Ross coming up. And he's going to skip over that PR of 257 because he just matched it and now do 265 kilograms, 584.2 pounds on the bar right now.
Now, Ross is in the 93 kilogram weight class, but his body weight he's competing at is 83 kilograms, 83.23 kilograms.
That means he's very close to the weight class below him. He's only away from the weight class below him by 0.23 kilograms. So he's very light. And when we talk about Wilks, we're going off best body weight. So pound for pound, are you the best, strongest lifter? There's a Wilks formula for that.
Here he is, taking his third attempt.
Up just a little bit too much for today. But he came out of the hole and he was very strong for a moment there. So he's going to keep that 257.5 that he had in his second squat. Got William coming up here. William has gone up 10 kilograms, and he chose to go up 10 kilograms, I think in a respectable manner. After that second squat, he really can do a little bit more.
622 pounds.
USA Powerlifting world coaches talk about trying to pick their attempts based on what they've done previously and percentages, and it's fun to see when somebody kind of follows that mold. It looks like William really is following that mold. I don't know what his highest lift in the weight room is, but he definitely looks like he's taking that 90%, 95%, and then maybe just a hair more.
All right, now some things that would cause a red light on the squat is, a good lift for, looks to be a good lift for William. But
it's a decision of 2-1. The head referee called red, and it looks like on depth. That's really the only thing that would get you a red light on squat is the depth not being too low. That hip base really has to go below the top of the knee, the plane of the knee. So if you set a piece of paper on your knee, that's the top of the knee. Your hip actually has to go below that point by just a hair, and then come right back up.
Which might be hard to do for lifters used to just squatting parallel.
And it's pretty common. A lot of people will forget that they have to go just a little bit lower for USA Powerlifting. Got Darrington right. Third squat. He's already gotten his first two. He's going to switch over and do a third squat of 287.5 kilograms, 633.8 pounds. Got that forward lean right there.
Ooh.
Nice, strong lift.
Oh.
Unfortunately, did not get that squat. Boy, he has a lot of strength in that tank.
Right.
But those spotters and loaders are excellent. They've been working all day. They definitely are right there with the lifter. So this is John Norcott again coming with that third squat. Making a nice conservative jump of just 10 more kilograms. Going to go to 290, which is 639.3 pounds. John Norcott.
This is also 5 kilograms over his best squat.
Excellent. So let's see where he goes with this.
Hopefully he gets it. A nice solid PR here.
And when we say PR, for short, it means personal record. We forget sometimes. We use the PR so often. Nice strong setup for John Norcott. 105 kilogram weight class. Deep squat. Excellently deep squat. 3 white lights, no surprise there. Good lift for John Norcott. So he just got a new PR, it looks like.
Good for him.
Excellent work.
Here we are, Walker Bradshaw.
Now this guy only had 272 kilograms as his best squat, and he's going for 300. He beat his best squat in his opener. This is great.
300 kilograms, 661.4 pounds. Let's see where he takes this.
His first two were excellently strong, so I expect nothing less. Behind their head, you're going to notice that there is a timer, a clock, and then underneath that is where those lights show up after they either have a good lift or no lift. Strong stance.
Oh, looks like to be a
He's
grinder.
got a lot of fight. He's pushing. There you go, Walker. Stand up. Excellent. Did he get 3 white lights? He did get 3 white lights. It is good for Walker. That was excellent to watch. Replay here.
Very nice
oh
lift.
My goodness. Look at that fight. Bar never went down. That's a reason for failure. If the bar had any downward movement, and it definitely did not. Back to LS. LS has already beaten his best PR by about 2.5 kilograms. So let's see if he can chip it up just a little bit more with 302.5 kilograms. Now, if you were here, you would hear our announcer, Gino, say 666. And he has a whole thing that he says with it, but we won't worry about that. You need to come and watch yourself.
Gino is a big Iron Maiden fan, just to come say.
Oh, yes, he definitely is.
666 pounds for LS McLean.
Got all the lights on for LS right now. Here we go. Just a little too strong for him today, but he gets to keep that 290 kilograms from his second squat attempt. We're going to switch over right now to a gentleman from Austria. He's in the 105 kilogram weight class. He has 310 getting put on the bar. 310 kilograms, 683.4 pounds for Rene. It's a fun name, Austria, Rene. Excellent. Very strong gentleman. Got a chance to meet him at registration. And I'll tell you, couldn't find a nicer group of people. Really, really great people from that team in Austria.
That's good. And powerlifting, it's this sport. Everybody is we're all friendly to each other, even if we are competing against each other.
Excellent. Yeah, fair competition.
Yes. That's why I love it.
And the head referee Tanya Lambeth has her hand in the air. You're going to see a few things. She will say commands like squat, which means to start, proceed downward with the motion, and when they finish and are fully erect and in control, she'll say the words racket. Just a little strong for Mr. Rene today, but he does get to keep that 305-second attempt.
Here we are, final attempts for squats. Garrett Blevins.
Now here's what you're going to see is 331.5 kilograms. This means that it is a world record. You cannot actually put these extra, they call them chips, on the bar unless it is a world record or an American record. And we are at an IPF championship, so you have to have something pretty big if you want to put on the extra small weights. 331. Normally we go in 2.5 kilograms. So this is something extra special. It is a record for Garrett Blevins of USA.
11.5 kilograms over his personal best.
Those first two squats were really strong. Let's see what Garrett can do here. 105 kilogram body weight class, men's raw open, the NAPF Slingshot Pro Arnold 2017. We're going to finish out this flight. Let's go, Garrett. Best in the world. Let's go, Garrett.
Getting that big air.
Good depth pushing. Excellent, Garrett. Let's see what they say. It looked really good. 3 white lights. It is a good lift for Garrett. It's a record. Garrett Blevins, USA, men's raw open, 105 kilogram weight class. Way to set a record. Come to the meet to yourself, I'm going to set a record at the Arnold.
Nice.
Good a time as any.
Yeah, on the big stage.
So we're going to make a little switch here. We're still in the men's raw open. We have a little bit bigger gentlemen. We have a 120 kilogram body weight class and 120 plus. So they can be 120 kilograms or more. So if they're in the plus, they're going to be more than 120. 120, just like wrestling, you're going to be lower than that. You have Michael Schrems.
Here he is. 272.5 pounds. 272.5 kilograms, 600.8 pounds.
Opening squat of 600.8 pounds. Now for these larger gentlemen, this is what they love to do. Start with some of those bigger numbers right away.
He is from Austria, as you can see, the Austrian flag on his SBD singlet.
SBD makes custom singlets a lot of times for the world lifters. So they get that flag on the front.
Yeah.
Good strong stance. 600.8 pounds for Michael Schrems. Final flight here this afternoon for squat.
Depth looks very good.
Really strong lift, Michael. It's a good lift. Sorry, somebody walked in front of our camera. There are plenty of cameras here at the meet, and sometimes people have to walk from in front of them for just a moment.
Here we are. Jason Mike, third place, finished at 2016 Raw Nationals in the 120-plus kilogram weight class.
39 years old, Mr. Jason Mike. Here's what you need to know about Raw Nationals. They were over 1,000 lifters. There was even more than that. I believe there was 1,400 or more lifters. It was incredible. Third place is an excellent place
Very.
for Jason Mike to have gotten. 120-plus kilogram bodyweight weight class. Here we go, 608.8 pounds for Mr. Mike.
A very wide grip on the bar there.
Woo!
Wow.
That was a fast squat. Shaking his head. We'll see what happens here. Unfortunately, it's still a no lift, 3 reds. Looks like they were all for depth, so wasn't quite low enough for Mr. Mike.
Here we have Matthew Cronin. He was an all-conference collegiate hammer thrower.
That's a fun fact right there. Collegiate hammer thrower, so track and field.
Wow. Which makes perfect sense that he is in a strength sport.
Correct. You'll see a lot of strength sport athletes came out of track and field in high school. Matthew is 26 years old. He's ready to go with a 611.8 pound opening squat at Arnold 2017 NAPF Slingshot Pro-Am competition.
277.5 kilograms, 611.8 pounds.
Excellent work. Form was impeccable, in my opinion. Let's see what happens for Matthew. 3 white lights, good lift. Got that opener under his belt. No pun intended.
Here we have John Hawney. I think I pronounced that right.
Your guess is as good as mine. I'm glad you tried.
280 kilogram opener, 617.3 pounds. He is going to start coaching powerlifting this year. Fun fact about him.
That's the best part of this sport. I started powerlifting when I was in 9th grade, then judging, then coaching. It gets in your blood.
Oh, yeah, it definitely does. Oh, nice deep squat for John there.
Here you go, John. 617.3. The lift is good. Good lift. 3 white lights for John. Gonna switch over to Tristan. Tristan of USA in the 120 weight class. 292.5 kilograms. That converts to 644.8 pounds for an opener. Behind him, you're going to see a little peek of Preston Turner coming up. He's next.
He's getting set up here.
And like I said, that clock behind them is counting down from 1 minute's time. Like I said before, you have 1 minute to report your next weight, but you also have 1 minute to get your start command on each lift.
Nice squat there.
Good strong lift. Decision. Two white lights. 2-1, so one of the side referees thought that it wasn't quite deep enough. That's that red card, we call it. Red card means not to depth below the knee, the plane of the knee.
Preston Turner coming up here. He is a 4-time IPF world champion, 4-time USAPL collegiate nationals champion, and a 2-time Arnold Sports Festival pro bench champion.
Now, this is not the first time we've seen Preston Turner, but he is making a comeback. He had been away for a moment, and we're glad that he's here today.
A nice background for this man.
Definitely. A lot of powerlifting in his background. He's got that no thumbs grip, all fingers touching.
Oh, nice strong squat.
You can see the history and evidence. It's easy to see. 3 white lights, good lift for Preston Turner. He just got an opener of 705.5 pounds. Let's switch over to Matt Sommer, opener of 777.1 pounds in the 120 kilogram weight class. Preston and Matt are also in the same weight class as each other, so they are definitely competing. The only thing that would be a little different, like we said, Wilkes totals based on body weight. Matt and Preston are just a little bit different than each other, about 10 pounds apart.
Here, Matt Sommer, 352.5 kilogram opener, 777.1 pounds. Crazy raw lifter here.
I can't speak for Matt, but I know it's my favorite lift to watch of his. I love to watch Matt Sommer squat, and I get the chance often.
And he's doing this without any knee sleeves.
He prefers none in the beginning, if any.
Wow.
Nice deep squat. Good focus. Decision. 3 white lights. Good lift for Matthew Sommer. So he just opened with an incredible first squat. We have Kelly Branton from Canada. So we see our first Canada in this section. He's opening with 395 kilograms. If you hear me talking louder, it's because the hype is insane right now. 870.8 pound opener for Kelly Branton from Canada.
This is crazy, especially for raw lifting.
Now the man you see behind him with the RTS shirt, yes friends, that is Mike Teixeira of RTS Systems. He's the man that creates incredible programs for other athletes.
Fun fact about Kelly here, he is the first Canadian to squat 900 pounds.
That is a fun fact. His best squat is 410 kilograms. We're coming in a little bit lower than that right now, but that doesn't mean he won't go bigger. Like I said before, they'll set those racks in so that he can get his hands outside, and you can have your hand all the way up to the collar. So you can actually be touching that collar, that edge of that bar, to start the lift if you need to. Some have that wide stance, and they definitely need that room.
Right.
Here we go, Kelly. Nice and deep. Stands up quickly with the bar. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, that's 870.8 pounds. It is a lift 2-to-1. White on red. The red indeed was for depth.
All right, now the next lifter we have coming up is Ray Williams.
He said it's low for a reason, folks. Ray Williams.
He is opening up with 440 kilograms, 970 pounds. This is raw. He was the first man ever to squat 1,000 pounds raw.
So one of the last times that we've seen him lift in a major meet, he squatted 1,005 pounds.
That's insane.
It was really fun to watch. He's only just shy of that with 970 right now for an opener.
I'm going to see some big things here today.
Excellent. Men's raw open, 120 plus kilogram pound weight class. This is Ray Williams. The spotters and loaders want to make sure everything is perfect. Here we go. Ray Williams is coming up, 970 pounds. Forgive me if I get a little excited. Big lifts coming here. Big lifts coming here.
Let's see how easy he makes this look here.
He definitely has speed every time I've seen him squat. Head referee Tanya Lambeth has her hand up, ready to go. Strong stance for Ray Williams. 970 pounds. Opening attempt squat. Slingshot Pro American.
Oh my God.
And he makes it extremely fast. Let's see some lights. 3 white lights. It is a good lift. His opener of 970 pounds. Forgive me for saying obliterated it. Excellent work. That's fun to watch.
Very fun to watch. Oh my God.
You see a few people in your time. I've been doing powerlifting for 19 and a half years, and you see people in your time that are just really fun to watch. He's a great lifter. It's really the personality that sets him apart.
Oh, yeah.
When you meet him, it does not matter who you are important to Ray Williams. It's really nice. Really great guy.
Just got my picture with him yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Great. Nowadays they do the selfie. Did you do a selfie?
Oh, no. Normal picture.
You actually had somebody take a real picture. I'm so
yeah.
impressed.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to the top of the key, like I say jokingly. Not basketball, but oh well. We have Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike is going to be doing that 600.8 pounds. I believe he's taking that again. That first time he unfortunately did not get the lift. We're hoping he can get some nice strength underneath him and get this lift. .8 pounds for Mr.
Wow.
Mike. Unfortunately, it looks like he may have hurt something.
Oh, no.
So the spotters and loaders are going to take care of him. Fortunately, that is going to be a no lift. He did not execute the rules of the squat in USA Powerlifting and IPF Powerlifting. Hopefully they can get him a little bit of help here. It doesn't look like he's feeling 100% at the moment.
Oh, boy. This ain't good.
Unfortunately, we have to move on to, or fortunately, move on to Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael is from Austria. He's in the 120 kilogram weight class, and he's doing 285 kilograms, 628.3 pounds.
12.5 kilogram jump. I mean, it's a good opener. So let's see what he has here. This next lifter software is really neat.
It's had some upgrades in the past couple of years that have made it incredibly easy to use, and there's a lot of information for the referees and everyone else. Let's see, Mr. Michael's lifting here. Nice strong squat. Michael out of Austria has a good lift. 3 white lights. So he has that 285-pound second squat to keep in his back pocket, and he can move up now on his third squat.
Here we have Matthew Cronin taking 292.5 kilograms.
It's only 2.5 off his best squat, so let's see what 26-year-old Matthew Cronin can do.
Fun fact about Matthew is he is an economic consultant.
I don't think I knew that. Economic consultant. 26 years old. Smart fella.
Very smart.
Got 285 kilograms, 628.3 pounds on the bar. For the last lifter, we're going to switch over and be a little bit more, 292.5 kilograms on the bar now. 644.8 pounds for Matthew Cronin. Nice step.
Very good.
Excellent technique.
Very good.
Expect nothing less from Mr. Cronin. 3 white lights for Matthew of the 120 kilogram bodyweight weight class here at Men's Raw Open Slingshot Pro. That's a hard one to say. It's a slingshot.
Here we have John Hawley. Same weight, 292.5 kilograms, 644.8 pounds here. he's getting right into it here.
Really strong lift. Let's see the decision for John, and it's 3 white lights. Good lift for John. He's gotten his first and second lift. You saw on that last lift, he took a really big breath, and my friend Ben here actually mentioned that you want to get a good breath. What that does is it increases interthoracic pressure, and you can push against that belt. Many people don't understand that belt is there to help you have more pressure to push against to give you more strength overall.
That was a very nice explanation of it.
Thank you. I love interthoracic pressure. It is all the rage.
It's amazing, yeah.
It's all about body mechanics and physics.
Oh, yeah.
How well do you use your angles to do your lifts?
Works the same on bench and deadlift, too.
Exactly. Tristan here from USA, 120 kilogram weight class, 305 kilograms, 672.4 pounds on the bar.
Nice deep squat there.
Excellent. Tristan has a wider set for a squat. A lot of gentlemen who may be in that 120, 120 plus class take that wider set that gives them better use of the angles, like I just said.
Preston Turner coming up here again.
Oh, he's matching his best squat here. His best squat is 340 kilograms. We see 340 kilograms on the bar right now. 749.6 pounds.
That's a lot of weight.
That's some good weight right there.
Yeah.
Like I said a while back, you see everyone wearing the Slingshot Pro because we are sponsored by Slingshot.
Oh, nice squat.
Excellent depth. Stick with it. Stick with it. Let's
There
go,
goes the
Preston.
grinder.
Excellent work.
Preston matches his personal best here.
3 white lights. Good lift, Preston. That was fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Preston, he will not give up. I know him a little bit personally, and he is one of the nicest people, very kind, persistent. He will fight for what he wants.
Persistence is always key, especially in this sport right here.
Exactly. We're on to Matt Sommer, also the 120 weight class. Like I said, really the difference is their body weight. There's a little bit difference between Matt and Preston.
370 kilograms, 815.7 pounds.
Well, that seems like a good second lift.
Oh,
let's go with that.
Yeah.
815.7 pounds for Mr. Matt Sommer.
Triple his body weight here.
And you know, a lot of the larger weight classes, you don't see as many of that triple weight squat, and this is just Matt loves squat. Nice, strong, determined face there. Decision. 3 white lights. Good lift for Matt Somers. Now he can make a little bit of a move. Had 370. He can go up from there. Let's look at the replay.
Sunk that squat right there.
Right below the hip. Then, right below the plate of the knee, you want that hip crease to kind of just dip.
Here we have Kelly Branton, the Canadian. He is hitting a big PR here with a 12.5 kilogram jump. His personal best is 410 kilograms. Now he is squatting 422.5, 931.4 pounds.
Excellent. 931.4 pounds. They're going to get it perfectly right, and they're going to tighten that side up. When you set those racks in, the weights move, and you want to get them tight again, so it's perfect for that lifter. First Canadian to squat 900 pounds. We're going 931.4, folks. Kelly Branton from Canada, 120-plus kilogram weight class.
Here he is. You can hear the crowd.
Oh, and the crowd's getting behind him. You are right. He wants it. Woo!
There's going to be a battle between him and Ray Williams for the Wilks coefficient placement here.
Taking it off the rack, getting a nice strong set. And ready to squat. Let's go, Kelly.
Getting that big air. Oh, my God.
Oh, made that look easy. That looked like an opener. 2 white lights, 2 to 1. 2 white lights means a good lift at 931 pounds. Now we're going to switch over to Ray Williams. And the trick here is Ray Williams is going to be doing a very large squat because he went from a large squat and now, well, where do you go? Larger.
Oh, my gosh. This is incredible.
Is what we say.
Oh. A 25.5 kilogram jump for Ray Williams here.
Ooh. Normally you don't see that big of a jump in just pounds, and so we're going to put some weight on the bar right now for Ray Williams Men's Raw Open, the 2017 Slingshot Pro American PM session here at the Arnold 2017. For those of you counting red plates, there's 8 plus a blue.
Oh my gosh, that's insane.
8 plates plus a blue plate. And we have a little bit of a break here. We're switching around right now. We're finding the right lifter on our screen. What you can see is the spotters and loaders making sure that it's perfectly right. If there were some sort of misload, there's a couple of options. They can keep the weight that's on the bar, so maybe there's more on one side or the other and it would just be an odd weight. They also could take a relift. But the thing with Ray is he would have to follow himself because he's at the end of the lifting order. So he would have to wait to relift. We want to get it right the first time.
Right. 1,000.
Here we go.
1,026.2
pounds. This is the biggest that I've ever seen Ray Williams squat. And it's only been a few months since the last time I saw the biggest squat.
This is a world record, I think it is.
Yes, if he has a chip on that bar, he's got that .25. It is a world record. We are at North American Powerlifting Federation here. So it is a world level record.
To squat 1,000 pounds raw.
Nice and tight.
That's very impressive.
1,026.2 pounds for Ray Williams. Nice and strong. Boom, blow it up. And he stands up with that weight, 1,026.2 pounds, 3 white lights. It is a good lift here for Ray Williams.
Oh my.
We have room to grow for Ray Williams. Excellent. And form, like always, impeccable for Mr. Ray Williams.
Oh, yes.
You're seeing in front of our live feed Miss Kathy Marksteiner. She is the wife of Joe Marksteiner, who created that next system I was telling you about.
Oh, yeah.
And the Next Lifter system is what we run all our powerlifting meets on, so our bigger powerlifting meets on. And it helps us see all the numbers, all the Wilks coefficients, all the placings. And I tell you, if you've never been to a meet live, come on in. We'll explain how that system works.
Oh, yeah.
There's so much information.
It's awesome.
All right, Tanya Lambert says that she is ready for that third squat by Michael Schrems of Austria. You might have noticed that we've kind of changed the order. Lifters go in the order of the weight, not the lifter's name.
Right.
So here we go, Michael Schrems of Austria.
He took a 5 kilogram jump. Here he is. 290 kilograms for his third attempt, 639.3 pounds.
Definitely a good lift for Michael. Good strong push. Stood up with it. Let's see what they say. What is the decision? And it's 3 white lights. Good lift for Michael Schrems. Excellent work. He was very happy. 3 for 3 in the squat. All right, John, coming up here. Men's Raw Open, 120 plus kilogram weight class. His best squat, 295. We're now going to 300 for John.
Fun fact about John, he is going to be a father this April. They are expecting their first child April 19th. So, very good for him.
A life fact. Excellent. Now, John's only 30 years old, so he's got a lot of lifting left in his life.
Oh,
Taking
yeah.
300 kilograms, 5 pounds more than his best squat in the past, 661.4 pounds on the bar. Squat number 3. Strong, strong, strong push. Be determined. Too much today. Unfortunately, a no lift for John. We're going to move on to Michael Cronin, or Matthew Cronin. I'm thinking Michael. Matthew Cronin. Our economic consultant is up. His best squat in the past was 295. We are clearly going to go past that with 305 kilograms on the bar, 672.4 pounds for Matthew Cronin, third squat today. $672.4 pounds on the bar. Matthew Cronin, third squat. Strong lift. And he gets the rack command. 3 white lights. Matthew Cronin has a new personal record, 305 kilograms. He went up a little.
Oh, yeah.
About 10 kilograms. That's excellent.
Very good. Comes around to 22 pounds. That is a very, very good for a personal best.
Excellent work. On to Tristan. Tristan is taking 700 pounds or 317.5 kilograms. Tristan Nazelrod, USA, here at the Slingshot Pro American. Arnold 2017, 700 pounds, third squat. Strong lift. He seems very happy with the lift. 3
Very
white
good.
lights. Good lift. Yeah. Boy, I tell you, I don't think I would have known that was his third lift if I wasn't looking at the numbers. Up next, Preston Turner. Very exciting. He had his first and second squat. His first and second squat were 320 and 340, and his best squat in the past was 340, so he had that today.
And he's about to break that.
And today he's going to probably stick with that 340 because he is going to not take that third squat. We've been informed he's going to time out. What that means is say, load the weight, put it on the bar, put the 60 seconds on the clock, and they wait. A couple reasons why they would do that. In a smaller flight of athletes, they want to ensure that the athletes have the same amount of time between lifts. So they say, hey, I'm going to put a weight in so that the people behind me have extra time. The time they were used to having, that 1 extra minute, they'll still have it. A lot of times they do that to keep the integrity of the amount of time they have.
Well, that's a very nice and selfless thing to do.
And we already had one lifter, unfortunately, it seems like maybe an injury. So if they are gone, then that would be 2 lifters that aren't lifting, and it makes that time so much shorter. So we want to add that time. They're going to reload the weight. Timeout, they're going to show a no lift because the lifter clearly didn't make an attempt. And they're going to show the yellow card because they didn't follow the rules of the lift. Clearly, they didn't even make that attempt. Now we're going to see a record of some sort because we have 378.5. It's not a 2.5 kilogram. So at some point, Matt Sommer decided he was going to go for a record of 834.4 pounds in his third squat.
Well over triple his body weight here. It's very insane, especially for a 120 kilogram lifter. It's common to see amongst other smaller weight classes. And
a lot of times the 93, the 105s, you'll see kind of those triple body weight squats, but this is great. So the clock is on for Matt Sommer. We got 30 seconds. This might be another case of what we were just talking about. Keeps the integrity of the flight in case they don't take that third lift. Not sure what's going on, but we will keep you posted when we know.
Is he not?
We'll figure it out. When we know, we'll come back. It may have been an incorrect number, which means it wasn't loaded correctly. So we see a change on our side. It is now a different weight than it was before. It may have been a mistake. Either way, we're putting the right weight on the bar right now of 379 kilograms, so a little more than last time. 835.5 pounds. It may have just been that we were checking up on that record and know it was just a hair more. The next lifter system is great. They actually have the records connected so that the program will know whether it's a record or not. And if it doesn't show up as a record, then we know that maybe something isn't quite right. Either they have to go up a little bit more or just go back to that 2.5 jump. And this is something I've done quite a bit with next lifters, so I watch the screen and know what's going to happen.
So here he is, Matt Sommer, 379 kilograms, 835.5 pounds. Let's see if he gets this record here.
He's got great technique. He can do this.
From what I saw from his first two attempts, we're going to see nothing but...
Unfortunately, not going to get that 835.5 pounds today, but definitely gave it a good attempt.
Kelly Branton, 970 pounds, 440 kilograms here. He is very close to the 1,000-pound squat barrier.
This is great. I mean, his last personal record was 410 kilograms. He already has topped that, and he's into 440. That's 30 kilograms more than his personal best, or at least what he told us.
This is insane.
Kelly Branton from Canada, 120 plus weight class, coming up with a 970-pound squat here.
I hope he gets this. He would be...
I hope they all get it.
Oh, yeah.
I love when lifters get something that they really want to do.
This, he would be very close to the second person to break the 1,000-pound squat barrier with this 970-pound attempt here.
True, very true. Not many people squat that much weight.
Raw.
Good point. We're talking about no wraps, just knee sleeves and a singlet.
This is insane here.
Kelly Branton, 970 pounds, third squat at the 2017 Pro-American Slingshot Pro-American Arnold 2017. Let's do this, 970 pounds for Kelly Branton. Good strong setup. Only 2 steps. A lot of people cheering. Everybody wants to see this. And he comes up with it. Looked easy. Let's look at that decision. What do our referees say? Unfortunately, 2-1. But here's what happens with 2-1. He can dispute it with the jury because it's 2-1. But right now it is a no lift. Both referees said not deep enough. And it really does have to be, as they say, convincingly deep. So to give you an inside track on that, that means that he can actually go and talk to the jury and say, hey, I dispute this. Going to move on to Ray Williams right now. 477.5 kilograms on the bar. That's 1,052.7 pounds. Friends, he's going up.
This is insane here.
It's an excellent squat for him. He's trained for this. He's excited. He's in the 120-pound plus pound weight class. This is what Ray likes to do. 1,052.7 pounds on the bar for Ray Williams. 2017 Slingshot Pro American Competition, squat number 3. He already set a record. Let's go for some more.
Right. We're going to see some big
Ray
things.
Williams, third lift, 1,052.7 pounds. Good, strong setup. Let's go, Ray. Here we go. Coming up, coming up, coming up. Strong setup. Let's see what Ray has. 3 white lights. It is a good lift. New record, 1,052.7 pound squat at the Arnold 2017.
That's an insane amount of weight.
Replay. Look how deep that is. Convincingly deep. Below the plane to the top of the knee. Excellent work. Excellent work. Wow. I'm going to need a moment. That was great.
Very. That was
going. So what happens here is we make a little bit of a shift and we actually move on to the bench press. After all of the excitement, we move on to the bench press. It goes squat, then bench press, then deadlift. And the lifter gets 3 attempts. We have 3 flights today.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to go back in a moment to bench press. They have to take all of those fine weights off, put up the bench press rack. And I can tell you live right here, we're watching Ray walk past us, and boy, people are excited. It's great to see.
Oh, boy.
So as they're setting up the platform for the bench press, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. Y'all go get some Cheetos because that was incredible. You're going to need some. All right, we are coming back live. We have the bench press here at the Slingshot Pro American 2017. I'm Rebecca Main, and I have with me
Ben Friel.
And we are in the bench press. We will catch you up. Jordan Panton got her first bench press of 85 kilograms. Taylor LaChapelle of Wisconsin got her first bench press of 100. Zachary Dodas has now achieved his first bench press of 157.5 kilograms. And now we are on to Gregory Johnson of USA, 105 weight class, with 195 kilogram opening bench press, 429.9 pound opening bench press in the 105 men's equipped weight class.
It goes right up.
Excellent lift, really nice
He missed
and
the
smooth.
rack command.
You think he missed the rack command? Well, let's talk about the commands. For bench press, it's a little bit trickier than squat. There's actually 3 commands that the lifter must follow. So when they start, there is start. Once they have that bar to the chest and it's motionless, you're going to hear the word press. They have now recently added an actual physical motion to that press command, or that press word. Visual has to be now accompanied with what you hear. So they're going to have that upward motion of the hand, they're going to say press, and then at the end, when they're fully extended at arm's length with control, you'll hear racket. So it's gotten to be more control on that press command, but they also have that visual for anyone watching or even the side referees.
Right.
We're on to Carlo. He's going to do 200 kilograms for his opening bench press. 440.9 pounds opening for Carlo.
And he is in the 74 kilogram weight class.
That's significant. That's quite a bit of weight for
over
74
double,
kilograms.
Oh yeah, over double his body weight on his opener here.
Excellent opener for Carlo.
He's going to get that big air. He's going to bring it down here.
Oh, unfortunately, it went back down, so they're going to take that bar. A couple things to consider with bench press. When it's an equipped bench press, they actually can wear what's called a bench shirt. So the shot you're seeing right now is somebody wearing a bench shirt. And like the squat suit, you want to make sure those seams match up just perfectly, crossing specific places on the arm so that it works to the best of its ability. Just like a squat suit for the upper body.
Right. It's geared lifting is a whole different ball game. It's more of a, it's kind of like a science, if you so to.
It's really how much you know and how much you research.
Right.
Find what works for you. Couple options. You have straight arm bench press shirts and angle sleeve. Some people work better with that angle. Some people prefer the straight arm. This gentleman, Shane Brady of USA, 105 weight class, 240 kilograms on the bar, first opening bench press, 529.1 for his opening bench press, 529.1 pounds.
Yeah, that's a lot of weight here. Yeah, he's in the 105 kilogram weight class, but he weighed in at 97.03 kilograms. So he's 8 kilograms under.
And the decision, it's 2-1. 2 white lights means he has a good lift. The middle light is red, and it's actually giving a failure card of blue. When it gives a failure card of blue, it could be a couple different things, but mainly it's something having to do with the bar not going in the motion that head referee was expecting. So we talk about technique before, and we talk about what they can and can't do. I'll come back around and explain some of those rules. But right now we have Ahmed, 250 kilograms, 551.2 pounds, opener. Our final lifter for the opening flight C. It looks like a nice, easy press. Had a good bar path. We talk about that a lot. If it has good bar path, it's coming up and back just a hair. Looks like it was a good lift for Ahmed. So we're going to go right back to the top of the list. And second bench press, first one that we're talking about with you for Jordan Panton of USA, 63 kilogram weight class. She's doing 203.9 pounds. Her best in the past was 92.5 kilograms. She's attempting to match that right now.
All right.
Something to consider here with bench press at USA Powerlifting and International Powerlifting Federation, you would like to follow the rules, of course, of any lift. This one requires that your feet, your buttocks, your shoulders, and your head remain on the bench press where they start. Of course, the feet are on the ground, but the shoulders and head are also on the bench. Cannot be moving or sliding, especially not lifting.
Yeah, I got a bad call on me because in Costa Rica I took my head off the bench when I was benching, and even though I pressed the weight, I still got 3 reds because my head came up off the bench. So that's always something you gotta.
And she gets a lift. Good lift for Jordan. She just matched her best bench press. Now she can really do some moving.
Here we have Taylor LaChapelle.
Taylor LaChapelle, she really enjoys bench press. I've had the chance to talk to her, and she likes all the lifts, but she really enjoys, and it's fun to watch her train for this. Got a chance to be there with them in the summer and train where she's from. Really fun to watch her bench press. 105 kilograms, 231.5 pounds for Taylor LaChapelle of Wisconsin.
This is almost double her body weight here.
They work with Coach In Adams, who is a bench press aficionado. He's just great, so they learn so much from them.
Lift looks to be good here.
Really nice lift, good and smooth. 3 white lights. It's a good lift. 105 for Taylor LaChapelle of Wisconsin.
Here we have Zachary Dotas here coming in with his second attempt. He made a good first attempt. 172.5 kilograms, 380.3 pounds here.
Now, Ben, should we tell them the fun fact that Zachary has informed us of?
All right, Zachary has put down in his Arnold Sports Festival bio, he is the actual human form for American Eagle size medium T-shirts.
We just love the humor from Zachary, the form for American Eagle. Okay. For those that don't work with bench shirts or are just kind of new to the sport, these bench shirts, like we said, are a science, and a lot of times it feels like you're pulling the weight towards you.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I heard the first and last command. Let's see if... And it's good. 3 white lights for Zachary. He has 172.5 kilograms.
Carlo Melendez here. He is taking his first attempt again with 200 kilograms, 440.9 pounds.
And we mentioned that before. If you are unable to get that first attempt, that opening attempt doesn't go well, whatever the reason, go ahead and try that again, that same number. So when you're lifting equipped in USA Powerlifting or IPF Powerlifting, you may have wrist wraps, which you also may have if you are lifting raw. You may have bench shirt, singlet. Some choose to wear a suit, some do not. You may also have a belt on the bench press. And it looks more smooth than this first time was. Let's see the decision. Looks like 2-1. It's a no lift. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you exactly what the reasoning behind it was, but I did sneak a peek at his feet, and they didn't look all the way down to me.
I did see a tad bit in downward motion on the bar on the right hand side.
That may be it as well. So when you're bench pressing and following the rules of USA Powerlifting or IPF Powerlifting, you want to make sure that that bar path is down, then up, and no oppositional movement in between. So if you're supposed to be going down, keep going down. Supposed to be going up, consider that the time to ascend and go up. Gregory Johnson getting ready here. We have 215 kilograms on the bar, 474 pounds for Gregory Johnson, 105 kilogram weight class.
Double his body weight here.
Unfortunately, shaking his head saying nope. So that's going to be a no left for Gregory Johnson. But he has one more attempt. He can come back and do that or more if he chooses. Now, Shane Brady is up, and his best is 237.5. But he's choosing to take 247.5 and has already been better than his PR with his opener. So it'll be fun to see if he can get some more weight on his personal record.
Oh, yeah.
Now, on our side of the screen, what we see is a number that went in that actually was a change. But I think it was a mistake that happened that we are not going to worry about just yet. We might be doing a lower weight than we expected, and we like to make sure that it's the lowest to highest weight. Whatever happens, we'll keep you posted. Shane Brady, 545.6 pounds, 105 weight class.
This is really good for his weight class, 105 kilograms.
Excellent, yes. He is definitely at the top of the equipped men 105 for bench press right now. We have two gentlemen, Gregory Johnson and Shane Brady. Pretty smooth bar path. Let's see what the decision is. 3 white lights. Shane Brady has achieved that 545.6 bench press. So now we're here to our final lifter unofficially in this round, Ahmed. Ahmed is taking 260 kilograms, 573.2 pounds, 120 plus equipped weight class, which is the difference between our third flight and this one. He's wearing the equipment. He's got that bench shirt, and he's not lifting raw. His best bench press in the past, 240. He's already topped that with his opener of 250. Here we go with 260 kilograms for Ahmed of USA. unfortunately, we can't see the lift, and we switched. Here we go.
Oh, wow. Did you see that power off the bottom there?
Definitely a lot of drive right from the bottom of the lift.
I seen a little
And
bit.
unfortunately, it's a no lift. Could have been a couple things. Right now, I'm seeing red lights. I'm unfortunately not sure what it was for. We're not able to see that.
Downward motion there.
You know, that is definitely a good conjecture. Not positive. We're going to go back to Carlo. Must have been a number mistake. Normally, you'd go in order of weight, lowest to highest. We're going backwards, it seems like, for a moment. We're going to go retrograde. Carlo from USA is going to do 440 pounds.
I thought he already took his second attempt. Will this be his third?
It is possible that he had a relift. And they may award a lifter a relift for a couple of reasons. Could be that the spotters and loaders touched it before the head referee, chief referee, thought it was appropriate. It could be for the sake of a misload, like I said a while back. Not sure, but Carlo's going to take 200 pounds again here. Like I mentioned back when we were talking about squat and Ray Williams, if there were a misload or any other reason, the lifter would lift at the end of that same round they were in. So this is second bench press. And then they follow themselves if it is themselves. Great thing, Carlo will not be up first, so he doesn't have to lift twice in a row.
Right.
And unfortunately, that second attempt or third attempt, whichever way you look at it, at 200, did not get a good attempt. So it is a no lift for now. We'll see what happens. He looks like he will come back and try 200 in a moment. Back to Jordan Panton. Jordan Panton is going to do 100 kilograms, 220.5 for this 63 kilogram young lady.
That's a good bench.
It's a respectable weight. And now I've worked with lifters in her weight class, high school level lifters. She's just a hair older than that. I believe she's a junior lifter now. I'm not positive, but that's what I'm seeming to remember. Jordan is a great lifter, a lot of tenacity. She's going for 220.5 pounds. Bench press number 3.
Her personal best is 92.5. She matched out her second attempt. Here she is trying to set a new personal best with 7.5 kilograms here.
Excellent. Everybody wants to try for just a little bit more, make some improvement.
Oh, yeah.
The handoff is paramount. Want it to be nice and smooth, straight up, straight out. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift today. A lot of power out of the bottom again.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Ben, do you use bench shirts?
I've used them in training a couple times.
Okay. I have as well. The
I've
thing
hit-
about a bench shirt is what it's trying to do is the same idea as a squat suit, help you get out of that, the bottom of that lift. So you got to get that push right from the chest and off, and then you have to kind of do that, what they call turnover, and get it the rest of the way up.
Oh, it's definitely science. I've used one of my buddy's bench shirts, hit 245 for a double in it. You got to hit that sweet spot. You know, if you 1 inch off forward or 1 inch backwards, it can mess you up. And
it really can change the end outcome of that lift. Taylor LaChapelle, age 17, from Wisconsin, taking 110 kilograms, 242.5 pounds. 242.5 pounds. Taylor LaChapelle.
double her body weight for this young lady.
Excellent bar path. She's pushing back. The bar does not have to come up straight. It can kind of hinge back and forth, up and down. And it's 2-1. Good lift on a decision of 2-1. I unfortunately can't see what the third red, which failure it is. Oh, blue. That just means that, unfortunately, they think it either was a failure to press straight arm's length, or it could be downward movement. One of the two.
Oh, yeah.
For me, I'm gonna
Zachary Dotas here.
this is Ben's favorite lifter.
Here he is coming in 177.5 kilograms, 391 pounds for his third and final bench press. He has made his first 2 opening attempts.
And a side note, what you're seeing on the screen may be the fact that Carlo is getting ready with the Mr. Cooper, Coach Cooper, and I can say from personal experience, Mr. Cooper is a pro when it comes to setting bench shirts. Zachary is benching.
Oh, boy.
And it's coming up. And unfortunately didn't quite get all the way to arm's length, so that's going to be a no lift for Zachary. But right there, next time he gets the chance to do that, it could be a good lift. So Zachary's going to leave the day with a 172.5 kilogram bench press. We're going to move on to Mr. Carlo. Mr. Carlo of USA, 74 kilogram body weight class, is going to take that 200 kilograms for his third lift, 440.9.
Now this will, as it is his third lift, this will be his 4th time attempting the weight, so
Correct.
His body is probably, I'd say, worn out by now.
They've turned the music a little louder. They're trying to give him a little amperage, get him excited. He's going to take 200 pounds. One more time, you must have at least one bench press to stay in your meet. You want one squat, one bench press, one deadlift to achieve a total. That is how you achieve a total and score. And the point is to score at this meet.
Right.
So he's getting all set up. Carlo's going to get a nice handoff. Up, out, out, out. Get some good bar path. Let's go, Carlo. Coming down. It's looking better.
Oh, boy.
Looking better. Lock it out.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it may not have locked out.
He put in a good fight.
And he definitely gave it a good fight. That's hard when it's been your 4th bench press. No lift for Carlo. What that will mean is he could elect to continue with the meet. He would not get a total. He will not achieve a total, but he can still deadlift, still set records in the deadlift.
Gregory Johnson here, taking his 3rd attempt after he missed his last one at 215, taking the same weight, 215 kilograms, 474 pounds here.
As you can see, our standards have USA Powerlifting on them, and it's just a joy. A lot of times you see the sponsor on there, but USA Powerlifting looks really slick on there.
He's got a good bar path there.
Unfortunately, that's not going to be a good lift for Gregory Johnson. No lift at 215. We're going to move on to Shane Brady, his final bench press. His best, he's already beaten it once. He's already beaten it twice. Now he's deciding, you know what, how about 252.5, 556.7 pounds, 105 weight class, Shane Brady of USA.
This is a big bench, especially for him. His body weight in pounds would actually be, hold on here,
It's quite light. He's only 97.03 body weight.
213 pounds.
So
benching.
He's doing some great weight here. 213 pounds body weight, going to bench press 556.7. You got to get just the right setup when you bench press. Everything has to be just so.
Getting that big air there, as he said earlier.
Little struggle, unfortunately. Not going to get to full arm's length today. So he gets to keep that second bench press of 247.5, which is excellent, no matter how you say it. Ahmed is up. Ahmed had the opening lift of 250. He went for a second of 260 and did not achieve it. He decided to go up by 5 kilograms. Brave choice.
I see the confidence here.
Yes, he definitely looks confident. Got IPF referee Elliot Feldman giving him a little confidence. £584.2 for Ahmed.
Brings it down to his chest there. Press command, good power off the
Strong
bottom.
push, but unfortunately it went in a bar path towards the rack, and it's not going to be a good lift. No lift for Ahmed on his third bench press. We're going to shift over to our second flight here in the afternoon session. We have our opening bench press coming along with Rolando from USA. He's in the 83 kilogram weight class, and you're going to see a very different look to our competitors. They're in the men's Raw Open. So remember, we're going to Raw, and we're not having equipment on. That is, the bench shirt is not going to be on.
I'm excited to see Ellis McLean here in this flight. He is a very good raw bencher.
Now, LS actually mentioned on Facebook recently that bench press is something he really likes. So it'll be fun to watch as well.
Oh, yeah. Orlando Verduzco.
Verduzco is my guess.
Verduzco. 341 pounds here. Sinks that bar into his chest.
The decision. It's 3-1, and I always wait for those lights to come on. The program is set up by a gentleman who is ingenious and has created a wireless program so that the referees can actually hit buttons on what looks like a remote. And we're able to show which failure cards. We're also able to show good versus not good lift. And we can start the clock if we're the chief referee. What happens? We can see each person reporting in, but until each person reports, they don't appear on the screen until that last moment.
Here we have William Ball, 157.5 kilogram for his opener, 347.2 pounds, and the 93 kilogram weight class.
And occasionally the rack height will be a little too high. They expect it to be one way. They can take the time to have it reset on what they call their time. Remember, 60 seconds. So if they want that reset, they certainly can. They just need to get that start command before 0.
Oh, that looked easy.
Now, something I noticed is he kind of had an extra little upward downward motion at the top of that lift. And that's something that happens in training often. So it's a no lift, unfortunately, for Mr. William. And the trick there is they gave him 3 reds with a yellow failure. The yellow failure, my guess would be because there was that downward upward motion right at the start of the lift. I affectionately call it kind of a pump fake because it just does that little extra movement at the top. And like I said, if it's going down, it must go down. If it's going up, it must go up.
Right.
Can't have anything in the middle.
No exceptions.
No exceptions or refunds. We're going to move on to Ross. Ross is being coached by a couple of really great people, Matt, Gary, and Susie Hartwig. 380 pounds on the bar for Ross. 172.5 kilograms. 93-pound weight class. Men's Raw Open.
Now Ross weighed in at a body weight of 83.23 kilograms. So, in fact, this is double his body weight right here.
Excellent. Good, strong lift. And it's 2-1. 2-1. It's a good lift. I see a yellow card associated with the red light. My guess would be that it would be something we can't see. Maybe the buttocks came off the bench. Maybe the foot was up, but we don't know.
All right. John Norcott here, 175 kilograms for his opener, 385.8 pounds.
So we're moving up a weight class here, 105 kilogram body weight class, 175 kilograms on the bench press opener number 1 for John Norcott. Really good bar path on that. See what the decision is. 3 white lights, no surprise there.
Good lift for the assistant strength coach. All right.
Gosh, I really enjoy strength coaches. Maybe because I'm a strength coach.
Walker Bradshaw here, 180 kilograms, 396.8 pounds.
His best personal record in the past was 175. He's starting with an opener of 180. 5 kilograms more right away.
Sinks that bar into his chest.
The decision, 3 white lights, good lift. So now we have Darrington Wright. Darrington Wright's best bench press must have been a record. It was 198 kilograms. And we're going to start out with Darrington right now doing 182.5, which is 402.3 bench press in a 93 body weight class.
He's got a good bench.
You'll also notice Darrington decided to go with footwear that is generally associated with the deadlift. He has slippers on. Yes, folks, those are legal. They have a sole. They're called deadlift slippers. So, totally legal. He's not wearing socks, I promise.
Oh, nice and easy, smooth.
Really good lift for Darrington. The opener is a good lift at 182.5 kilograms. Going to move on to our Austrian friend, Renee, with 190 kilograms. Opener, 418.9 pounds. Bar is loaded for Renee.
Rack heights are getting changed here. And as you said before, they can do it on their time when the clock's running for the minute to get the start command there.
Now, a little inside information. Those rack heights actually have to be given and recorded before you weigh in. So sometimes they might not be quite right.
Oh.
The decision for Mr. Renee, 3 white lights.
Good lift.
Another little tidbit of information. I was talking about that downward movement and upward movement. If the bar path is going down and they choose to actually let that bar sink into their chest, if it's motionless at that point at the end in their chest, the chief referee can say press And if there isn't any other downward motion, it's perfectly legal.
Good. Garrett Blevins here, 207.5 kilograms, 457.5 pounds.
Seeing a shot of LS right now. They are straightening out our camera for our bench presser so that we get a close-up view for you at home. 207.5 kilograms, 457.5. He's our heaviest bencher in the 105 raw open right now. That last-minute head shift.
Oh, nice smooth lift for Garrett
What a
Blevins.
fine opener for Garrett. 3 white lights, good lift. Now, when I say he has to have the 4 points down, I mentioned feet, buttocks, shoulder, and head. That must occur inside of those commands given by the chief referee. So beforehand, you can set up and do what you need to do. He could have his head up, head down. He could do the hokey pokey in his 60 seconds. However, once he's set and gets that start command for bench press, that's when they can't actually leave their starting position.
LS McLean here, 210 kilograms, 463 pounds.
210 kilograms. What a fine bench press for Ellis McLean.
Double his body weight. He has bench over 500 raw and multiple meets. So very excited to see what he can get here today.
I think Ben has 2 favorite lifters now. Right now you're seeing kind of our alley shot, and what these fine gentlemen and coaches are looking at is the order of when they lift. So we have it projected on the back wall. You're getting an inside view of what we do here at USA Powerlifting, International Powerlifting Federation. .210 for Ellis McLean. Excellent bar path. Really strong bench press. 3
Good
white
lift.
lights. Good lift for Ellis McLean.
Now we could see him potentially try and break Dennis Cherry's world bench press record here today.
Excellent.
I know he attempted it at the last meet in Costa Rica, and he hit a sticking point halfway up, so maybe we'll see that here today.
Great. So we're going to go back up to the top of the order, and we will be doing a lift by, and it should be, if we're going lowest to highest, it should be William. He's going to retake 157.5. Yep, redo that opener. Remember, it was just that extra little, like I said, pump fake at the beginning. That start of that lift, he's kind of getting that extra little downward, upward juke, as it were, that can't be there. It's got to be nice and smooth down, smooth up. Better.
Nice. Good lift for William.
Way better. You know, sometimes I think the lifters have so much strength, they forget, and you do what you do in the weight room.
Yeah.
And you just get excited, and you just get, no pun intended, pumped up. Oh, this is fun. We're going to go to a second bench press. Rolando, his best is 160. He's going to attempt 162.5 right now.
Around a 5-pound PR, 2.5 kilogram PR here.
Well, now you're confusing, folks. 2.5 kilograms. How do you make that convert to pounds? What do you multiply by?
To convert your kilograms into pounds, you take whatever kilograms you're using here. Let's say you got 100 kilograms. You multiply that by 2.2. Then you'll get your
Pretty
pounds.
close. Exactly.
Little round estimate there.
358.2 pounds on the bar for Rolando from USA. Saw that little sink there from Rolando. And 3 white lights, good lift. So he does have a new PR, as far as we know. John Norcott, he's going to try and match his best bench press with 177.5. That's quite a good bench press for a 105 gentleman. 391.3 pounds on the bar right now. I have to admit, his singlet and headband are quite unique. I have seen some unique singlets, but his, very patriotic.
Oh, yeah. Gotta love him.
$391.3 pounds.
Oh, good bar path. Nice, slow and steady there.
And the decision. Lift is good. Good lift for John. He meets his PR. Maybe we'll see him go for a new PR. I would assume he wouldn't take the same thing twice.
Right.
Got Ross. Ross is up from USA, the 93 bodyweight weight class. Going to attempt 182.5 kilograms, 402.3 pounds.
Now we got 3 good raw benchers in the 93 kilogram weight class here. Oh, scratch that. There's 4. All 4 of the people in the 93 kilogram weight class, they got really good raw benches.
It's so funny. I was telling you how amazing this program is. There's so much information. Sometimes you have to look twice.
Right.
You got Ross up here. 402.3 on the bar. Excellent lift. Really good form. 3-way lights. It is a good lift at 182.5 for Ross.
Walker Bradshaw here. 185 kilograms for a second attempt. 407.9 pounds. Had a good first lift of 180 kilograms. And he beat his best bench press of 175 with his opener. So
now, Walker has really been impressing me. I like to look at age as part of the factoring. And he's 24 years old. His best bench press is 175. He's now beat that, and he's going for 185. He really is making some good progress.
Oh, yeah. Definitely putting in work in it with his training.
It shows.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Sinks that bar in his chest. This drive looks good from our end here. Let's see what the judges say.
3-way lights. It's a good lift for Walker Bradshaw. He now has a new PR. He had a 5-pound PR. Now he's got another 5-pound PR. Up is Darrington Wright. Darrington Wright, 190 kilograms, 418.9 pounds on the bar for this 93 weight class gentleman.
His best bench press is 198. We're just around 8 kilograms under that, so
we may see him match it. Who knows? Nice strong bench press from Darrington. The lift is good for Darrington Wright. 190. Gonna move on to our Austrian friend Renee. 200 pounds, or 200 kilograms is going on the bar. 440.9 pounds. Now that's helpful for the people at home. That 2.2 makes sense when you see that. Bar is loaded for Renee. And there are times when lifters want to get kind of in front of the rack and come through to get set up. and they're attempting to get more arch in their back, and that means that the bar doesn't have to travel as far.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Renee, but he has one more shot at it. He still has 190 under his belt, so to speak, but he can come back and try that again.
Here we have Garrett Blevins here. Also, Garrett was a two-time second place finisher at USAPL Raw Nationals in 2015, 2016. But that's pretty impressive considering the...
Well, I'll tell you right now, in the 105 weight class, you are going up against some stiff competition. So second place is nothing to sneeze at. 105 is extremely
tough,
competitive
yes,
in USA Powerlifting. Don't need to mention names. There's a lot of really great lifters. Excellent lift. Very long arms for Garrett. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Garrett. We're going to switch over to one of Ben's favorites, Ellis McLean. Ellis McLean looks like he has a very lovely entourage.
Oh,
a few
yeah.
people along for the ride. Coach and another person to coach. $220 kilograms. Friends, that is 485 pounds on the bar for a 93-pound weight class lifter.
This is raw, too.
Yeah, don't forget that. He is in a t-shirt and a singlet. Little struggle. Unfortunately, it's not going to go for this attempt. There is the possibility of him coming back again. That was only his second bench press. He will have one more shot at that. He's not done yet, folks. Going to go back to the top of the list. Third bench press, second flight. They're going to call it Flight D, only because the Pro American was more than just these 3. We had some lifters in the morning. Predominantly female in the morning, but for the first flight, and then male for the second flight. So we've been through half of a day of Pro American before we have gotten to you,
right,
we as announcers. So Ben and I was refereeing on that first session, so I was side referee. Might have seen a shoe or two, but I'm not usually in the shot. So back to William, third attempt, 167.5. 369.3 pounds on the bar for this 93 weight class man.
Good lift for William there.
He really learned from that first lift.
Oh, yeah.
That one of those moments where you learn and you grow from that. So he does get a good lift. 167.5 for William. He gets to take that home in his back pocket. Going to move to Rolando. Rolando already went 2.5 over his best. He's got 162.5 on the bar. His best PR from the past was 160. Now we're going to 170. So let's see if he can give himself 7.5 kilogram more than he has in the past. That would be an excellent PR.
Oh, yeah.
10 kilogram PR. That'd be great. Rolando. It's going to do 170 kilograms, 374.8 pounds on the bar. And a good push from Rolando. 3 white lights. It is a good lift for Rolando. He has a 10-kilogram PR for himself. That's excellent. Now we're looking at another possible PR adjustment here with John Norcott. 105 weight class male. He's going to take 182.5, which is over his past PR of 177.5. 402.3 pounds on the bar. Bar is loaded for John Norcott. We're seeing Ross right now. Cut. We'll cut to John in a moment.
Watching on one of the back screens back here, John is getting set up.
Remember our patriotic friend John Norcott at arm's length.
He unracks it himself.
No lift off for John. He's going to stay with that 177 for his second bench press. Unfortunately, 182.5 just eluded him a little today. One more PR adjustment. Mr. Walker's past PR. Mr. Ross's PR. 182.5. He's taking 187.5. So he's trying to move up by about 5 kilograms, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely a good bench for Ross.
He's looking really strong today. 413.4 pounds on the bar, friends, for Mr. Ross Lapala.
Nice bar path there.
Really strong lift for Ross. 3 white lights. It is a good lift for Ross, and he has upped his personal record by 5 kilograms. That is excellent.
Walker Bradshaw is getting ready to come up the lift here.
Same weight on the bar, but they'll get it tightened up, make sure it's perfect.
187.5, 113.4.
But hey, he already upped his PR by 10 kilograms with his first and second. Let's get a little bit more. We'll try to get 12.5 more than his past.
Which is insane.
Very impressed by this fine fellow. What did I say? He was 24 or 26. He's a young guy.
Oh, yeah. He's been hitting PRs all day, I think.
Excellent. Does not have to come up even if he can just push through it.
Wow.
Unfortunately, it does not finish with arm's length, so it's a no lift for Walker. That was an excellent attempt.
He was really, really vertical with that bar path.
True, it may not have gone in the normal kind of back crescent towards the eyes. But who knows? We're up with Darrington Wright, 197.5 kilograms. 435.4 pounds on that bar for a 93 kilogram man here today, raw. And if you forgot, the banner says it. It's the Arnold Sports Festival, folks, so these are the best of the best.
Oh, yeah.
Head Chief Referee Tanya Lambeth has her hand up.
He gets the start command. Nice bar path there. Slow and steady. Locks it out.
Excellent use of the muscular form. 197 kilogram, 97.5, excuse me, it's not a record. 0.5 kilograms for Darrington Wright. So he has gotten all 3 of his bench presses today. Great work.
Reen Bruner coming up here.
He's from Austria. He's going to retake that 200 pounds and see if it can have a better outcome this time around.
Here he is. He's getting hyped up here.
That's what you got to do.
Oh, yeah. Definitely have the confidence. when you go out there.
So he's getting in front of there, trying to get that arch. He's going to set it up so his shoulders are as close as possible to his backside. Get a little arch there. Use that belt for rigidity. Oh, unfortunately, not going to get to 200 today. He does get a bench press with his opener of 190 kilograms. He's in the meet. Too bad he didn't get that 200. I bet he was really looking for it. All right, Ben, it's your favorite, Mr. Ellis McLean.
Oh, here he goes. He's retaken his second attempt here of 220 kilograms, 485 pounds. A fun fact about Ellis McLean here, he is a kind of a sneaker freak. He likes collecting shoes.
I'm not surprised. He has a lot of interesting clothing designs.
Oh, yeah.
Nice strong push, but unfortunately not going to be quite enough today. He did not get that 220, but he does get to take home his opener of 210 kilograms. Going to move to our final lifter. Garrett is taking 224. It is a record. If it was not a record, it would be a multiple of 2.5. It is 224, so clearly it is some sort of record for Garrett Blevins. 493.8 pounds on the bar in the 105 weight class, Raw Men's Open. Been really strong today. Have a lot of confidence in this gentleman. Bar is loaded for Garrett Blevins. 493.8 pounds on the bar.
He's looking to be the best bencher out of Flight D here.
Correct. He definitely is our final lifter of this flight. So he's lifting the highest weight if he's last. Good strong setup for Garrett. Does not take a lift off. Chooses to do it on his own. Strong press. Does not have to come up even. It can be uneven.
I don't think I've seen any downward movement. It looks like it's going to be a good lift.
I agree. I think it was a good smooth upward motion. 3 white lights. Good lift. It's a record for Garrett Blevins. Excellent work. We're going to scroll down and get into that final group, our Flight E, as it were. It looks like the third flight for all of you. Flight E. We have our 120 and 120 plus men's raw gentlemen joining us on the platform right now. Now, last time I talked to Matt, he had really said he prefers the squat. And I just saw him not a few minutes ago. He said he prefers the squat. You know, so do I. Sometimes you're built for one, sometimes you're built for another.
Right.
Everybody seems to have one that they just like a little bit more.
Can't usually have all three.
That would be great.
It's very, very rare in the powerlifting world to be good at all three lifts.
Well, you could be definitely a formidable foe in all three, but maybe you just prefer one. $132.5 on the bar, 292.1. And a nice easy press. Matt Sommer, 120 weight class. 3 white lights for Matt Sommer, not surprised. Gonna move on to Tristan from USA. 185 pounds on the bar, so we're moving up just a hair here. 407.9 pounds on the bar for Tristan of USA. Same weight class, 120s. And right Right now we're watching some of our gentlemen that line up. When they are lined up in that back alleyway, they're just getting ready, getting pumped, doing what it takes to be focused on their lifting. But we like to have them kind of in order so that we know they're ready to go.
Oh,
They only have that 60 seconds, and the walk is not short. Tristan's opener.
Very easy for Tristan there.
Exactly. Just so smooth.
And
3
your
white
opener-
lights.
Oh, yeah. Your opener should be very exceptionally easy to get yourself on the board.
Right. Now, there's a couple of rules of thought on that. Some people will say take an opener as low as, 70 or 80% of your 1 rep max lift. That's the one lift you can do, the maximum lift of what you can do once. Some people actually will say closer to 90% of your 1 rep max for your opener. The process to figure that out really has to do with you, how you react to the meet situations, and it just takes practice.
Yeah, I keep it around 85%. Just, got to get on the board, you don't want to bomb out.
That's very common in high school.
Oh,
to
yeah.
Just play it safe and be smart about your first lift. Get more confidence that way anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, John here, 190 kilogram, 418.9 on the bar. We've moved over to our 120 plus for a moment here. Really strong for John. Nice lift. 3 white lights. It is a good lift. John has achieved his opener for bench press. We're going to move on to Matthew Cronin. And I believe there's more than one Matt Cronin here. We were discussing this. Matthew and I were discussing that there's another Matt Cronin. So don't be confused if you see another one. They are not the same person. We have some similar names. It's really quite funny.
USA Powerlifting is huge. They have actually went up and a 27% increase already in 2017.
Correct. It's only February, and we've had a 27% increase over last year at this time.
So if you've seen somebody with your own name, I'm guessing that wouldn't be fairly rare.
Good catch, Ben. Probably. 195 pounds for Matthew Cronin. Lift is good. 429.9 pounds for Matthew Cronin. We're going to move over to Michael. Michael is from Austria. Don't forget, he's got that flag on his SBD singlet. 210 kilograms, 463 pounds. Coming up for Michael Schrems. No lift off for Michael. He's ready to go it solo.
Now, I always take a lift off, but I guess it's some people's personal preference and what they like doing.
True. In high school, we didn't have enough coaches to always get a lift off, so I got used to no lift offs. Good strong lift. I know what I saw, but let's see what the judges think.
Lift is good.
Lift is good. I did notice maybe a little bit of movement of one of the 4 places I mentioned to keep on the bench press, but maybe possibly wasn't what I thought I saw. Got to press the turner up now. Coming back, opening bench press, 215 for 74 pounds on the bar. Preston Turner chooses to wear a belt when he bench presses. His best bench press is 242.5. So we're starting a little bit lower than that. But what we care about is that Preston is here and he is doing exceptionally well.
Oh, yeah. He,
Mind you, the best bench press could have been equipped. He's raw right now.
Oh.
So that's a logical thought process in my mind.
He's doing very good.
Perfect. Really good lift for Preston Turner today.
That was...
You almost wonder.
Yeah, that was a very
easy
opener. That went up so smooth and so quick. I did.
You blinked, didn't you, Ben?
Yeah, I blinked. I almost missed it.
So we got Ray Williams coming up. Gentleman just set a record today in the squat. His third squat was formidable at best. He's going to open with 225 kilograms on the bar, which is 496. His best in the past was 240, so we're going to do a little bit lower than that with our opener and get in this meet, feel comfortable. Ray's giving him the instructions for the liftoff, and like I said, really, if you're going to get a liftoff, it's important to get it right.
Oh, yeah.
225 kilograms, 496 on the bar right now. Good breath.
Oh, I think I seen his head come off the bench a little bit. Let's see
Well,
what the
we'll
judges
see what
say.
the referees say. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the decision. Give me just a moment, and we'll get back to you. It may be a good lift, maybe not. On the scoring sheet, it says good lift, so good lift for Ray Williams with 225. Going to move on to Kelly Branton.
The
255. The Canadian, correct. We have a Canadian in this flight and an Austrian in this flight. 562.2 pounds.
That ain't no baby weight.
Nope. I don't know if I would have put it that way. Nice strong setup for Kelly Branton of Canada. Wow.
Made 560 pounds
he made that look
easy.
Quite easy. Good lift. Kelly Branton gets to take home that opener of 255. All of our lifters in this flight have achieved a good opening lift. It's good feeling.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know the whole story behind Jason Mike from USA. It may be that he chose not to continue on. We see that he's not currently.
Unfortunately, you know, you get some injuries here in meets, and the best thing to do is to not continue on. But
it really depends, but yeah, a lot of times it's just be smart about it. We're going to move on to Matt Sommer. Matt Sommer is 150 kilograms, 330.7 on the bar. A little bit of a jump here. Pretty conservative. Matt Sommer. Got out in front of him just a hair, but he got to right back in that bar path. Lift is good for Matt Sommer. He gets to take home that 330.7 second bench press. Let's move on to Tristan. Tristan Nazelrod of USA, 120 kilogram body weight class, is going to be bench pressing 195 kilograms for 29.9 pounds on the bar right now.
Oh, that's a very quick, easy lift.
And what we say a lot in powerlifting is if you blink, you'll miss it. That was very quick. And I see that we may not see a third attempt from Mr. Sommer. I'll check back with you on that after we get all the way through. Let's move on to Tristan. Tristan had that good lift, and John's going to take that same weight. So, John from USA, 195, 429.9 pounds on the bar for John. Now, I don't know if he coordinated his clothes on purpose, but we have a lot of red, white, and blue. It's looking good.
Yeah.
Little side note from me. Good strong push. Unfortunately, did not get to arm's length. So that 195 for John is a no lift. He has a chance to come back and try that again. Third bench press.
Matthew Cronin up here with his second attempt after a good first attempt of 195 kilograms. He is taking 205 kilograms or 451.9 pounds here.
Respectable jump. It'll be fun to watch. He's approaching his best bench press, but we'll see. It may be very easy.
Taking a self handoff here.
Just as expected. Looked quite good. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Matthew Cronin. He gets to take home 205, and we'll see where Matthew Cronin goes on his third bench press. Circle back around. We've got a number for Matt Sommer for third lift, so yay, we get to see him in that third bench press. Move on to Michael from Austria. 220. 485 on the bar. I heard music and got excited. Excuse me. It surprised me. It was quite loud.
I didn't see that ram tattoo he has.
Oh, I noticed that as well. Don't know what it means? Not going to guess. 120-pound weight class, raw open. Michael.
Nice.
Now I see the same thing, but once again I'm a world referee, and I saw one infraction, but he does get the lift. It is a good lift for Michael. You can't see all angles as a side referee. You can't see all angles as a chief referee. You got to do your best.
Got to have all 3 referees, though.
Correct. Got Preston Turner coming up here. He went up by 15 kilograms. Gonna do 230 kilograms, 507.1 on the bar. For 120 kilogram, he is the strongest 120 men's raw open that we have today. Bench press looking good for Preston today.
Getting that big air. Oh, very easy for Preston
Using
Turner
that
here.
interthoracic pressure like a pro. Pushing against that belt, getting it right straight up.
Right.
Preston gets to keep that 230.
Oh, yeah. Ray Williams up here, 5 kilograms more than Preston Turner. 235 kilograms, 518.1 pounds for Ray Williams.
Now, for those of you who don't know a ton about the failures, they call them the failures, are where you're not following the rules of USA Powerlifting or IPF rules. Red, if you got a red card, it would be because it wasn't lowered to the abdominal area. And that means it wasn't touching the chest. It's extremely rare to get that. Generally, people will be all the way down touching the chest. The lifter will touch the chest.
Yeah.
That one's really super rare. But an aside to that is that if it touches the belt.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
If it touches the belt, that was added a few years back. If it touches the belt, that would be a red card. We don't see it that often, every once in a while. Here's Ray Williams. Bench press number 2.
Oh, very easy.
Now we're seeing a different angle on the bench press. It is a no lift. I would take a wild guess that it might be because something lifted from the bench.
Kelly Branton here, 265 kilograms, 584.2 pounds. This is insane here. He is nearing 600 pounds on the bench. From Canada, Kelly Branton.
600 pounds raw on the bench.
Yeah, that's some insane weight.
He matched his best PR with his opener. He is now attempting 10 pounds over his best personal record with 265. Kelly Branton. Nice strong setup.
Oh my God.
That was an excellent lift. And like I said, folks, you can have it go into the chest. If the bar path stops and it's motionless, you hear the press command, can finish the lift. It is completely legal to do that.
Yeah, he made 584 pounds look like 135.
Yep, just looked like he was doing a 10 set. For folks out there, a set of 10 usually is your one of your first warm-ups. That's kind of what it looked like to us. We're going to go back to the very top. First lifter in this flight for third bench press. Matt Sommer is going to attempt 155 kilograms. Just a little bit too much. We did see a little bit of that extra push on the second. So this time, no lift for Matt Sommer on that third, but he gets to keep his second at 150.
Which is good.
With a squat like that, he's doing exceptionally well.
Right.
His subtotal looks quite fine, very strong.
520 kilograms for a subtotal, which is very nice.
So right now going into the deadlift, it's looking like 570 total, subtotal potentially for Preston Turner. And right now, Matt has solidified that he does have that 520 subtotal. We'll see what happens for Preston. Preston has a strong bench press. $195 on the bar for John from USA. Came off the chest well, unfortunately did not go to arm's length. So no lift for John. He does keep his opener at 190, so he is in this meet. Something really cool to keep in mind. I said the red failure was that not being lowered to the chest or it touched the belt. If you get a blue failure card or they give you a red light with a blue associated with it, that means that there was downward movement of the bar at some point.
Right.
We mentioned that a while back. That happened maybe once or twice, at least we thought. Or it's failure to press the bar to straight arm's length. That's what just happened, technically.
Here we have Tristan Naselrod, 202.5 kilograms, 446.4 pounds here.
Boy, I'd like to bench press that much.
He was actually looking to increase his subtotal to 520 to match Matt Sommer here.
That makes a lot of sense. It's a competition after all. So he has done that. It's a good lift for Tristan. He's matching Matt Sommer in the subtotal right now. Opening deadlifts are definitely different, so that can change everything. Got Matthew Cronin coming up. Got a third bench press of 210, and that's very close to his max PR lift. But his second bench press was quite good, so we'll see what happens here. $210 third bench press, 463 pounds on the bar for Matthew Cronin.
Oh, he's getting a good, nice arch here for a setup.
He has an extremely good arch. Just proves to be just a little bit too much today. He's going to take home that 205 that he had and his subtotal of 510 right now in the 120 weight class. So he's also in the mix. Like we mentioned in the past, there is a difference between the subtotals and their body weight. If they're in the weight class, they could actually come out winning something by Wilks, meaning they were light in their weight class. So if you have the same subtotal as somebody else, or you tie, if you're lighter body weight, you become the winner.
Right. Which is why the Wilks coefficient makes it more fair for everybody competing, whether it's a 59 kilogram lifter and a 66 kilogram lifter, or a 105 and 120 kilogram lifter.
Correct.
Makes it fair for everybody.
Oh, unfortunately, Michael took 227.5. He's going to keep his 220. 227.5 is a no lift.
Ray Williams up here, 235 kilograms, 518.1 pounds.
What I'm thinking is it's most likely just keeping all those contact points on the bar or on the bench for Ray, and that will be beneficial.
Right.
He'll be able to achieve that lift that way. Ray Williams, 235. It is 518.1. A really respectable weight. You gotta plant everything on that bench press. Keep those feet flat. Don't move from the elected position. Just stay there. Down, down, down. And that changes the game a little bit because he does achieve that 235. He does come back and get that 235. I saw marked difference with the points on the bench press. They stayed much more solid this time. Oh, and who's up? Preston Turner. Preston Turner's going to go for 240 kilograms, 529.1 on the bar. So we're going to see a little shuffling here.
He is leading the 120 kilogram weight class with a subtotal of 570. He's looking to increase that to 580 with his,
which would be almost insurmountable.
Right.
That would be a lead of I can't see them. They're scrolling, but right now I know there was a 520, so that would be definitely a big split.
50, 60 kilogram lead here.
Correct.
Which in pounds is almost 130.
It's quite a few. Preston gets set up here with 529.1 pounds on the bar. Back, back, back.
Slow and steady. Looks to be good.
Excellent. Slow and steady wins the race. And it's a good for Preston. He increases his total lead to 580 kilograms.
He's got a good.
That was 3 for 3 there. Excellent work. I believe he ended up with 2 for 3 in the squat and 3 for 3 in the bench press. So he's going in 5 for 6 on his attempt. You always want to get as much as possible. We got our 30-year-old Kelly Branton.
The Canadian here.
He already went over his PR. Now he's going to go for a little bit more. 275.5. It must be a record because we have a chip, so they call it on the bar. Not a potato chip. It is a weight.
Oh, man, this is a 20 kilogram PR. Almost 40 pounds.
Yeah, 20.5 in fact.
607 pounds.
607.4 pounds on the bar for Kelly Branton. This is definitely his event.
Oh my gosh. Really good squatter and a good bencher too.
Excellent, yes. He is coming around, really doing well. Strong attempt, however, it's going to be a no lift. Didn't get to that arm's length.
He had a great drive off the bottom there.
Excellent. All right, folks, that ends our bench press portion of this afternoon. We will be back in about 5 minutes. We've seen some excellent lifting. We are not done yet. Come right back. See you soon. All right, we're back here with the deadlift. We're starting deadlift with Taylor LaChapelle. And it's not really any surprise there. She's our lightest lifter by body weight. She's going to be deadlifting 170 kilograms, 374.8 pounds. Taylor LaChapelle of Wisconsin. And it goes up really easy for Taylor LaChapelle. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Taylor LaChapelle. She gets that 170 kilograms. Next up, opener deadlift. Jordan Panton's going to take 195 kilograms. That converts to 429.9 pounds.
Wow.
Now, the difference between Jordan Panton and the lifter that preceded her, Taylor LaChapelle, they're in basically sister weight classes. There's that 57 and that 63. I find that that seems to be a sweet spot, especially for high school young ladies. That's a really good spot to find a lot of strength. Now, Taylor LaChapelle wasn't always a 57 kilogram lifter. For a long time, she was actually a little bit lower than that. She's been as many as 2 different weight classes away lower than the 57.
Wow.
So she was, I believe, 52 last year, and before that, she may have actually been in the 40s for body weight.
47?
Correct. Well, now, and it moves around in Wisconsin. We don't always do kilograms, but yes. Here we got Jordan Panton, 429.9 pounds.
Pretty nice weight for an opener here.
Correct.
She's got a good sumo stance here.
And when we talk about sumo stance just means the feet are not close together. They're far apart. They may even be all the way to close to the plates. 3 white lights, good lift for Jordan. We're going to move to Carlo. Carlo Melendez has 225 pounds on the bar, which works out to be 496 pounds for an opener in a 74 body weight. That's pretty good. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't have a subtotal only because of the issues with bench press. But what you can do, like I said before, is continue on with that meet and go for your best deadlift. There just won't be that total achieved for Carlo. Now, his best deadlift is 235, and he's starting with 225. So he's definitely getting close to that best deadlift with his opener here. Lest we forget, we're at the Slingshot Pro American, the PM session, so the afternoon session here, and this is the kind of the all sorts of weight classes in one spot because they're equipped.
Right. So you're going to see a wide variety of different people here.
Correct. And as Ben said, this is the wide set. It's called sumo. I believe after sumo wrestling. And he's got that wide set, toes out. And he grabs the bar in the center. And he's right up. And it looks like it was a good lift for Carlo. So he gets to keep that opener a little better than bench press today.
Oh, yeah.
Looks very comfortable for him. Now, I noted it seemed like Carlo was wearing his suit backwards.
For his squat suit backwards for his deadlifts?
I'm not sure which one it was. I didn't ask him. But it did look backwards, and that's very common. If you have not a custom deadlift suit, you can wear your squat suit backwards, and it'll help in the opposite way that it would have for squat.
Right.
Help you stand up instead of go down.
Here we have Zachary Dopta us here. 260 kilogram opener, 573 pounds.
Ben's favorite person.
Triple his body weight here, makes it look easy.
Very smooth bar path. Generally with the conventional type setup, conventional lifters are going to look closer, like they're about to sit in a chair. And their feet will be maybe shoulder to hip width apart. You've seen all sumo up until now. If you choose to be a sumo lifter, you're most likely going to find it takes patience with the bar off the floor, but the rest of the path goes more quickly.
Right.
Versus when you are conventional, such as myself, that conventional lift is going to move quickly off the floor, and the lockout may be a little bit slower. So be patient. These sumo deadlifters, they'll get there. Ahmed, 280 kilograms, 617.3 opener. Wow.
I'm used to seeing the lighter guys pull sumo, but seeing him do it.
He's so tall, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And he puts the bar down. It is a no lift. Now I'm seeing two different colors here. I'm seeing actually red, and I believe I see yellow. Now yellow for me tells me probably it was the bar left the hands. You actually have to make sure that that bar does not leave your hands before it makes it to the floor. Now you don't have to go slowly down with it, but you do have to guide it to the floor. The red is very clear. They think there's either a failure to lock the knees or the fact that he wasn't standing erect. That could be shoulders, could be maybe what we call a soft knee, and it does happen. In fact, when I was calling earlier this morning, there was 2 times that happened.
Shane Brady up here, 650-pound opener, 105-kilogram weight class, 295 kilograms.
Mind you, that is at the 105 body weight class.
Weighing in like 8 kilograms under, too, so.
Yeah, he is quite light. He's only 97.03 body weight kilograms in a 105. And like I said, it's 105 and under. Whatever your weight class is, that number and under, unless it's 120 plus.
Very impressive here for his opener.
And just so you know, we're doing the live feedback here. We're really close to the lifters and coaches, so if you hear someone cheer, that's probably why. They're watching our monitors. $650.4 pounds, Shane Brady, having an excellent day.
Oh, very easy for his first attempt, but that's
very
what you're going to
smooth.
expect.
Is that Captain America socks he has there? I'm always impressed by socks. That's one of my quirks.
Gregory Johnson.
So that was a good
here.
lift for Shane. Sorry, apologize.
He's got a Velocity Titan deadlift suit on.
Fits like a glove, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Now you're going to notice at the very top of that suit, for Gregory, it looks like it's custom made. That cannot have any extra fabric sticking out. Or rather, should I rephrase, it actually can't be sewn in such a manner where there's more than 3 centimeters of what they call a bunny ear sticking out. And for years, it was a lot of debate. Where do you sew outside? Do you sew inside? Now you can sew inside and not sew it down. His looks like it's perfectly fitting him.
340 kilograms for his opener, 749.6 pounds here. His body weight is 97.21 kilograms.
Go!
Very smooth bar path. And it's a 3 white light. Good lift for Gregory Johnson. He gets to take that opener home. Put it in his pocket. 340 kilogram opener for Gregory Johnson. Back to the top. We're going to go back to Taylor LaChapelle. She wants to do a little shout out to her friend Kelsey. Kelsey is her lifting partner, and she's great. 175 kilograms, 385.8 pounds on the bar. We're moving up by about 5 kilograms. Taylor LaChapelle, deadlift number 2. Once again, you're seeing Taylor LaChapelle stand with her coach. Her coach is Brian Shekels out of Adams, Wisconsin. Brian Checkles is an excellent coach. He has also traveled to Worlds just recently, sub-junior, junior Worlds, and he worked with all of the sub-junior, junior athletes at Worlds back in September this year. So Brian Checkles, great coach. Adams, Wisconsin. She gets that wide set. Like I said, when it's coming off the floor, a lot of patience for that first few inches.
Right. Excuse me. As Gino was saying, it's over 3 times her body weight here.
I know from training with Taylor that we have been working on specific exercises to get that off the floor faster. And you know what? When you're sumo deadlift, that's paramount. That's what you want. A little more speed at the very start. Got to go move on to Jordan Panton, 205 kilograms, shifting to 451.9 pounds on the bar for a 63 equipped female. I believe she's a junior. That means that she falls into just after that high school range. So she's right there, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, right in that group. You don't have to move till open until you turn 23, so she doesn't have to go open if she doesn't want to. So if you hear people cheering, you might actually hear them saying things like speed, tight. All are important for a sumo deadlift.
Oh my!
And it
she
just
that up.
rockets off the ground. That's excellent turnover. Excellent. The lift is good. Looks like a world record for Jordan. Now I'm not sure if they're saying sub-junior or junior. She's right on that bubble. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they said sub-junior.
Not sure how old she was. I wasn't positive. It's hard because she's so close. Teenagers grow up so fast. So best deadlift for Carlo has been 235 kilograms in the past. Here we are with 237.5 kilograms on the bar. We're going to chip that PR. Let's see if Carlo can do that. Once again, we're seeing them wear something called deadlift slippers. They are not socks. They do have a sole on them. It's a very small sole. It's similar to a ballet slipper, which is also legal.
Really?
Correct.
Did not know that.
Most people don't wear them. Yep, unfortunately that didn't get off the ground quite well, not right in the path.
Looks like he lost his grip there.
Possible. That was always my issue. I could pull anything if I could hold on to it. Best deadlift for Zachary coming up was 280 in the past. We're getting closer. He's got 275 for his second deadlift today. Almost finished for Zachary Dotas. He's had a great day.
Oh, yeah.
Like I say, some of these younger fellows and ladies, they're fun to watch. The growth is exponential.
Did he go 3 for 3 on his squats?
I feel like he did. I'm trying to remember.
I know he's had a really good day, though.
He has quite a good day. And the bar path is really good for Zachary.
Looks like it's a good lift for Zach here.
Good lift for Zach. We're going to move on to Ahmed.
Here we have Ahmed Hassanen coming up here with his, He missed his opener of 280 kilograms. Here he is taking it again for his second attempt. 617.3 pounds here for Ahmed. Goes right up. Has a little bit trouble locking it out there at the top. Let's see what they say.
And it's 3 white lights. Something that you might notice with Ahmed, he's so tall, he's almost got a modified sumo. He's got such long legs and such long levers that it's highly possible that he really, truthfully, isn't in a sumo as compared to the rest of the people.
Right.
I would be all the way out to my fully extended legs and be doing a sumo with a very wide angle. His almost looks like his feet are together. So
Right.
it appears to be a sumo, but he's so tall that that's almost conventional for him. He just turns his toes out. So for him, like we were saying, sumo, slow up the ground, and then eventually that lockout is quick. For him, you notice that lockout took a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's fast off the ground for him. And
It's fast off the ground because it's almost more like a conventional. So like we said, it looks like sumo for Ahmed, but he's just a tall fella.
yeah.
So I think that's really the main part of it.
Yeah, everybody's built differently, so.
Like we said, the angles are going to change how you approach anything. Generally, if you point the toes out, it will create tension in your hip flexor, that kind of crease right in between the leg and the regular torso of the body.
Shane Brady coming up here to bench with, deadlift here with 300.
I hope he doesn't bench 677.9, although he could definitely try.
Here he is, second attempt, 307.5 kilograms and 677.9 pounds.
It's one of my favorite weights, my lucky number. And unfortunately, what happened right there, if you weren't aware, is he definitely got to the top of that, but then because up to that full lockout, he was erect, and then before he got the down command, it slipped. Whatever happened, I don't know if he didn't have the pressure in the torso, the thoracic pressure we talked about. Just up, right there, came back down. That would be considered one of two things: a hitch or not following technical rules as wait for that down command.
Right. Gary Johnson here with 50 kilograms, 771.6 pounds here just for his second attempt, which is insane. He is in the 105 kilogram weight class.
Gregory definitely showing some exceptional strength.
Hinge, dip, drive.
Might hear his coach behind us because he is yelling through the curtain.
Hinge, dip, drive.
It goes right up there.
And very smooth, just like his coach is saying, hinge, dip, drive. Talking about his hip flexors. Just dip down to pick it up, drive it off the ground. So that looks like a good lift for Gregory. We're going to go back to the top of the order, and we will have third deadlifts coming up. And this is where you put all your heart on the line. She has done 170 as her best lift before, but we are looking at 175, a reattempt at 175. This is a PR. This is something she wants. I've been there as she was training. I know that this is a number that she is determined to get. Taylor LaChapelle, 175 kilograms, 385.8 pounds on the bar. So it looks like she actually might time out, and I don't know the whole story behind it. Might just be to save some energy, might be other reasons. Long story short, like I explained before, to give the integrity of time to all the rest of the lifters in this flight, because there's really only 7, 8 lifters here, Taylor has put that minute on the clock, and it will count down to 0. Once it counts down to 0, the referees will say, red light, failure card, yellow, because the commands weren't followed. There wasn't even an attempt. And then they'll load for the next lifter in order. A lot of times when a lifter puts in that 0 and says, I'm going to just forego my lift, everyone has to go faster than they were accustomed to the first 2 attempts. So they try to avoid that if possible. We don't have that problem a lot at Wisconsin High School because there are a lot of lifters.
Right.
It once in a great while will happen with our heaviest females. There'll be a small class and maybe somebody will not do their final lift.
Jordan Panton coming in with 215 kilograms, 474 pounds for a final attempt. Her first 2 lifts were good, and now she is going for a 10 kilogram jump here.
So 10 kilogram jump, but you saw the second lift. The second lift was really nice. So if it gets off the floor that fast, we could be looking at one really big lift.
Here it goes.
Wait for it. She's strong, she's got it, she's up. Let's see what the judges say. Oh, 2-1. 2 reds, 1 white. I said blue is a little bit different than the red because the blue is a hitch or maybe some sort of a ramp, meaning they think that the thigh was being used as kind of leverage. The hitch is that up and down, which I didn't see. And then I also saw a red. That means that the knee wasn't locked or they weren't erect, meaning fully standing up. Most of the time erect means their shoulders weren't back far enough. You don't want to overextend or what they call hyperextend, but maybe her knee was soft on one side. I know when you get that far out, maybe one was straight and one quite wasn't.
Here we have, Carlo Menendez here. Taking in a personal best, taking in his second attempt again of 237.5 kilograms, 523.6 pounds here. Carlo Melendez.
Excellent. So he's retaking that second attempt again. 523.6 pounds, 74 body weight, 74 kilogram body weight. He's about 73.1. Unfortunately, that's a no lift. Didn't quite get all the way standing erect. Moving on to Mr. Zachary here. Now, Zachary's had a real banner of a day, so we're going for 3 for 3 in the deadlift here. He's gone up 15 kilograms. He's going to move to 639.3 pounds. But we're seeing a last-minute change here. Zachary might actually jump here, and our next lifter will be Ahmed. That is allowed if the bar is not loaded, the weight isn't loaded, they haven't caught bars loaded, they can change that weight all the way up until that happens.
Now Zachary is taking a 30 kilogram jump here.
I see that, and my guess is most likely for not only the Wilkes points, but the subtotal. He has one other competitor against him. Unfortunately, that competitor did not achieve a total. So it's Zachary for the win. However, he might be looking for Wilkes.
Ahmed Hassan in here. 290 kilograms, 639.3 pounds for his last attempt here. He missed 280 on his first, got it on his second. Here now he made a 10 kilogram jump to 290. See if he gets it here. Very fast.
Like we said, that modified sumo. He's so tall. 3 white lights, good lift. He figured out. He's so tall, he's got almost like a conventional deadlift.
Right.
All right, now we're going to see some jumping. mean, Zachary's had such a great day. Why not roll with it?
Right.
You have a good day? Let's go.
Now, Zachary here, he has made a 30-kilogram jump, which is almost 70 pounds on the lift.
Yes, Zach was 275 today. Now he's hopping dramatically over with 305 kilograms, 672.4 pounds on that bar. But you know what? I have every confidence in Zachary. He's having a great day. Equipped 74-kilogram lift.
4 times his body weight right here.
Slingshot Pro American 2017 Arnold. Well, it came off the ground just a little bit too much for today. But hey, sometimes you want to go for it. Like they say, they refer to it as going for the money.
Right.
Whether it's money or not. Okay, so now Shane has gone 315, 694.4 pounds, trying to get that higher Wilks total here. They're going up against Gregory Johnson, who has a 551.14 Wilks currently, and the forecast is for Gregory to have a 557 Wilks total. So it looks like Gregory's uncatchable. That third place Wilks is Taylor LaChapelle right now in this category of equipped, but she's female. So what's happening here is Shane is attempting to get a little bit higher Wilks. He would end up with a 548 over Taylor LaChapelle's 541 if he gets this lift. Right now he's in a little bit lower place.
£694 here.
And it came off the ground. Unfortunately, Shane's not going to get that today, but he does get to keep his first deadlift. He has 295, a total of 870, and a Wilks of 536. However, Taylor LaChapelle edged him out with 541 and didn't have to take that third deadlift. So she did really well with that opener.
Oh, yeah.
Final, what I'm seeing is that there's going to be a weight loaded of 360 for Gregory Johnson, although he was giving us the maybe not go sign. So we'll see what happens. Keep you posted. 360, 793.7 on the bar, although he is number one in that current category with 551 Wilks. We've had a 0 entered in, so he is not going to take that last lift.
So Gregory Johnson will take first place overall out of the Wilks.
Out of the equipped, he will, definitely. We're going to switch over. They got it all loaded and didn't realize that that wasn't going to work, but they do go on to our first lifter in the second flight this PM session. We're going to have Ross from USA, 93-kilogram bodyweight class. Nice strong opener for Ross. He's going to do 545.6 pounds, 247.5 kilograms for an opener. While they're resetting here, there are definitely a couple of different failures you can have in the deadlift. One of them, like I actually mentioned already, was lowering the bar before the chief signal gives you the chief referee gives you the signal. That's anytime. It happens sometimes when an athlete gets excited, sometimes just an accident where you slip out. There's also allowing the bar to return the platform without maintaining control in the hands. We mentioned that once before. Rare, but it does happen. Another one is stepping forward or backward on the platform. And then finally, for all lifts, that's failure to comply with the requirements contained in the general description of the lift. You can find all of this on IPF rules, technical rule book online, or USA Powerlifting.
Oh, here we have Ross Lapala here. 247.5 kilogram opener. 545.6 pounds. Makes it look easy. 3 white lights.
I see 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
That middle referee had a yellow card, and I just explained those. Ironic how that works. Maybe he did not hear the down command, possibly felt that he didn't have control.
Rolando here, 257.5 kilograms, 567.7 pounds for Rolando.
A little bit lighter weight class as well. He's in the 83 men's bodyweight weight class.
Double overhook grip there.
Yeah, that's not as common as is the overhand, underhand. He's got the hook grip, so we call it. I know I saw something, and I'm curious what will happen. 2 to 1. It's got to be 2 reds to 1. What I saw may have been true. It was the fact that he wasn't locked out, or erect, I should say it. That gets used a little bit too much for the red failure. However, both will explain either not locked out knees or the shoulders weren't back, meaning erect. So that might have been it. All right, Renee from Austria, 260 kilograms, 573.2 pound opener. It looked fairly easy. Let's see what the referee say. We're going to get a red from the head referee. Just mentioned that either the knees weren't locked or maybe not erect for that chief referee. Best deadlift, for William has been 277.5. He's opening with 265 today. About 584.2 pounds for William. And remember, we're shifting. We are in the raw category right now. Raw category. They have a singlet. They can have wrist wraps if they wish. They can have knee sleeves if they wish. And an interesting fact about knee sleeves, the lifter is the only one allowed to pull up or adjust the knee sleeve. Coaches cannot help them with that job.
Oh, really? I did not know that.
That has to do with knee sleeves are easily pulled up by a person other than yourself. And it got into a kind of a gray zone. Too much help, too tight of knee sleeves. And it looks like William has gotten a lift. 3 white lights. That's what you want to see. John Norcott's up 282.5. 622.8 pounds on the bar. Opening deadlift at the 105 raw open men's weight class.
This is a good opener here.
Definitely. He's not the heaviest 105 we have today, but it's a very strong opener. You never know where someone's going to move or jump to.
Right.
All right, John Norcott is up here. Like I said, I have to admire his patriotism. And something of note, male competitors do not have to wear a t-shirt in the deadlift. It is not required.
Power's right up here for John Norcott.
Definitely. See what the referees say. 3 white lights for John Norcott. I would, it's funny, I would actually, from the front there as the chief referee, notice that the body build for John is such that a lot of times the knees don't look locked out. They have a lot of musculature in those quadricep muscles, and when they stand up, they really have to work to get that non-soft knee is how I call it. They have a lot of muscle.
Yeah.
They're almost working against themselves trying to get completely straight locked knees.
Here we have LS McLean here for his opener. 285 kilograms, 628.3 pounds. Makes it look really easy here. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights here for LS McLean.
So that is a good lift. Good lift for LS McLean. Bench, I did it too. Deadlift starts out good for LS McLean. I think we got so used to saying bench press, we're all thinking they're bench press.
Darrington right here, making his opening attempt. 297.5 kilograms, 655.9 pounds. He is competing in the Arnold Pro deadlift. So
definitely one of his better events. He's only a 93 kilogram body weight raw open lifter, and he's starting out with 655.9 pounds on the bar. This is an opener, friends. So come back tomorrow or show up tomorrow. Excellent work for Darrington. There is one red light on that, so it's a decision of 2-1. Yes, he has a good lift. The one side referee believes he wasn't erect or his knee was not locked out.
Walker Bradshaw here. Walker Bradshaw is now making his, or is about to be making his 300 kilogram opening attempt, or 661.4 pounds. It's a good opener here for Walker.
And I've been impressed by many of these people, but definitely, like I said in the bench press, Walker is right up on the top of that list for me today. 300 kilograms, 661.4 pounds on the bar, 105-pound weight class.
Walker has made mostly all of his attempts, hasn't he?
Yes, definitely is doing well today. Good lift for Walker, and right on his heels with his opener, only 2.5 kilograms more, Garrett Blevins. Now, online it actually mentioned to keep an eye out for certain lifters. I believe Garrett Blevins was on that list, and we talked about him being second at the Raw Nationals for USA in October. This is why.
He's very impressive to...
Very good lifting. He's very technically sound in my book. As a world coach, I've been an assistant world coach. This is what I look for in a lifter, this technical soundness in the motion he completes. So he's got 666.9 pounds on the bar for his opener in the 105 weight class.
And I'm assuming he's going to make it look easy, as he is...
well, we don't want to assume.
Very conservative lifter here.
It looks quite good from Garrett. Let's see what the decision is from the referees. 3 white lights as expected. Back to the top of our list, we have our second deadlift coming up for Mr. Ross. Ross is in that 93 kilogram bodyweight class, men's raw open, here at the Slingshot Pro American. 262.5 kilograms. It is 578.7 pounds on the bar. He's not the heaviest 93 deadlifter, but he has quite a good Wilks forecast for his body weight. So he is moving along. A good note is if you're close to 500 in the raw category for a Wilks total, so that's pound for pound, figuring in body weight, age, and other factors, that is a good total. You want to be close to 500. Equipped, over 500 is excellent. 600 is out of this world.
Basically.
It's a good lift for Ross. He had his first and his second. He is got an A in for his third deadlift. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but we will find out. Let's move on to Rolando. He's going to complete 265 kilograms, if we have anything to do with it. 584.2 pounds on the bar coming up for Rolando. You're seeing a coach over here. Mr. Mitchell is his coach today. Mr. Mitchell lifted yesterday. I believe he lifted yesterday, or maybe he lifts tomorrow. But he is here coaching another athlete named William. But Rolando's up. Good patience on that lift.
Good. He stayed with it, and he locked it out. Let's see what the judges say.
3 white lights.
Very
Good lift for Rolando. Took a little bit of a risk there. Didn't get his opener and decided to go up anyways. But he does get to keep 265 kilograms.
That is always risky.
Like we said, stick with that first opening lift. It could have been the most simple thing. You really got to just wait. Got to say thank you to these spotters and loaders. We have had this current group of spotters and loaders is from Ohio State University. We also have another set of them from, I believe, Pennsylvania. I might be getting that wrong. But they are young and doing a great job and take direction very well and work hard all weekend long. Excellent work to those young people.
Here we have William making his second attempt here. 611.8 pounds, 277.5 kilograms.
Now, William has a more traditional belt on right now. He's wearing not the same. Most of the lifters have a lever belt. He does not. He has a prong belt. 3 white lights. It was very common when you started lifting to have a prong belt in the previous years, up until maybe the 2000s, to have a prong belt. A lot of people forego those because of the twisting motion to get the belt on, and you usually need someone to help you get it as tight as you want. Lever belts don't need another person. You can do it yourself.
Lever belts, they work too.
Not lover belts, lever belts. Lever. And Renee from Austria, 280. 617.3 pounds on the bar. See if he can get that standing up real tight. Believe he might have fixed that one little thing he had. And it's 3 white lights, gleaming in white. Good lift for Renee. 280. He can keep that.
OSU's powerlifting team, they placed second at, what is it?
Collegiates.
Collegiate Worlds.
And Collegiates is coming up. Collegiate Nationals is coming up, so that's very exciting for them. They're very strong. I mean, our spotters and loaders are great. That clearly they're doing a fine job with their training.
Here we have L.S. McLean coming up here. 302.5 kilograms, 666.9 pounds.
And I'm telling you, if you haven't been to a meet, you need to come, because what Gino does is hilarious. With this particular weight, he is a big fan of going into all sorts of things. You should come. It's a great show. Come live. Come all the way to Columbus in one day.
Looks like.
All right. 3 white lights. It was a good lift for Ellis McLean. He gets that 666.9. We're going to keep the same weight on the bar, but it's a different weight class now. We're going to go up to the 105 weight class with John Norcott. Now, don't forget, we're sponsored by Slingshot, and if you've never heard of it before, I didn't get a chance to mention it. I haven't seen very many. Slingshot sells gangsta wraps, and they said gangsta wraps made me do it. Best wraps on the market from howmuchyoubench.net.
John Norcott here, 666.9 pounds. Looks to be a good lift. Let's see what the judges say.
So technically sound. It's for a world referee, it is fun to watch lifters like that. It really is.
Here we have Darrington Wright.
Darrington Wright with 310 kilograms on the bar, 683.4 pounds.
Well over triple his body weight here.
Now, right, we've skipped around a little bit. We went 93 with LS, 105 bodyweight weight class with John Norcott. We're back to 93 with Darrington.
Now, Darrington and LS is going to have a tough battle here.
Correct. However, there's a little bit of room for wiggle there. However, the subtotal, that's a different story. Or excuse me, the total.
We have Darrington Wright making his attempt here.
Ooh, and the chalk dust falls as he rises.
Well, looks good for me.
It was 3 white lights. That would have been my guess. I hate to guess too fast, though. One of my premonition type things. I try not to jinx anyone. Sounds silly, but I would rather not. Garrett Blevins is up. Excellent lifter here. Young gentleman. 315 kilograms on the bar. We are just shy of 700 pounds on the bar for a man who is 105 kilogram weight class. 694.4 going on that bar right now. He looks confident. The 302.5 looked excellent. I expect nothing less from this second deadlift at the Slingshot Pro American at the Arnold Sports Festival 2017. Bar is loaded for Garrett Blevins.
There he is, walking out confidently to the
boy,
bar.
the crowd is excited. Sorry to cut you off. If you were here, your heart rate would go up. You'd have adrenaline, and you wouldn't have even had to try to lift. It's great here. You should come. USA Powerlifting, C-Pod of the Arnold Sports Festival.
Right.
Come to the convention center. Come for the powerlifting, stay for the ambiance. We'll give you a show.
Right.
A show of strength by Garrett Blevins. Excellent work.
Very good.
315. World record for Garrett Blevins in the 105 weight class. But, wait for it, Walker Bradshaw is up with 320 kilograms, 705.5 pounds on the bar. It's going to be fun.
Very. Looks to be a good battle here.
So for those of you who do not have the live sheet up because you don't put up one smart television and one laptop like I do, that's what I do at home, although I have been in powerlifting for 19 years. If you're not doing that, what's happening right now is in the 105 weight class, first place is 870.5 total from Garrett Blevins. It's incredible. He's one of those guys to watch. That's what they said online.
Right.
Walker coming behind him with 785. So that lead, 85 kilos for a total. Excellent. Here's Walker. 5 kilograms more.
Walker is trying to top off Garrett Blevins' deadlift here with 5 kilograms, and he does it with 3 white lights.
3 white lights for Walker Bradshaw. We're going to go right back to that top of the list. Back to Rolando with 270. He's going to try and get 5 more kilograms to add to that total to take home with him today. Once again, you're seeing our alleyway, and this is where the gentlemen line up. Well, they're reaching into a bowl right now, and what they're actually getting is chalk. Now, by this part of the day, the chalk is in kind of a powder form. in the beginning of the day, it comes in a little block, and you can kind of wipe it on your hand or your suit. That's totally legal in USA Powerlifting, legal in IPF Powerlifting. Something really cool, if you look at their legs, there's something white there too. It's not chalk. You don't want it to slow down when you deadlift. That's actually baby powder. So they're using baby powder on the legs so it goes faster. Chalk on the hands so that they don't lose their grip. Ben knows. Ben does it every day.
Here we have Rolando here with his final attempt, 595.2 pounds, 270 kilograms. Let's see how Rolando does.
And it's moving.
It doesn't look like there was any downward motion, but there was some stopping.
Let's see what the referees say. And as I expected, unfortunately, it's a 2-1 decision. I saw the blue card, and I might have seen the yellow, which means that there was down and up or ramping. I didn't see any ramping. I'm going to guess it's what's considered a hitch. Hitch means down and up. However many times doesn't matter. Any little infinitesimal amount of downward, then back up when you are ascending, meaning you want to keep going straight up. It's too bad. It was so close.
Right.
Just kind of get that abdominal activation, and maybe it could have changed that.
Here we have Ross LaPala here, 275 kilograms, 606.3 pounds.
606 for Ross. I've actually seen Ross do this weight before, so I'm excited to see it again. He's trying to up his best lift. It used to be 265. Now he wants 275. He's an inspirational gentleman to watch. Let's see how it goes. $606.3 pounds for Ross. And unfortunately, just didn't quite get all the way to that locked out and erect position. He took it for a ride, though.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
definitely.
like we said, when it's doing that closer stance, it's going to go faster off the ground, usually. So we were hoping that it would go a little faster off the ground. Didn't get past the knees.
Right.
He'll come back and try that at a different meet. I'm sure of it. All right, William. Jumping, 10 kilograms. Not surprised there. Did a little bit of a jump between 1 and 2. Here we are with number 3, 287.5 pounds, 633.8 pounds on the bar for William Vale. Looking really strong in that third position. Let's see what he can do. Okay, I saw a few things. We'll see what the referees see. 3 white lights. For a moment, I was thinking that grip was a little loose on his left hand. For me, it's always that overhand. The underhand is great, but the overhand, if it gets to my fingers, it's tough.
Right.
All right, moving on to our friend from Renee in the 105 weight class, taking the same exact weight we just saw, that's 633.8.
Gino doing his Arnold Schwarzenegger impression.
All right, so we got Renee coming up here. Really strong lift expected from Renee. He did a 7.5 jump. Got a little bit of, what do we call that? Magnets in the ground.
Right.
The magnets called their weight back to the ground. One of Ben's really favorite lifters. I could see it in his eyes. L.S. McLean. L.S. McLean's coming up with just shy of 700. That 315 kilograms, 694.4 on the bar. A little bit of a jump here, but he did have a 17.5 jump from 1 to 2. So
right.
This is a little bit more conservative, but not a lot. He's got that First place, Wilkes points of 506.78. The only person behind him is behind him by about 9 Wilkes points. So right now that's looking fine. Looks like he's first place total too. Very strong 93 weight class. But he is in front of the second place lifter by about 15, a little less.
Around 30.
Oh, it's 30. Sorry, my bad.
Oh,
My math is lift is good for Ellis McLean, and he is very excited about that. So is his coach / friend. We get to see them joyfully exit the alleyway. The long hug.
right.
Up next is John Norcott. John Norcott decided to take a little bit of a jump here.
700 pounds.
700 pounds even on the bar. 700 pounds even on the bar. Bar is loaded for John Norcott. He's going to come up for that 317.5 kilogram weight on the bar. Deadlift number 3, Slingshot Pro American PM session, Arnold Sports Special 2017. Nice and strong coming up. Three white lights. Excellent lift. See all the power in the quadriceps and the posterior chain there. He's using the compensatory muscles really well together. He's got the quadriceps in the front, top of the legs there, and then the posterior chain activating really nicely, and he just kind of tucked that. And the posterior chain is, buttocks, hamstring, all that's is really activating nicely for John Norcott.
Right. Here we have Darrington Wright. He is competing tomorrow and the Arnold Pro deadlift. Here he is, 320 kilograms, 705.5 pounds.
Our heaviest 93 weight class deadlifter in today's sessions for the men's Raw Open.
What age division did Garrett Blevins break the record in?
That's a great question. I'm not positive. He's in the men's Raw Open. He might be breaking some other division. It's a good question. If we find out, we'll let you know. And he did get up. I saw a few things. We'll see what the referees say. 2-1, and I see a red card and a blue card. What that means is that he locked out at the top or had the soft knee like we discussed before. And then that blue card is that down and up movement. Really didn't see any sort of levering. Levering would mean he was leaning back at some point. None of that, so he probably had some down and up on that. It's not bad. I did see that, so as well.
Garrett Blevins here, 330 kilograms, 727.5 pounds.
We're getting to our last two people in this session, last two lifters in our second session of the PM. Men's Raw Open, 105 body weight class, and this is our first place division male, Garrett Blevins, 727.5 pounds. Final deadlift. Let's see if he can go 3 for 3 in the deadlift. Finish out a really good day. Crowd's getting really excited. Gotta have patience off the ground. Wait, wait, wait. Looks like he locked it out. Let's see what the referee's decision is on this one. I think I know. It's pretty wide line. New world record. Excellent, excellent execution.
Wouldn't Walker Bradshaw be attempting to break this world record here?
If
the next
it was
attempt?
in the open, yes, you are correct. I'm not sure. It might actually be in a different division.
Garrett.
But potentially, since we're in the Raw Open men, potentially yes. Bar is loaded for our final deadlift in this flight. Walker Bradshaw, 733 pounds on the bar. Took a little bit of a jump, about 12.5 kilograms jump.
Trying to get the best deadlift here in the 105 kilogram weight class.
And he has patience. It is a conventional deadlift. If it doesn't come off the floor super fast, sometimes it so run out that flight. We have one more flight left. We're going to switch over. We've got our gentlemen in the 120 and the 120 plus weight classes. So we're looking at our heavier male raw open lifters. We have one lifter that did not continue on, so the rest of them will. It's looking like a competitive class. Some really close numbers here.
Ray Williams and Kelly Branton going to be battling it out for first and second place in the Wilks coefficient.
Now, truth be told, the subtotal right now for Ray Williams is 712.5 in that 120 plus kilo weight class. That's really not catchable. It looks like our next total behind that is a big enough distance that it wouldn't be catchable, but we'll see Kelly and Ray go up against each other. Matt Cronin, 584.2 pounds on the bar. Opening deadlift, men's 120 weight class, raw open. Really good form. Matthew has a lot of good discipline. You can see it in the execution.
Michael Schrem's coming up here. 272.5 kilograms, 600.8 pounds.
Michael Schrems is also in that 120 kilogram weight class. However, he's from Austria. So there is always that outlying possibility that Michael could be setting a record that's Austrian.
Right. Very much so.
We have Austria, Canada, and USA in this final flight of the PM session for the Slingshot Pro American at the Arnold Sports Festival 2017.
Very nice, easy opener here.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. He did have somebody red light him. It's a decision of 2-1. The red card for failure was given. Maybe the soft knee, maybe not erect with those shoulders all the way back. Hard to tell from our angle.
Tristan Naselrod coming up here, opening up with 280 kilograms, 617.3 pounds. Bars loaded for Tristan Naselrod. Very nice, easy opener there for Tristan.
120 kilogram men's raw open weight class. Tristan did get his opener. He does get to continue for a total in this meet. He got 280 kilograms for his first opening deadlift. It'll be fun to see him move up. Oh, he's doing 300. Great. Nice jump. Preston Turner is up 287.5 kilograms on that opening bar for deadlift. 633.8 pounds for Preston Turner, 120 kilogram weight class. Men's raw open. Now watch the technique here. Execution is on par.
Very good lift by Preston Turner.
The people he trains with expect nothing less than the best.
Right. Kelly Branton here, opening up with 305 kilograms, 672.4 pounds.
Now when we look at all these lifters, they have these nice pretty blue shirts that say strong on the back. Don't forget, we are sponsored by Slingshot. Protect yourself when lifting by using gear from howmuchyoubench.net. Mike Tashur here, waiting behind Kelly Branton, our next lifter. 305 kilograms, 672.4 pounds is going on that bar. And I'll tell you, our announcer, Gino, is very excited right now. Kelly Branton from Canada. Raw Men's Open 120 plus weight class.
Oh, very easy lift
Very
by Kelly.
easy. You're right. I was actually going to mention that there's a possibility, and the referees definitely confirmed that they felt either there wasn't a lockout or maybe a soft knee. Generally, with some of our bigger gentlemen, they'll have something where they get all the way to the top, and that's locked out for their core, but a referee will discern that that's not locked out or erect for their shoulder. Got John up, 120 plus, men's raw open weight class. How much weight do we have on the bar, Ben?
We have 315 kilograms, 694.4 pounds here for John.
Popular weight. A lot of the 315 kilograms this last two flights.
Yeah. Very, very nice opener here for John. And very smooth lift.
694.4 pound. Good lift for John of USA. All right. Now we got Matt Sommer coming up. Like I mentioned before, you do not have to wear a shirt in the deadlift if you are a male competitor. 120 pound kilogram weight class. He's our heaviest opening 120 pound kilogram men's raw open weight class lifter with 340 kilograms. This is Matt Sommer deadlifting an opener of 749.6 pounds right here. Just been mentioned is he is a American Junior World Record holder, so we'll see what he can do. Matthew elected to wear the deadlift slippers and red socks. The socks actually have to be long enough to go under that kneecap, covering the shins fully. It's a safety precaution. And it goes up quickly.
Easy. Very nice. 750 pounds for Matthew Sommer.
Yep, Matthew Sommer's got that almost 750 pounds right there. And we're going to move up just a hair to 347.5 kilograms, 766.1 pounds for Ray Williams, 120 plus men's raw open weight class.
Very, very.
So this is for a quite big total. Now, obviously, Ray Williams tends to like to squat. However, 766 deadlift is impressive. Here we go, Big Ray. Gino's asking for the crowd to say Big Ray, Big Ray.
Big Ray.
You can say it at home with him.
This is a huge pull.
Well, you already saw a record squat, and now you're looking for a record total.
Right. Oh,
because he already got a record squat. And this is on par with his normal deadlift.
Very true.
Already obliterated his squat record.
By like 20 pounds.
Yeah.
15 kilograms, somewhere around that area. Nice, easy
and
opener for Ray.
Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. It is a new world record. Williams, as they say, 120 plus men's raw open kilogram weight class here at the Slingshot Pro American Sports Festival, the Arnold.
Matthew Cronin here taking his second attempt at the 15 kilogram jump. 280 kilograms, 617.3 pounds for Matthew Cronin. Very good conservative jump here.
All right, second deadlift. All of our lifters got their opener. Let's see what we can do. Let's have some fun.
Very smooth second attempt by Matthew Cronin. Let's see what the judges say.
3 white lights. It is a good lift for Matthew Cronin. He gets to keep that 280 and see what else he can do.
Michael Schrems here, 295 kilograms for a second. 295 kilograms for a second attempt, 650.4 pounds. A 22.5 kilogram jump.
Our friend from Austria is making some moves here. Like I said, going for that money. That's the saying of the year.
Going for that money. It's money time, as Ray Williams would say.
Well, we are in the correct flight for that. Money time. That's actually a shirt from one of our sponsors in a future competition. A7 has the It's Money Time shirt, I believe.
Slow and steady pull.
Excellent form.
See what the judges say.
3 white lights. It is a good lift for Michael Schrems from Austria. He has added to his total. He is at 805 total. That kind of threw him into third place for the men's raw open in the 120s, but we have more to go. 3 more lifters in the 120, 4 lifters in the 120 plus, and we're only on deadlift number 2. Tristan Naselrod from USA. Here we go.
Tristan's about to be pulling 300 kilograms for his second attempt here, 661.4 pounds. Very fast pull for Tristan Naselrod here. Let's see what the judges have to say.
3 white lights. Good lift. He gets to keep that 300 in his back pocket. Something cool about Tristan, he actually has he's a taller fellow as well. He's got a conventional setup, but it's wide as you can go, and then he puts his hands just outside.
Oh, yeah. I noticed that.
So he's definitely figuring out those angles like we mentioned before.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
That's how I do it. I put mine just outside my quadriceps and I just kind of slide and ride.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Preston Turner, 302.5 kilograms, 666.9 pounds on the bar.
Gino's doing his Iron Maiden thing.
We'll let Gino do it.
I love it.
I'm telling you, you gotta be here. Come from home. Show up for the Gino, stay for the ambience. Preston Turner, 302.5 kilograms. Let's take it for a ride. Nice and close to the legs, and he's up.
Very nice pull.
The technique is impeccable. 3 white lights. Good lift. Preston Turner. He moves up a little bit in the world. Right now, Preston Turner is looking at an 882.5 total.
And he is in the lead.
Yeah, correct, and he's got 508.32. Remember what we said about that Wilks? 508.32. It is over what? 500. Excellent. Out of all of our lifters in this flight, we have one 120 lifter over 500 and 2 120 plus over 500 Wilks. Exceptional.
Very, very good. John Hawley coming up here. Black Betty. 330 kilograms, 727.5 pounds. John Hawley.
727, is that a type of plane? A really small one. And he's all the way up. See what those referees say. 2-1. Unfortunately, they called him on either not being fully erect with that shoulder back, that's called erect, or maybe the knee was not completely straight up and down. You'll hear me say it probably a couple times. Like I refer to it as a soft knee. That
Right.
really has to be locked out in the back.
Yep.
And like I said, some of our big gentlemen, that is one of the trickiest things to do of all.
Kelly Branton here. He has made a almost 30 kilogram jump, 37 and a half, 27 and a half
Ahmed
kilograms.
standing in front. I wonder who Ahmed's talking to. Maybe that was his coach. Sorry, go ahead. Kelly Branton.
27 and a half kilogram jump here, 733 pounds. Here he goes, Kelly Branton here, the Canadian. Sporting the SBD singlet, SBD lever belt, and SBD socks.
I wonder. Is he sponsored by SBD?
Very good brand.
Yes, for raw lifting, definitely good.
Nice pull by Kelly Branton here.
And it's looking really favorable for him. 3 white lights. Good lift for Kelly Branton. He's up to a total right now of 1,020 kilograms, friends. 1,020 kilograms. He currently has a 556.72 Wilks. He's lifting raw, friends. Raw.
Very, very impressive. He is right behind Ray Williams with only 3 Wilks points right now.
Excellent. Haven't seen anything yet. Stay tuned. We have Matt Sommer going for 365 kilograms on the bar. Over 800 pounds. 804.7 pounds. Matt Sommer, you thought his squat was fun. Check out his deadlift.
Triple body weight deadlift in the 120 kilogram weight class. That is very, very rare to see these bigger athletes pulling this kind of weight.
He's got that perfect blend. He's a little bit bigger, but he's got all the muscle. Good patience. See what the referees
Man,
say.
I felt that out here.
It's 3 white lights. Ben is thinking that he felt the bar, the ground back here. We are not right next to the platform. We're close. Our next lift, the second deadlift, our final second deadlift of the day. Ray Williams, 120 plus pound weight class, 310 kilograms. Friends, 815.7 pounds on that bar right now. He's going for a projected week's forecast, and he's not done yet, of 581.41.
That's insane. That's
incredible.
insane.
Incredible. Please don't forget he's lifting raw.
Oh my God.
We have another lifter who has gotten over 600 equipped. Let's see what happens today. His total's looking very good. 370. Let's see what Ray Williams can do. Second deadlift, men's raw open, 120 plus kilogram weight class.
Big thanks from Ray Williams here. Got some Motley Crew playing in the seed pod here of the Arnold Sports Festival.
Ray Williams is all the way up. Ray Williams is all the way up, and we have 3 white lights. It is a good lift. We see some movement from Ray Williams. Can't wait. Cannot wait. Now, we just saw a number get put in for the third lift of Matt Sommer. Matt Sommer is going to go for a record because it is not an interval of 2.5 kilograms. He's going to go for 363. We'll talk about that later. We're going to go back to the top. We're in our third deadlifts, final flight, Slingshot Pro American 2017 here at the Arnold Sports Festival.
Nearing the end of the day here.
Now, folks, Ben has to live tomorrow, so he's relaxing. I don't have to.
290 kilograms for Matthew Cronin here. 639.3 pounds here for the young man.
And now something so important. Right before they get up there, they have that coach talking to him. And the coach knows what they need. Sugar, spice, or everything nice. What do they need? It's one of the 3. Do you need to hear everything good? Do you need to hear what you got to do to get mad? Or do you just want to be praised?
Right.
Depends. Let's go. Matthew Cronin, 639.3 pounds on that bar for this 120 men's raw open kilogram gentleman. Really nice. Honestly, I think he had more in the tank.
Definitely.
3 white lights. The lift is good. He went 3 for 3 in the deadlift. Best deadlift today, 290. Total, 800.
Michael Schrem's coming up here from Austria with 300 kilograms on the bar.
So he's just going to kind of teeter up a little more, 5 more kilograms.
If he gets this, it will throw him in 4th place.
Well, right now he's actually in 4th place for placings. If he gets this, it would add to his total. He'd just have 5 more. So he'd have an 810 total, and he could just move up just that little bit more. Don't forget, we're sponsored by Slingshot. Bench heavy with no pain using Mark Bell's Slingshot. Great training aid, Slingshot.
Michael Schrem's 661.4 pounds here.
Even the spotters and loaders are getting, oh, unfortunately, it's not going to happen today. But boy, did he He gave it a ride. It went.
Very good attempt.
Get it past your knees, you finish it off. Fortunately, not so much. Got to move on to Tristan. Tristan out of USA. He's going to have 310 kilograms on the bar, going for 683.4 pounds.
Third place in the Raw Open to 120 kilogram weight class.
Little inside information. That second place is about 60 kilograms away in total. So right now he's doing this to just get that little bit more. Get at about 6 points to his Wilkes if he gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice lift. Let's see what the referees say. The lift is good, and Tristan's very excited about that.
Must have hit a big PR here.
You know what? Sometimes 3 for 3 is the best medicine. He has gotten 3 for 3. Mr. Tristan Nazarod, 3 for 3 in the deadlift. He went 280, 300, 310. Excellent work. Good attempt choices. Preston Turner is up. Preston Turner is 24 years old, out of USA, 120-pound kilogram weight class. Right now, he has a total of 882.5. He's adding 10 kilograms to his last deadlift from the second deadlift. And the only person that is in front of him is Matt Sommer with 885 total. Friends, I said 882.5. Matt Sommer's only ahead of him by 2.5. However, Matt Sommer went up enough to win if Matt Sommer gets it. So let's see what Preston Turner can do here.
Got to grind it out. Very
And
easy
it's up.
pull. Very easy.
Lots of effort there. 3 white lights. It is a good lift. For right now, it throws Preston Turner with an 892.5 total into number 1, placing not Wilkes. Although, if you look at the Wilkes, it's only under by about 0.2 because Matt Silver's got 514.27 and Preston Turner has 514.08. Wow. Friends,
Wow.
0.2.
That's
Wilkes points
insane.
away.
Yeah.
But we got to see what Matt Sommer does because he's trying to go ahead by about 4 Wilkes points if he gets it. Let's go to John. John, 330 kilograms on the bar. How many pounds is that, Ben?
Oh, that is 727.5 pounds.
Ben is my pounds guy. See if John can get this. He did not get it the second time. Let's see if he can come back around and get it this third time. Bar is loaded for John of USA.
If you notice that stuff they're smelling before they go deadlift it,
it's something that we definitely don't really talk about too much. We try to keep it out of the public eye.
now I felt that deadlift all the way from back here. Let's see how.
And the lift is good. It's a 2-1 decision. The referee, that red card, didn't think he was wrecked. Maybe didn't think his knees were locked out. But 2-1 is all you need. 2 whites, 1 red.
Still a good lift. Kelly Branton coming up here. 342.5 kilograms, 755.1 pounds.
Man, Kelly is fun to watch. I've seen him a few times. He's just got that enthusiasm that's infectious. You want to watch this guy. From Canada, Kelly Branton, 755.1 pounds. Here we go. Take it for a ride. He's trying to get a 10-20 total to expand to 10-30 in the 120 plus men's raw open weight class. 1030 total.
That's insane.
Exceptional. Let's see if we can do it.
That's an insane total. Very impressive.
All right, good grip on the bar here. You just swing your hips through, see what he can do.
Oh.
Great. Oh, unfortunately, it did not go up. He's got a 1020 total. An incredible total. Wilkes points. Pound for pound, he's at that 556.72. Now, what did we say over 500? It's great.
It's great.
And we're talking about really great.
Yep. Here, Matt Sommer. He is looking to pull 373 kilograms, 822.3 pounds.
Must be a record. They're chipping it. Otherwise, it would be 372.5 or 375. It's in between. Must be a record. He's going for a total of something just unheard of. He's already got 885 pound total, or kilo total right now. He's trying to get a Wilkes total of 518.92. This guy is not that old. He's got so much lifting ahead of him.
If he gets this lift right here, it'll throw him in first place for the 120 kilogram weight class. This will win him the competition if he gets this lift right here. So everything is on the line for Matt Sommer on his final deadlift.
So right now he is pulling to surpass Preston Turner and for a record, Matt Sommer, USA, 822.3 pounds. And it's going, unfortunately, the ground won. And did not get a spot. What that means, folks, is that right now, Preston Turner has just realized that he has an 892.5 total, which is more than the 885 of Matt Sommer. Preston Turner has won the 120 men's raw open weight class here at
Very impressive.
All right, friends. You thought that was big. It gets bigger. 900 pounds is not out of reach. Today we're going to do 865.3 pounds, 392.5 kilograms. He is pulling for a total. He already has 1,082.5 total. He's pulling for a total that is unheard of. They ran out of red plates. They have to get more red plates. Friends, that is always a good sign. Always a good sign. Here we go. They're bringing them in. They're bringing in more plates. Spotters and loaders from OSU, Ohio State University, are just getting it right.
7 red plates on each side.
7 red plates. Now, we saw him squat 8 red plates plus that blue plate. But this is deadlift, friends. He is going for a 593.5 Wilkes forecast.
That's insane.
He's catching up with equipped. And I don't mean a little bit. I mean a lot of it.
He is doing this raw. This man is doing this without no supportive gear. He's doing it with a singlet, a
He's
belt.
not even wearing knee sleeves, people. It's all Ray.
Doing it with a singlet, a belt, and some shoes.
It's all Ray, sponsored by SPD. 865.3 pounds on that bar. 120 plus men's raw open weight class here at the Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio. Let's do this, Ray. Give it a ride. And it's up.
Insane.
It's up, and he's waiting. Wait for it. Let's see what the referees say. Ben, what do you think? It's good. A decision of 2-1. This is incredible.
Doesn't matter what the chief referee said. One red light. Now, the jury makes the final decision on everything, but it's 2-1. It's a good lift. It's going to be 395 or 392.5. Unheard of.
That
We just finished with something incredible.
that's
593.5 kilogram Wilks.
this isn't that's the highest raw Wilks in. I want to say
I'm not quoting anything, but I believe you're right.
with USA Powerlifting.
With USA Powerlifting, I believe that is the highest raw Wilks total. Now, however, there are a lot of other people out there. I will not quote that. That's incredible. Made if you were watching. You could have been here. You could have been live. You could have been with all of us at USA Powerlifting. Don't make it a coulda next year. Make it a I did it.
with a Wilks of 542. Give me a big round of applause for Taylor LaChapelle. Photos. You don't want to line up, Priscilla? All right. Handing out the medals, ladies and gentlemen. She's too shy to line up with them, but I want you to know handing out the medals is the co-meet director from Alaska. She's got a couple of accomplishments. I believe one of them is the fact that she is a 14-time International Powerlifting Federation Open 3-lift world champion. Priscilla Ribic, 14 times. She's going to try harder. All right, moving on. Female, 63-kilo weight class. Gold equipped. First place, Wilks 516. Jordan Penton. Next category, male equipped, 74-kilo weight class. Okay, he hails from Alaska, Wilks of 525. Zachary Dotis. Male equipped, 105-kilo weight class with a Wilks of 551.14. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Gregory Johnson. Hold it. Stay up there. Stay up there, Gregory. I'm sorry. I screwed up. Stay up there. Okay. Same category. Silver medal with a Wilks of 536. Shane Brady. Photos. All right. Male equipped, 120-plus kilo weight class with a Wilks of 515. Ladies and gentlemen, a rounding ovation. Ahmed Hassanin. Everybody turn to your right and walk around the platform. We're going to give you a round of applause right around here. All right. Wait a minute. The checks. Sorry, I was jumping ahead. All right. Best overall lifters. We have the first 3 places. Money being handed out by Slingshot. Mark Bell, ladies and gentlemen, 3rd place with a check for $500. Come on up, the 3rd place marker, Shane Brady. Second place with a check for $750, Taylor LaChapelle. And ladies and gentlemen, first place with a check for $1,500 from Slingshot Pro American. Big round of applause for Gregory Johnson. Photos. Everybody, you three, look over there at P. I didn't say NP. Well, never mind. Came out wrong. All right. Thank you. You may step back. Now, Greg, turn to your right, circle around. Audience, please give them a round of applause as our athletes get escorted off the platform by Mr. Gregory Johnson. All right, let's bring out our Raw. How many total we got? Is there a 74 here? So bring out 83, 90. All right, let's bring out all of the Raw women. I'm sorry, no, it's Raw men. It's Raw men. Let's bring out 83, 93, and 105. 83, 93, 105. 83, 93, 105. Yeah! Tool. All right, here we go. Ready? 83 kilo weight class. Male, raw, open, 83 kilo weight class. First place, big round of applause, Rolando Verduzco. First place, only one. And Priscilla, 4 for the next weight class. Bow, bow, bow. '93 male raw open 93 kilo weight class. In 4th place, big round of applause for Ross Lepola. In 3rd place, William Valley. Second place, Darrington Wright. And in first place, hailing from the Nakatomi Towers with a 5:14 Wilks, big round of applause for our cheerleader, L.S. McLean. Photos. If anybody lost a diamond earring, I don't believe it's real. Come on up to the scores table. All right, next category. Male raw open 105 kilo weight class 4P4. In 4th place, Rene Brunner from Austria. In 3rd place, United States of America, John Norcott. 2nd place, Walker Bradshaw. Robert Keller. And in 1st place, ladies and gentlemen, hailing from the United States of America, a big round of applause for Garrett Blevins. Cornelius Zira. Photos. Get out of the way, damn it. Come on. Gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. Austria, turn to your right, swing around the front. Give them all a round of applause as our athletes get escorted off the platform. All right, Renee. Good job, man. Auf Wiedersehen. All right, here we go. Let's bring out our 120 and 120 plus lifters. 120 and 120 plus lifters. 120 and 120 plus lifters. One more time, all 120 and 120 plus lifters. I'm getting really tired.
Luke, use the force.
Yes, bye. All right, ready? 120, 5 places, P, 5 places. 120 kilo weight class, 5th place. Big round of applause for Matt Cronin. Fourth place, Austria, Michael Schrems. Other side, Michael. Over there, Michael. Other side. Third place, Tristan Naselrod. Second place, USA, Matt Somer. And first place, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause from the United States of America, Preston Turner. Photos. Three places, Priscilla. One male raw open 120 plus kilo weight class. In third place, big round of applause for John Horney. Second place with a Wilks of 556. He hails from Canada. Big round of applause for Kelly Branton. And ladies and gentlemen, in first place with a Wilks of 593, United States of America, Big Ray Williams. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Let's do our best overall lifters by Wilkes Formula. Don't go too far, gentlemen. Best overall lifters by Wilkes Formula. In third place with a check for $500 from Slingshot, Garrett Blevins. Second place with a check for $750 from Slingshot, Kelly Branton. And ladies and gentlemen, in first place with a Wilkes of 593.496, he hails from the United States of America, a check for $1,500, Big Ray Williams. Yes. Yes. Get that guy in the front row a beer. All right, gentlemen, step back. Turn to your right. Turn to your right. Everybody follow him. Let's swing around the front of the platform, and the audience give all of our lifters a big round of applause as they get escorted off the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please help the management out here that's running this meet and pick up as much trash around your seat that you brought in with you and take it out and deposit it in receptacles in the hallway? Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning here at 9 a.m.